Hey, what's up, Pamela? Let's get the likes up. All right, you're live, baby. You're live, baby. All right, what's up? Unfortunately, they are. What's up? We got Kate the potato. Okay, so Kato the potato is here. We got Kato the potato in the building. We invite some folks. Yeah. Who else can I invite in here? All right, show. Let's have the screen up, though. Get the likes up. Now we can hear you for sure. What's up, Tonga? What's up, Birdman? Anybody can come up too. Hey, it's gonna be people here for sure. Not if not early, they definitely gonna start flooding in like around I don't know, maybe like an hour in or something like that. So it's actually stemming from a live like it was late as hell last night, early this morning. So yeah, what's up, CR? So yeah, there you got Africans that are very passionate about the transatlantic slave trade. You got Africans that are very passionate about the transatlantic slave trade, and we're erasing their history. Folks are denying it. So apparently, I'm glad I'm not one of them ones that deny it, right? What's up? What's up, Murphy? Mercy replay. We got Spencer. Uh, we got what's up? What's up, yo? We got Hey Wild. What's
Hey, what's happening, man?
going on? It's live right now. It's live right now, Black Wall Street, Houston, and you can be able to replay it on YouTube. But yeah, go. What's up?
Yeah, I think that there was a slave trade, but I don't think it happened like they say it did.
Right, right.
Right,
I'm in
because
agreement with you. You ain't get no pushback on that end. But go ahead.
right, because if you think about it, right, I've done some research, and it says
Hey,
that on
I'm
each
sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry.
And let the man land. Go ahead.
it said that each ship had 350 to 450 passengers per ship, and when you do the math on the amount of water it would take, it's
Hmm.
about 24,000 gallons of water. And there's several tons of food that would be required for 450 people plus a 100-person crew to survive 1 to 6 months at sea. So when you do that math and you think about the hull is full of people, where did they store the 24,000 gallons of water and the tons of food? And also, there's a
Hmm.
medical aspect too. As a human being, you cannot sit still on a hard surface for 4 months. You will
Right.
get what's called you will get sepsis. If you are stuck somewhere and you got 300 to 400 people all pooping and urinating and you're sitting in it for months, you will get
Right.
sepsis. And
Infection.
sepsis is an infection that leads to organ failure.
Right.
Also, your bones will deteriorate and your joints will lock up and your muscle and your bone density will deteriorate. So it's physically impossible for somebody to sit in a confined space and poop and live. You will die.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
everybody. No one can live through it. It's impossible. Sepsis
Yeah.
will kill you.
All right, let me wake you guys
Unalive.
up on this.
You got to
All
say
right,
unalive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right,
it will
guys, ready?
unalive you.
I have to let you break it to you. This is a fact. This is not a joke. This is a fact. The Jews were behind the transatlantic slave trade. They blamed it on us whites. Jews are not white. They blamed it on us.
Say the J
The
word.
Jews were behind it, man.
Hold on, one
I'm
second.
sorry.
One second.
All right, the tiny hats, man. The tiny hats.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Let me leave past that. Just want to let you guys know they're
Lots of
behind
first
it.
in the
It's
chat,
not,
y'all.
it's not us white folks, you know. It's
That's
been
right.
them, been the Jays the whole time. So just want to let you guys know.
So which branch of Jays? Oh, never mind. It's been blame the Jays. Blame the Jays. But what's up, Lauren? Serge Lauren. What's up?
Well, bro, I appreciate you letting
No
me
problem.
speak and keep doing what you're doing, bro. Appreciate you.
Michkowski. You take it easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, if anybody that's watching on TikTok or not TikTok, on YouTube or X, you have to come to TikTok to join the panel and speak your piece if you want to. When they come to Germany, I thought they were YT. Oh wow, they teach you that they're YT in Germany. Thank you, Serge. Thank you. You like my streaming. Thank you. And try to be a bit more relaxed, at least on my end, on my own streams, you know. Try to be more relaxed on my own streams. I've been feel a little anxious, I guess. Or jittery. That's a better word. Jittery and explosive. So
Assalamu alaikum. Hi.
hey, peace. Alaikum.
Are people saying that the transatlantic slave trade didn't who is saying that?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh my goodness. Whoever is saying
That's
that.
what I've been hearing. Right.
So I thought you had like somebody in mind that's saying that, because like that's false. It definitely happened. Definitely did. The historical, written, physical, emotional, and mental proof is still very much there. Yeah, that's. I think it'd be kind of ridiculous to say that it didn't. I think a lot of people are confused on the ways that it happened, and they're most focused on one specific way when it didn't just happen in one specific way. It was like a lot of different things over a lot longer of a period of time than what most people are taught. But I'm a history major, GSU, going into law, so kind of something that I was mind dumping on for a long time.
They funny on YouTube. So how many Africans do you think came to the United States?
I'm sorry?
How many Africans do you think came to the United States?
Billions. Well,
billions?
Okay. That's a very complicated question, because if you're looking at over the whole span of the transatlantic slave period plus times before and after, yes, billions. If you're looking at more specifically just the transatlantic slave trade in a very specific window of time that we're typically taught in schools, millions.
Okay, so mainland USA, they taught you billions and millions?
No, so like I said, typically over one specific period of time, that when people refer to the transatlantic slave trade, they're referring to slavery within the United States specifically. But
hold on. Soulmate, you got it, yeah. Go ahead, go ahead, you can finish, Bethany.
But the thing is it wasn't just the United States.
Right.
It was it was a lot more places than just the United States, which is so crazy to me.
Yeah. I'm just asking about the United States specifically.
Just the United States?
Yeah, specifically because I'm from the United States. So
right, me too. Are you okay? So another thing I want to ask: Are you talking about estimated, or are you talking about like confirmed?
like, say both for me, confirmed and estimated.
I think the estimated number is a lot higher than the confirmed for a lot of reasons.
Hold on, Sophia.
But in the high millions, not if not close to billions. In the very high millions.
Oh yeah, we got new people up here. What's up, J-Bo? We got Woke and we got Chief.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on, y'all?
What's up?
Hey. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Woke.
Okay. Bethany.
Yes,
let me explain something to you, sweetheart. Let me explain something to you, sweetheart. Although the Atlantic slave trade probably did happen, probably only between 9,000 and 20,000 people came over here on the damn boat. And they didn't just come to America, okay? They were in the islands. They took them everywhere. England, everywhere, okay? So for you to think that billions and millions came over here, that's a lie.
So, again, just for clarification, when we're referring to the transatlantic slave trade, again, it's not one specific time period that
Lady, I couldn't care if it was today, yesterday, and a day after next, okay? I'm just trying to tell you, you're talking about these books. Who wrote the books that you're saying that this information was in?
I never referred to any books.
I know you didn't. Maybe you should refer to some so you'll know the truth. If you went to school, you were saying that you learned it in school. So what? The teacher just told you this?
So I'm just gonna throw it out there. I'm from Georgia. I'm in college right now for history.
I don't care where you're at.
Oh, okay.
I don't care what you're doing. You need to pick up a book that they probably banned from college and read it.
So what year in college are you, Bethany?
Hold on. Can I say something right quick before you ask that question, host? Please.
No, hold on 1 second. I'm trying to figure out what year in college
do you think?
Bethany, you
Yes.
there? What year in college are you in?
Right now, I'm going into my junior year.
All right, go ahead, J-Bo.
Undergrad, by the way.
All right. One, I just want to say we can't be, disrespectful to anybody, because that's the only way that knowledge can be spilled through the quote unquote the land or through the people is through respect. Like, how do you expect somebody to understand your perspective if you're coming off harsh, because they're going to automatically disband it? That makes sense. They're going to automatically deflect from it because it's coming off disrespectful. That's all I'm going to say, Mama. But for me, doing my deep dive on from Louisiana, so I'm from the deep south, doing all my south. What's going on, bro? Basically,
all right, he keep going on tea time. But yeah, somebody, he will be Detroit boss. Are you butthurt?
Can I make a comment?
1 second. Hold on. Let me address the comment. Wait. I have to go because I will lose my train of thought if people cut me off. I have to go when I'm saying something. Right? Yeah, Detroit boss, like you came here, you came in and trying to have a conversation and debate people on a topic you know nothing about. So I not even kindly, I let you know, like, bro, learn and study before you start speaking on shit. But yeah, go ahead, Sophia.
Okay, thank you for letting me speak. I would like to say I actually have an undergraduate degree in African American Studies, and so I understand where Bethany is coming from. The difference is I'm from Maryland, and so when I learned something in school and they tried to tell me, whatever facts you know, hey, DMV in the building. If they tried to tell me whatever fact they tried to tell me, I went back to my parents and my grandparents who were living, and I would ask them about that. And what I found out is that the information that they were telling me in school did not match what my grandparents said.
Hold on.
So like
Hold on. One mic. You gotta have one mic, like, please. Yeah, go ahead, Sophia.
Just a good example of this is the March on Washington, because that's pretty recent. So in school, they tried to tell us that the March on Washington was well attended and all these people came and all of that. And I asked my grandmother about that because she was, in the silent generation. She was an adult at the time. And I asked her about that. I said, did you go to the March on Washington? She said, no, are you crazy? And I'm like, DC is 10 miles away. Why didn't you go? And she said, because they was doing some weird stuff. And so she didn't go. And that was really my first wake up call to know that I had to go back and check what these people was teaching me in school, because 10 miles away, if we had a big church, they should have just got everybody on the bus and took them down there. We never went. It wasn't a thing. So I found out later that they had bussed all these people in from further south. And so, people who are studying this in the universities have to know that they need to go back and check what their teachers are saying, because a lot of times they're from one very close perspective, because there was a slave trade, but it didn't come from Africa. It was who they were bringing in from Europe. And that for sure did happen. Pretty much the way that they said it, just wasn't the group of people that they said. And when you look at those records, especially Ellis Island, they don't reflect Africans. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you. But yeah, J-Bo, you there? Yeah, you can finish up.
No, so
what you were saying.
all right. I was gonna like go there where she already went, so I'm gonna just piggyback off her. Okay, I'm from South Louisiana, close to if anybody know what Morricksville and like all the country back road, one light, look left, look right, and you all to the next city type stuff. So I got deep roots to quote unquote what they call now Native American land. Like growing up is back home is crazy. Like understanding what my great grandmother, I had my great grandmother in my life for at least like 12 to 14 years of my life. And all the stories of how her mother was quote unquote tribal leaders, how they were still practicing like the ways of the land, the nature, being one with nature and everything. So now noticing that like we have been quote unquote brainwashed as a people to not give the credit before we was invaded of having people here already. Like it's dumbfounding to me that nobody can really understand that we had people here already, and the people that was here were us. Well, I'm gonna say Black Americans, or however you call yourself, or whatever you want to call yourself. So, yeah, St. Martinsville, that's country, yo. But you listening to, if you want to come back on and pick your bank, like it's crazy to hear other people talk about it, because most people don't really understand that what we was told in books is not true. What somebody else can write and you read doesn't mean it's true. You got to double back and try to figure out, read through the lines, and not just take stuff at face value.
Right.
So I'm done. Y'all, I'm gonna piggyback off anybody else. Y'all can go.
Yeah, for sure. What's up, Venus? OG. I'm gonna say this real quick before I pass it. I saw Chris come off mute. But yeah, I'm kin to Sophie on this chat on the panel right now. So it's got a way out of Maryland and things like that. So, but yeah, it's like what they told us ain't, and people ain't saying didn't happen. Like we got archives and stuff like that. Harvard is saying like they have records of 200,000 people and things like that now. Slave voyages has been a database for a while. They've been studying stuff for like 40 years, they say. Excuse me, and things like that. And it's a study that's going to keep going and going and going and things like that. So we will never know for sure over time. At least I guess they had, unless they say like, hey, we got the final number and stuff like that of people that came to the Americas or United States from Africa during the trade. So yeah. Till then, we just going on. Go ahead.
Well, can I say one thing, yo? I just want to say one thing, please. All you have to do, 76 people in here, all you have to do is just look up the Indian trade slaves. It happened right before the African trade slave. The slave trade. But after you look that up, look how they reclassified Indian to colored. That's all you got to do. Once you see that with your own eyes, it's documented, there's nothing they can say.
I'm going to add that my parents were, we all went to the University of Maryland. And so when they started collecting the records for who was on these slave ships, this is something that they kind of pioneered out of the University of Maryland. And so my mom and my dad both had like incredible stories about how they were getting people to come and basically sign these records and say that their families were on these various ships. So if people don't, know or believe that, or haven't heard that the records were actually, open source, that I have that for direct fact, because my mom and my dad both told me from different perspectives how this was going on in the universities. They were having them actually bring their information in, which is insane.
Right, for sure. So what's up, Chris?
What's going on, Darvik? Donnie actually he actually said what I was gonna bring up with the intermittent slave trade of the Indians and how the Indians were trading different tribes to the colonizers in order for them to not impede on their land. And I want to ask Bethany, what part of Georgia is she in school in, and have they taught her about weeping time if she's doing Georgia history? And if not, I suggest challenge the professor on that, because the documents that they have don't back up the amount of people that they were selling as quote unquote slaves down in Savannah, where I'm from. And even on top of that, with my family tree, free people of color dated back to the 1700s on this land, and not one of them was ever enslaved, showing them own land over in South Carolina, over in Savannah, and how they constantly had to move around the area.
Oh, for sure. What's up, Vinny? She was about to say something?
Because this isn't the first time they weren't slaves, they were prisoners of war. Can someone explain the difference between that? Because a prisoner, when they serve a life sentence, their children, I'm not done. Their children are not also put in captivity. That's what a prisoner is. How can they be prisoners of war if their children were also slaves? That sounds like slavery. That don't make sense to me. So people keep saying there's a difference. I'm not seeing the difference between prisoner of war and slave. What is the difference?
Can I explain right now? So I don't know if anybody knows about the war, the Spaniards, and I think it was in Africa. Basically, they went to war probably like 1500. I think it was like the late 1550s. They went in war or whatever. And basically, I'm gonna just say this: if you're conquered and you're still on the land that you was by the people that you was conquered by, you are prisoners, or you are a prisoner of war.
There has a sentence to serve, and it has nothing to do with their children or their it has nothing to do with their children or their descendants. That's slavery.
Yes, it does. Hold on.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Okay, hold on. Yes, it does. The reason. Hold on. Let me explain. Because the reason is, all right. That's just like you got Bobby and Joe, right? Bobby kill. This is the best I can explain it. If Bobby kills Joe, if Bobby conquers Joe's lineage and basically captures the land or wherever Joe is, the descendants of Joe is up under the people of Bobby, because they were conquered by Bobby's people.
Like you're describing a slave. That sounds like the same thing.
So it has your children.
That sounds like the same thing.
Can I interject?
That's basically what it is, though. That's basically what it is.
So somebody.
This is Sophia again. Sorry. What's not being said in the whole discussion of prisoner of war is talking about the Jubilee cycle, which is the spiritual part of it. The reason why they say they're prisoners of war because they're spiritual prisoners of war. The reason why they were able to enslave them and their children and their children's children was as a result of the spiritual practices that were being done, not the legal practices. And so when you look at the history, you can't forget that there was a whole spiritual diatribe of things happening that most people they don't bring that into the story, but it's a huge focal point.
I don't care which term y'all use, but if I use the term slave and someone tries to correct me and say prisoner of war, my next question is going to be, what's the difference? And nobody can explain what the actual difference is. They literally keep describing it.
A slave is someone that you purchase. A prisoner of war had no purchase. That's the difference. That's why I said it's spiritual. There was no purchasing of certain people. They were just
Where is purchasing described in the word slave? And there was some Indians that were purchased. So that
I didn't say everybody. I wasn't trying to say everybody. I'm saying when they use the term prisoner of war, because everyone is not using that term. Those who use that term are talking about a spiritual enslavement, not a. That means they're not talking about a physical enslavement. They could not literally physically enslave people who are from the land. So what they did is spiritually enslave them. And I had talked about this extensively. Like, this is my specific area of research. So that's why I'm telling you, when they say slave, they mean there's a record. They paid a tax. That's a commercial thing. When they say prisoner of war, that's a non-commercial spiritual activity. And these are totally different. And most people don't understand the difference between commercial and non-commercial. And so if you're trying to understand it, that's where you need to start. Commercial slavery, which is a physical bill of sale, and non-commercial spiritual, which there's no bill of sale. It's just a practice that.
If it's a spiritual thing, how come they don't refer to people born today as prisoners of war? How come they don't do that?
Because the only reason is that hold on, let me explain.
If it's spiritual, that would apply to people of today.
I got you. So in order for something to work, if somebody catches on to something, they have to change the name of it. So that's why they call it. That's why they call it now. I believe slavery now is based on corporations, Dollar Tree, Dollar General, Walgreens, or you know what I'm saying, somewhere that you have to go and work to make money because they're paying. First of all, it's owned by somebody. It's crazy because you gotta think of it like owning. You owning something. You're owning a. Hold on. Because you have an understanding with your father and your mother. You have an understanding with them, not with the random person. So with the tie to spirituality, it's like understanding that we understood that slavery was bad. We understood that if somebody owns you, that means you don't own yourself. You're not a real human being, quote unquote, or none of that. So they had to change the playbook, as in what they did with the corporations. They patent everything. They made everything a corporation. Everything. So if you own something, hold on.
Can we get to the point?
Oh, go ahead, sis. Go ahead. Because
you guys just said it was spiritual.
I do because I know the spiritual ramifications. I do.
Because I feel like I'm a prisoner of war right now. Because one, I don't own nothing. Two, I don't know who my name is. I don't know what the place I've been here for. They erased my whole lineage. I don't know who I am. I don't know what my tribe is. I don't know none of that. So it's the fact that you looking at it, you gotta stop looking at it from face value and start looking at it from a
I'm not
spiritual
looking
place,
at it
because
as
right
face
now we're in
value. I'm
spiritual
going off
warfare.
of basic definitions. Y'all are contradicting yourselves. Like when I say
You
slave,
literally
when I
said
say
you're going
slave,
off of
y'all should not be replying
basic.
prisoner. Oh, it's not slave, it's prisoner. You should not be describing a slave when you give me the response. That don't make no sense. What?
Okay, Venus, what's your nationality?
What? I'm American. What are you talking about?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's all we. Because all right, you're thinking you're American, right? Don't you know your ancestors was in lineages? Do you know who your listen to me? Just listen to me. Listen to me. Do you know who your great grandfather is?
Dude, I'm a mod on this page. I'm a mod on this page. Of course, I know who the fuck I am. Stop asking me dumbass questions. Stop asking me dumbass questions.
See?
Like, what is wrong with you?
Well, I mean, what?
I'm a
Hold on.
moderator on this page. Why the
Hold
fuck
on.
wouldn't I know who I was? What are you talking
One
about?
second. Hold on. Let me hop in.
Like,
So, what other nationality would we have other than American? I know my great grandparents, and I'm gonna still say I'm an American.
Okay, Asians. You got different sets of Asians, right? You got Hindu, not Hindu. I'm sorry. You got Japanese people. They're still Asian, but their nationality is Japanese. You got Chinese people. Their nationality is Japanese. They're still Asians, though. We are black people right now that is staying in America, calling ourselves American. There's Asians.
What's
here.
wrong with being called?
There's hold on. Let me cook. There's Jews here.
I don't know. You're not cooking. I'm not gonna lie. You're not cooking much right now.
There's Jews here.
You gotta say small hats. Small hats.
Stop saying the JEW.
And hold on, listen.
Stop saying JEW. I'm trying to give you the stop saying JEW.
You're right. But there's all these nationalities here that's calling themselves America because they was born in a place called America. But what is your nationality called? What are your people called?
Americans. They would be American. Like I guess people would still think Americans like a colonizer term or something, when it's really not.
He is a colonizer term.
I was about to say Amerigo wasn't the dude's name. It was Alberticus. They didn't even add Americo to Spanish till after he transitioned, right? Or passed, because fuck that dude, right? But with that being said, folks have called, like, there's variations of folks calling it something similar to what we call America right now, Peru and Maruca, and you got Amarisk with the Mayans. So it's highly likely, right, that America came from people that were here, right? and things like that.
Since I'm the one who brought up the spiritual aspect, this is what I will add to that. A lot of people don't know their ancestors' spiritual practices. So if you know who your ancestors are, what were your ancestors' spiritual practices? It's in your birth chart, but that's the part of who defines who you are. So if you're not clear on that, then that would make you not a slave, because slaves were able to keep their identity. Prisoners of war had their identity stripped from them.
What that got to do with him asking my nationality? All I asked was the difference between a prisoner of war and a slave. And he gonna talk about my ethnicity or my nationality.
I'm not commenting on what he said. I'm continuing what I was talking about as far as the spiritual part is concerned, because it matches what he's saying, but from a different perspective. Because if you don't know what the spiritual practice is that your ancestors did, you have the same problem. It's the same problem, but described in a different way.
Okay.
You understand what I mean? Like, what was your ancestors' spiritual practices? Like what was your family's?
So they all had different ones because they're all from different tribes.
But which one resonates with you? Because even if they were from different tribes, depending on who you are, and this is seen amongst spiritual practices, the one that resonates with you is the one that's assigned to you. So which one of those spiritual practices? So for example, let me do for myself, right? I am an Orthodox Christian. Orthodox Christianity is the quote unquote Christianity that Jesus left behind. It is the one that most closely mimics what was being done at the time of his death. Okay, and so this is very different from like the Christians who are in these different denominations. I grew up Methodist, but our type of Methodist was closer to the Orthodox Christianity that I practice today. So I knew that I was in touch with my personal ancestors when I went into the Orthodox Church and it felt familiar. So that's another way for you to identify. And then once I did that, I realized, wait a minute, how was all of this taken from me? Why does this resonate so deeply within my spirit that it feels so comfortable? And that's when I personally started noticing all the
Christianity is
different.
not indigenous though.
Yes, it is. That Orthodox Christianity is. I'm not trying to argue religions, but Orthodox Christianity is because it's an old religion. It's older than Christianity. It's older than that. That's anyway. I talk about that a lot, but I'm not here to say that it was necessarily indigenous for your tribe, but I know that it was for mine, and that's a personal thing. I'm not gonna argue what's personal to me. Everybody is different.
Yeah, we got CR
I just wanted to bring that
big
up.
screen.
I don't know what you're talking about. Christianity has never been indigenous to the American continent. I don't know what you're talking about, but
I can prove that it has been actually, and I have on my channel.
All right, go ahead, CR.
And everybody, I had to go do some little reconnaissance for you, Venus. I hope this is the clarity you were seeking. And I also had mentioned in the comments of how they made people prisoners of war. I'm gonna post that up next for people, but they used the Geneva Convention, which is international law, because it was foreign countries warring on this land. And that's how they were making people become prisoners of war, because they were clashing with the nations of this land, and to the victors go the spoils. So that's how they was able to enslave the women and children. They may have unalived the elderly if they didn't sell them off too. So we got to think about all of the different things that go within these terms, you know what I'm saying, in the actions that they utilize, including religion, to make us prisoners of war, because they used religion to convert us from savages to civilized. That's how they was able to marry the women, those that did marry the women. That's how they was able to indoctrinate the children, because the church and the school was the same building.
Well, wouldn't the prisoners
Hold
have
on,
like?
sister, let me land, because I'm trying to get to a point, because I'm actually still on the clock. But to the point of what you were saying of what's the difference, this is the difference right here. You know what I'm saying? It gives a breakdown of what a slave, the terms of what a slave is subjected to, and somebody that's a prisoner of war, which was eventually released and repatriated, which technically you could kind of say that's what we went through, but we still not there yet because of how they treating us and violating all of these human rights that falls under the Geneva Convention. That's why we have the UN talk that's saying that the United States need to pay us our reparations, but they don't want to. They're already acknowledging that we are the prisoners of war for the enslavement of our people. You know what I'm saying? From fighting these wars against these people that came here taking our shit. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to make sure that we're putting everything in the proper context when we're having these conversations. No shade that to anybody in the information that they're presenting. You know what I'm saying? I'm just here to bring a little more clarity, and hopefully that this resolves, you know what I'm saying, that difference. And I'm gonna post up the other one dealing with the Geneva Convention.
Okay. Can I add to that too? And I'm sorry for being so, you know what I'm saying, like so vague and not really diving deep into it. It's just like, you know what I'm saying, I'm not really a scholar. I'm gonna say that. I'm more so of what I was taught, how my family taught me, what I know about my ancestors, my you know, my tribe. My Mississippian.
Finish real quick,
I don't know
brother.
if anybody knows that
Still
is.
got,
I'm
still on the clock. I'm just trying to get to a point. This definition right here above my head, you know what I'm saying, of how people became prisoners of war. Because like I said, they was fighting us here on our land. And when we rose up in arms against them, that put us in this term here. So anybody that fought against them and lost, whoever survived, they were able to capture. So you see how the cycle would continue to happen, even if you aren't buying somebody right off the back. Everybody who was becoming prisoners of war were the ones getting sold off into slavery. So we got to remember that it was kind of hand in hand too. So let's not try and
That's why I use
draw
them
a
interchangeable, but
divide.
people keep. That's why I use them interchangeable. Because people keep trying to correct me in the comments when I use them interchangeable. Because weren't they
And
put in the
you're
same
right,
exact conditions as slaves? Like what?
Nah, but you're right though, and I don't put a separation on the two terms. It's just some of our families did become enslaved because they were sold. Some of our families were just prisoners of war because we fought and stayed on our land and became sharecroppers, having to acquiesce to this new system that was being put upon us. You did. So I hope that brings clarity to everybody. Peace to you, Darvin. I'm gonna drop down.
All right, peace.
Thanks. I kind of want to go back on that point of Christianity because modern Christianity takes from multiple religions, it steals from multiple religions. It's basically a mix of religions, including some indigenous spirituality.
I didn't say modern Christianity. I didn't say modern Christianity at all. I was very
Orthodox
specific.
is still modern.
No, it's not. No, it's
yes,
not.
It is.
No, it's
yes,
literally
it is.
not. It's not the same.
Yes, it is. It literally has foreign teachings in it. Like
no,
what?
we don't come from. No, Orthodox Christianity does not come from the Roman Catholic Church. It is literally a whole separate branch that never came under the papacy. So that's why I'm saying it goes back way further than people understand, because when Jesus gave the Great Commission, he sent people, like a lot of people all over the earth, to put the word of God out. Some of those people made it over to these lands. That's when the original church was introduced to these lands. This is not even like it's true for everyone else, but it's true for here. Orthodoxy is not the same as Roman Catholic anything. So all the people who are Methodist, Baptist, all of that, that's a totally separate branch of Christianity. It's almost not even the same. It's unrecognizable. And if you actually go into an Orthodox church, you will see that it's clearly not the same. And it's not foreign teachers because it all bases off the Old Testament. And the Old Testament is all, I'm actually a historian. The Old Testament is all through our history and the way that certain stories were told. And I can't put it into a 2-minute clip.
The Old Testament is full of wicked things. Like, what are you talking about?
No, the Old Testament.
I'm gonna bring it back to this. Yeah, I don't want this to turn into Bible study and shit.
I'm just trying to turn it.
Sorry, I can't help it.
Trying to say it's indigenous. That's ridiculous.
But yeah, I'm
How
just
can
saying.
you say my indigenous is ridiculous? I'm telling you, this was my people. Everybody is not the same. This is a big, huge country with millions of people who were already here. Your tribe was probably not the same as my tribe. I just happen to know my tribe. I'm a spiritual person. I delve into the spiritual realm. This is what I do. So I'm old, so I'm not saying that what y'all did is the same as what we did, but please have some respect for my ancestors, because I demand that.
All right. Yeah, let's go back to the topic because go ahead, OG.
What's up? Yeah, I just wanted to answer the topic. So all my topics, right, on my live, sometimes I'll put the transatlantic slave trade was a lie. And I think that that's true because they're not teaching it to us the way that it actually happened, or they're falsifying, they're inflating, they're doing a lot. So yeah, that doesn't mean that there wasn't people that was brought over here, because I think there was some. I don't think there was many, and there was people that was taken out of here as well. And they don't talk about that. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say regarding the topic.
For sure. Appreciate it. I mean,
may I share, brother? My brother, I haven't said a word for a minute.
Go ahead, Miguel. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. On the topic of slavery, we could look at a book called Slave Ship, The Slave Ship, A Human History by Marcus Rediker. He lives here in Pittsburgh. I also live in Pittsburgh. I haven't interviewed this professor. I have interviewed a lot of professors, that Jewish Zionist professors. That
can y'all stop saying the goddamn J word, dude? Like,
okay. All right. Jonathan Harris, a man I interviewed, taught 50 years at Pitt University. I interviewed him. He gave me an expose not so long ago. He's a Zionist scholar, and he says Jesus was black. Now I'm gonna land this plane as far as slavery.
All righty, please.
In the 80s, they were slaves, crack slaves. So if you think you cannot be enslaved,
oh my dude,
you're
what
wrong.
are we talking about?
I'm gonna land the plane.
Dude, what are we talking about? Let's talk about the shit that happened before 1865, please. Please, dude. God damn. What the hell is the point? My family went through what happened in the goddamn 80s. Like, what are we talking about?
I'm sharing forms of slavery, and I'm trying to put it all together.
We're talking about the time. Let's stick on the time period. We're talking about a history from 1500s to 1866. Can we stay on topic, please? We're not talking about Jim Crow era. We're not talking about the Reagan era, right? No, we're talking about the time frame between these 1500s and 1866.
I was trying to take you through years.
No, I don't need to be taken through the 1980s.
It's all good. It's all good, black man.
I don't need to be taken through this.
Your good work.
I don't need to be taken through the 80s. I'm from Baltimore. That shit hit Baltimore.
Good work,
oh, dude. All right, dude. I'm from Baltimore, right? That shit hit heavy in Baltimore. My family was affected on my dad's side heavy, right? I don't need to go through talk about Jim Crow right now. My grandma literally lived during Jim Crow. So, like, what are we doing? Let's talk about this. The topic is about this time frame.
That was weird.
Well, if you're gonna interrupt me and not let me make a point here, this is.
I want you to stay on topic, sir.
Slave ship. So if you let me, I'll stay on topic. Slave ship. You see what it says? Slave ship.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Now, I was gonna take you on a little trip to show you that you can be enslaved, and how that it does exist. The transatlantic slave trade does exist. I mean, my great grandmother lived to 127. She married an African slave. Her sister married a Spaniard.
How old are you? Hold on. What year was your grandma born? Hold on. What year was your grandma born?
Wow, my grandmother was born. I'm talking about my great grandmother. My grandmother was born in 2029. My mother was born in 1929.
So how old was your great grandma that married an African slave?
Okay, my great grandmother took care of my grandmother. So it wasn't my grandmother's mother didn't take care of her. Her grandmother took care of her. So that would make my great grandmother. This would be easily the 1700s.
Okay,
she married a Spaniard.
What year was what year was the woman that was born that lived to be 127? What year was she born?
She had to be in the 1700s.
Are you talking about your great grandmother or your who are you talking about?
If you don't interrupt me, I'm going to explain it to you.
You said grandma. You said your grandma lived to 120. If you're going to be rude and interrupt me, sir, I'm trying to get a clear understanding, sir. You're all over the place. You said your grandma lived to be 127, and you said that is the same woman that married an African slave. That's what I heard.
He said something about his mom was born his grandmother was born in 1929, and that means his great mother. He said his great grandmother was 120 something years old. So that means, if my math correct, that means she was born in like the 1810s, 1820s, or maybe the 1800s, 1799 or something like that. But that don't make sense to me, honestly. If that makes sense.
Yeah. All right, I'm just trying to
I think Miguel is what are you? Are you Hispanic, Miguel?
Yeah. You said his grandma like he got
So
Spaniard
you a
blood in him.
Spaniard? Yeah. So you a Spaniard? Okay, you one of them. All right, Roger.
Y'all stupid niggas, man. Y'all some stupid
Man,
niggas.
Oh no, you gotta
you just
go.
want
You already
you
already out. You already out.
get your
You gotta go.
y'all so stupid. Yeah, he just want to talk. He just wanted to come up here and
Yeah.
say that. Like, why don't y'all never just get it? Why y'all beat around the bush?
All right,
To,
hold on. Let me ask you a question.
hold on.
Host. Do you have you ever seen a slave ship? Am I
I've seen
tripping?
I've seen a slave manifest. Shit.
Okay,
A
a
ship?
slave manifest. Right. You seen them? I seen them. I seen a couple manifests, like a lot of them, like saying that they had this many people on the boat, and then didn't they tell us again that it was dangerous going across seas to get over there across seas.
They don't do it
It's
in modern
dangerous.
day. They don't do it in modern day. You ask the Navy SEAL if they ever sailed over directly to West Africa, they're gonna say no because of the current.
So, and that's the thing that don't. I believe in common sense, bro. I don't like when somebody try to say, "Oh, this book says this and that book says that." That was written by another man. They can say anything they want to. So, where's the facts of? And now I didn't see the Jays on the ship coming over into the land. I didn't see that before.
In the
I seen, you know what I'm saying?
So wait.
Like,
That's
hold
the
on,
answer.
let me spit. I've seen other immigrants coming over on the ship, but I've never seen no black people on the ship. Like a picture, like an actual picture, not no painting. I hate the paintings because the picture's been out. Go ahead. I'm gonna be quiet.
You just said the answer. You know that, right?
What?
You said the
what?
Jays. You said the Jays. You know the Jays had it. That's
You
the
gonna
answer.
you gonna
right
give me
there.
a massage?
I've seen a what is it called? The USS something. My bad. I'm gonna be quiet.
What do you think? What do you think the Titanic was meant for? What do you think the Titanic really was meant for?
That's a whole nother scenario right there. Because what I heard was
It's all connected though.
Big.
Hey, cousin, can I elaborate on something real quick?
If they're done, sure.
It is because it was all the shot callers of oil and go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all speak.
Go ahead, Mother Admiral.
Okay, what's going on, cousin? So this is what I want to elaborate on. I work with a lady, right? Now she's an American Indian just like us, but she's married to an African. Okay. Now she done been over to Senegal. She done been over to Senegal a few times, right? So why did she tell me that they still got the slave ships over there in Senegal? And I'm like, they still got the slave ships over in Senegal. But that would actually mean that the slave trade was told in reverse. Because why would the slave ships be over there and not over here?
Wait, y'all think they brought us to answer over there? Y'all think
they did bring people? They did bring people.
They kidnapped us. They kidnapped some of us and took us over there. Yes, they did.
Mm-hmm. They did. That's it.
Yeah. So before that, what was the Arabs doing?
What was the Arabs doing? Doing what they were doing?
Mm-hmm.
You saying that shit too?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, before the transatlantic, there was the. Hold on. Right. Before there was the transatlantic, there was the Arabic slave trade. Yes.
Because I heard
Africa didn't get its name until 1914. Yeah, Africa did not get its name until 1914. So before that, it was called Kebulon. We know that.
What is Kebulon? I heard different names. This is a new one.
They called it Al-Kibulon, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. Yeah, they call it a different name, but it's the same shit. But that's what it was called before it was called Africa. See, Africa wasn't called Africa before that. You know what I'm saying? It was called Africa in 1914. That's when it's got its name. Now you have to understand the name Africa came from the name America. All you got to do is spell it. America. No, let me show you. America is spelled America. Now spell Africa. All you got to do is remove the ME and replace it with the F. AF where the M-E used to be, R-I-C-A.
That's a reach. That's a heavy reach.
That's not a reach. That's not a reach, only because, guess what? I got maps before it was even called Ethiopia, and it was called Moorland, and they had country. They had a country called Africa, but there was no continent called Africa. It was called Moorland.
Yeah, and the Kingdom of Judah was in West Africa. I saw the map.
No,
Hey,
not the
Darvin,
Kingdom of
I
Judah.
got a
Not the Kingdom of Judah. No. That's not the map I'm talking about, sweetheart.
Alrighty.
Because I heard all the land was connected. If you look at the big
Africa-
map, not the map they try to show us that's spaced out.
Africa
Go
is
ahead,
a
go ahead.
Celtic. Africa is a Celtic girl's name. I have a European on my family tree named Africa. That is a girl's name. Like, what are we talking about here? Her name is Africa Durden, and she's from England.
So
Like,
wait, are we the we're
You
not
say
from
European?
Africa people?
Hold on,
right?
hold on, one mic, hold on. What are you saying, Ree? Raw Easy? What are you saying?
Are we in a camp where we don't like
Are
being
we?
called African American? I'm asking.
Are we? Who is we?
Hold on, give
Who
me
are
one
you?
second. I'll show you. Give me 1 second.
Like who? Like you're not showing. No,
Give me
you
1
don't have to
second.
show.
1 second.
Just answer the question, dude. Or like, who is we?
So
Who is
I
we or
don't
who are you?
identify. I am American, Black
For
American,
sure.
however you want to
You're
call it.
black.
I don't
All right, for
identify
sure.
as African American. I don't
Okay,
register.
all right, cool. You fine. You cool here. You cool here.
Yeah, because I'm not, my people not from Africa. They was already here. I'm Mississippian for real. Based off the Mississippi River.
More than that, I just don't identify with it. I don't know nothing about it. I don't know no
For sure.
tribes, no languages from there, none of that shit. I don't identify with it.
Cool. All right, cool. But yeah, what were y'all talking about? Yeah, we got Venus on tea time. You cool? But yeah, you straight here.
No, when she was
No one-
saying that Africa is a European name, she didn't. Do you understand who the real Europeans are?
Yeah, they're still European. I don't. Why are you saying who the
No,
real
I'm saying
Europeans are?
who
They're
is
still
the
European.
Europeans? That's what I'm asking. Who are the Europeans? The people from Europe, but which ones? Are you talking about the white folks or the melanated folks?
People aren't European. Scientists say Europeans have brown
That's
skin.
why I'm asking the question. Hold on. That's
I
why I'm
didn't
asking
say
the question.
white. I said it's a
No,
European name. I
that's
didn't
why
say
I'm
white.
asking the question.
clarity.
I'm asking the
She's trying
question
to
if
get
you know the
clarity.
difference between the real Europeans,
Don't lie,
which is a
that's not
bloodline, okay, which is a bloodline, not an ethnicity, not a race. It's a bloodline. That's all I was asking. Okay, don't get defensive. It's okay.
Nobody's getting offensive. It's the question.
I was just asking a simple question. That's it.
The question wasn't making sense. It was
No,
wrong.
I was just asking a question. It's just a simple
Anyways,
question.
like I said, she was born in Maryland. Both her parents are from England. It's a
Okay,
European name,
that's
like I
fine.
said.
That's fine.
What's the point of that?
This is going back to what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? The real Europeans were melanated. Okay. But Africa, the word Africa comes from the word America.
What was the Caucasians?
It's American.
What was the
That's the same
Caucasians?
thing. Thank you.
Hold on, y'all. We
That's
about
all
to-
I'm saying.
The bird was about to come out soon. Hold on. But yeah, let's just take it easy. One mic at a time. What's up, JC? Go ahead. Whoever wants to go. Go ahead.
Someone said, "Why am I using Ancestry? Because I don't use strangers' family members." I don't. What type of question is that? What?
Who said why use Ancestry?
Someone in the comments.
Mr. and Mrs. Family Ancestry, yeah, offers you a database to build a family tree.
GED.
You can go to Family Search. Hold on 1 second. JetMath. They talking about some JetMath. Okay, but yeah, you got for what? It's not gonna match you with no Africans over there. But what was I about to say? But yeah, folks are building their family trees on Ancestry. You can do it on Family Search, the National Archives, MyHeritage, goddamn Genie.com, Wikitree.com. Like, there's so many places
I
you can
heard
build a
Genie
family tree.
good because I'd rather follow my genealogy, which is my bloodline, instead of like anything else. But
You're a
go ahead.
genealogist. I am too.
I
can help you.
I just
Go ahead.
don't see the gain in me finding out. So say if some shit come up, where I'm from Nigeria, some dumb shit, right? Like, what am I supposed to do? Go over there, go to this shithole country over there, and be like, hey, I'm here.
That's pointless.
I want some of
That's
your
really
gold from
pointless.
like 200 years
Hey.
ago or some shit. Like, bro, I don't want to go there.
But that's the fact. You won't find no records because they don't have no records. We the only one that got genealogical records.
It's more so. I'm in the camp. I'm kind of aligned, but I'm not in the same camp. But I'm kind of aligned with y'all in a weird way because it comes into the same thing. I don't claim Africa, even no matter how we.
You're in a Moorish camp, you said?
No, I'm Black American. I got Muslim family members. My grandmother's
I heard
Muslim.
more. I thought you said you in the camp, and you said Moorish before that. So that's
No, my bad. No, I'm in a camp. I'm in a camp where we both and we all can agree. I don't claim that Africa shit.
Okay, I thought you said camp. All right.
I'm not FBA either. I'm not FBA. I'm just my own individual. I was born here. We've been here for a long ass fucking time. Period. No matter what. All the people, other new age people that came over here, they've been over here for a glimpse second. We've been in here for a long time, and the white people been here for a minute, and everybody else, I don't fucking know. Maybe the Spanish, I guess. I don't know. But we've been here for a minute. Yeah.
I knew it. I could just hear it.
Yeah, my bad. I ain't trying to cut in. I'm just saying this is
No, I'm messing. No, you good. You straight. No, I was just asking because I could hear the Philly accent.
Oh, so you good. I'm more so I care, but I don't care. If that makes sense to you. I care because I like information. I like hearing different points of views, seeing where we at as a collective. But if you ask me personally, I don't give a fuck about any of them 54 countries on that fucking continent. They can't get their shit together. That's on them. If slavery didn't happen, they fucking sold us. If it didn't happen, then we mixed them with the natives. And I'm part native too. I got Cherokee in me. You can look at my features, my hair features, my nose feature. I know I mixed with some shit. I know I ain't all Timbuktu and fucking Bantu, bro. I'm fucking American, bro. I'm black. And I know that's a construct. I know the word black is a whole construct. I know it's a fake made up Darian word. I know that. But for context sakes, I'm a Black American. I'm not African.
To be understood, right? So can I go back to the fact that we was talking about the manifest of all of the slave ships that go on? I hope people know that you can lie about a manifest, but can't lie about physical proof of a vote. And that's what all I was trying to say.
Right, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen a lot of manifests. I've seen my great grandmother had a book of records of a manifest saying something came over, but she was like, this shit is false as fuck because all the people was already here when they came over here, and they saw us. Like that in Christopher Columbus's letter, he said that, and that's what I'm saying. Like, go off the context of that, not just off of a bold ass manifest. That's lies, you know.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I'm more so look at it like this. In 2025, I guess because I'm 33, I look at white people with this retrospective. One thing about them, love it or hate it, they tinker with shit. They get bored in this tinker with shit, good or bad. I'm saying in the neutral stance. The other ones, hold on. The other ones going around smashing atoms like fucking 100 feet underground in the middle of Wyoming somewhere just for the hell of it. The other ones trying to play with protons and all this other shit and chemicals and reactions and shit. Most other people don't got time for that shit. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying I wouldn't put it past on certain things with them. They tinker with shit just to do it. I'm not saying in a bad way or a good way.
Understand? Science experiments do science experiments. They are science experiments. They don't have control over nothing. Remember that.
So someone said, "How do you mix up?"
I live in reality. I don't know about you. I live in reality.
Reality. Period.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Someone said, "How do you mix with Mongolia when you're the darkest?" There were documentations of people being described as YT Mongolians and Black Mongolians coming over here. So the original Mongolians are also dark skinned.
That is correct.
These are in Mongolia.
That wasn't my point. I said there is documentation of dark-skinned Mongolians coming over here. They were referred to as Black Mongolians, and there was documentation as pale Mongolians come over here. They were referred to as white Mongolians. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
The original Mongolians have brown skin. So
my question is
the Asiatics.
Right, you got those two, and that's why I was saying, like, what people do you think integrated to genealogically change to be both Mongolian, to be white and Black? Is it the same way that I ain't gonna say a specific race, but our invaders came over and integrated and, you know what I'm saying, messed with our women and started having kids of both. I'm trying
Does
to just
anybody
get an understanding. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get an understanding.
does
What
anybody
that
want to
is.
drop for new speakers? Does anybody want to drop for new speakers? There's people that want to come up. Does anybody want to drop?
drop.
Darvik, you
All
can
right.
drop them.
All right, for sure. Mr. and Mrs. Akala, somebody already dropped. But y'all can stay if y'all want.
I know this is cool. I just have my opinion that not all people have the same viewpoints on certain topics. We all want to get to the same place. I want the community to do better, as in be successful, be loved in the families, all that. I'm for that. You know what I mean? I am from the hood. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed of it at all. It comes with its issues, but that's where I'm from, and there's good people in the community. It's not. I mean, you might not. You ain't. It's gonna be some shit, but you meet some good ones. And with that being said, everybody trying to figure out their place, their purpose, and all this shit. Where they meant to be, who are they, and who will they become? So I understand the search for like, where do you fit in and where do you belong? What is your true self? Now, me personally, since the world is going to shit in a handbasket, and a bunch of other people are fighting and blah blah blah, I'm just like, I don't care, but I care.
I would like to say one thing.
What's up, David?
Good evening. Good evening, everybody.
What's going on?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. But what I would like to say is, according to my research, the Atlantic slave trade never happened.
Oh, we found one.
And that's according to my research. I'm not asking anyone to believe it because I'm pretty sure everyone on the panel have done their own research.
Right.
But you got to look at a bunch of different things when it comes to the Atlantic slave trade. First of all, you have to have food and everything to make that journey. And they started out telling us it was a triangular trade. It's supposed to went the same direction that the Atlantic slave ships went. But it was no way possible. If you had to put a cargo of any type of a material on those boats they built back then, the food would have got destroyed 30 minutes after they've been out at sea. That would have been impossible. Another thing, during that time, there was only one port, just one, that could go to the dock of Africa. Nobody else had ever docked on the continent of Africa, and that was a route that they found that led them from Spain to Africa. Everybody else would have had a sail completely around the whole continent of Africa, and that would have been impossible, considering that Africa is 14 times larger than all of the other continents.
For sure. All right. We got we got Mr. and Mrs. Akala up here, so
I'm just coming up here because I just want to say you had made a comment. Well, my thing, how can I go back? When I first started my ancestry, I made a mistake and I started to go to a lot of, no disrespect to anybody that uses my ancestry and all that stuff like that. When I first started doing my ancestry, I couldn't find any matches at all with my ancestry, all those other sites, my heritage and all that stuff like that. So I couldn't even find, I couldn't even find like really no matches at all. So the reason why I said go to GEDmatch, because if you go to GEDmatch, it's going to bring up, I don't know if anybody's familiar with it, it's going to bring up, your closest match. Like GEDmatch is like, they use your DNA. Some police officers or detective, like you do a crime, They use GEDmatch to find people, like it could be across the world or whatever it is. So I was saying they use GEDmatch is because you'll be able to find different DNA connections with different people from around the world. Like
Have you done your family tree?
Right, I've done my family tree. So when I started doing my genealogy, when I went to GEDmatch, because I couldn't find anything. So I went to GEDmatch, I was able to find all these connections with people in Brazil, family members in Brazil.
Are you Brazilian?
Yes, and I never even knew that. So that's why I was telling you guys to go on there because it'll say, how can I say it? It will list different DNA
I'm
kits.
sorry,
that
Nelly.
people use.
Is that considered forensic that you're talking about?
Yes. So when you put your
Right.
information in there, it'll ask you if you want to have it public, and because the police can see it. So when you go there, it's going to be different people, different cousins and stuff like that from around the world that use different DNA kits, and that's how you're able to determine, like where you came from. Or some people was like, I can't find no one from Africa, but you may find, you get different stories. So I have gotten different stories. I have like a lot of cousins in Brazil, and you can send them an email and you can reach out to them and they'll share like the stories with you about what they know. And that's how you're able to build your tree. Just don't get stuck on my ancestry and my heritage, stuff like that. Go to GEDmatch, load your raw DNA test in there, and you'll be able to email these people. Because I was confused because I was not able to find, not everybody was a slave, not everybody's family member was a slave. And that's what I was looking for when I first started my genealogy. I'm thinking, okay, I came over here on a slave. My family came over here on a slave boat. I'm looking for, family members that are slave. And that's not necessarily true. Like when you start doing your research, a lot of Black people, we were not slaves. So I'm not trying to discredit anybody from looking on Ancestry and stuff, but go further out or reach out, send emails, ask people questions, because they're willing to share those stories with you and stuff like that. I do genealogy, and I've done it for years. I'm in Texas, and I'm with the Dallas of Genealogy, and I'm not trying to sell myself, but that's what we do. I've helped people and stuff like that, but I'm telling you to go on there, go to GEDmatch. It may be hard to figure out at first. You can load your raw DNA into GEDmatch. It may take a few days, and then you'll be able to see all of your closest matches. And some of the matches are from different countries. It may be like from Spain, it may be from, and stuff like that. But a lot of my matches, that's why I was confused, because I'm not trying to be rude, but a lot of my ancestry and my heritage are targeted for white people. Like I said, a lot of us were not slaves, and a lot of us don't have.
I mean, let me hop in. Like I was gonna say, folks are building their family trees on Ancestry. That's why I said we are. Hold on. That's why I say. I say this like that cousin matching cool and stuff like that, right? But in the United States, I get you're Brazilian, so your story is a little different than ours, right?
That's necessarily true, but I've gone in my whole life thinking that I'm Black, I'm African American, so it's a lot of the stuff I did not know. So
yeah, Brazilians have different records for their genealogy. We have a plethora of records of genealogy here in the United States, right?
Right.
So with that being said, it can maybe easier us just to put together 2 and 2 on a goddamn tree than just having, because Ancestry has matches too, and then it can link you through lines and all types of stuff like that. So you can do the same thing on Ancestry.
That's how me and you are cousins, because we related through Queen Kokowaski.
But if you guys want to go a little further, I'm just trying to tell, if you guys want to go further out, everybody's saying they can't go further out than 1800s and stuff like that. If you want to go further out, go out and reach out
to 1474.
Okay, well, good. But for the people that are not able to find that, don't just get stuck on my ancestry. Go to other sources so you're able to find where your family originally came from. Don't just get stuck on these white platforms and stuff like that.
Now, do they charge?
I mean, GEDmatch is free. You can upload it.
She is selling herself, so hey, she did tell you it's in Dallas. Like, if you want to, you know what I'm saying? And don't be afraid to say yourself.
Don't
do your shit. Go ahead.
I was about to say, you can. It's like if folks want to do, if to break past like even a goddamn GEDmatch, right? Go to libraries in your city and
a lot of the universities have information on it online. Like you can go on your cell phone and look a lot of the universities, types of things that you need, your resources, just don't get stuck on, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, but if there's a lot of
Most
resources
of the
out
record,
there.
I was about to say, most of the records are, I say this to people all the time. Most of the
Right.
records of people's genealogy are in person. It's not on the internet. It's not on some database.
Go to
You
the
gotta go.
archives.
Right.
You gotta go look for the stuff. It takes a lot of research, and it may be unfortunate that folks that can't willingly just go travel to the places their ancestors are, you know.
They got
But
archive
it's,
buildings in every state. Go to archive buildings. That's where they got a lot of our genealogical records and our land records as well.
Right.
And I would like to say one thing. I want you all to consider this. History was flopped and flipped for 200 years. There's no way that we are getting the correct history of how things really were. The only thing that they have done, they have took the feather off of one man and put it on the other, gave him their story. And the other thing, they have taken a black man from Africa, put him in America, and gave him another story. And these things were done for an agenda that was going on. That agenda was to make sure that we, as African descent, would never know who we are. And they want us to know that, because if we have people out saying that, especially young people that is age of 20, if they have those kids out marketing them to say that they are a native, that means that the true Negro, a black man of these lands, will not get what is owed to them. And I'm talking about reparation. But see, here's the thing: nobody know why we deserve reparation. No one seemed to talk on that. Everybody think we deserve reparation.
Such thing as reparations, because we already owners of the land.
No, let me think. Everybody think we deserve reparation because we were out in those cotton fields and they put the word slave on our back. But let me tell you why we were out in those cotton fields. If you do, I'm gonna land right here. If you do your research, you will see that the people that were out in those fields picking that cotton, chopping that cotton, that was their own cotton that they was picking and chopping.
Now that's facts, because we own the land still. Yeah.
Absolutely. Everything of that period belonged. And I want to say something right quick. When you start, everybody talk about the migration, the black migration, when all the black people left the South and went up north to work. Don't it seem kind of strange that millions of people who landed in Ellis Island, coming from other countries around the world, don't you think in those numbers that they have, they came to Ellis Island, you're gonna see the same numbers of slaves, 12-point-something million slaves came over. They're gonna tell you 12 million Europeans came over. The story is the same. Just dig deep and see what you come up with.
They was a slave.
I got a question.
All right, go ahead.
So anybody can answer this. What's your plan to take back the land? Like, what's your plan? What's your PowerPoint? What's your 1, 2, 3 step?
I don't think that's like an off, because it's.
I was about to say, what you doing? Yeah, get restitution to get your money back. Yeah,
for real, because they conquered us already. So anything that you try to do, that means you are.
Let me elaborate on this land thing, because I know a lot about it. Okay, What y'all don't understand is we have land patents to this land right now, today in 2025, that go back to our ancestors' names, okay? We own this land, the whole entire North America. We own this on paper. We have land patents, top dog allodial titles right now. This is why it's important for you to do your genealogy.
Yep.
Because the land goes through the surnames. Our surnames.
What about the government? What about the government the land is on? What about the government
Wait
the
a minute,
land is on?
let me elaborate for something for you about the government, okay? The U.S. government is closed. The U.S. government cannot touch the land patents, okay? They're squatting on the land. That's why they put the squatter rights law in place. Because to protect them from squat, you know what I'm saying? Protect them as the squatters on the land. The government can never touch the land. They never could touch the land.
So what about the military?
Yes.
The military thing.
Huh?
The military protects the people
They're
don't
squatting on the
understand.
land as well.
Yeah, yeah, I was about to
Everybody
say.
is squatting on the land.
Okay, everybody.
Right.
Right.
Everybody.
And besides that,
Commands the military. Who commands the military?
The U.S. corporation, but if you actually know what standing in Aboriginal military is meant to protect the indigenous people.
That's right. And we're under the USA, we the people, the Republic.
What about the U.S.
Can I get
military?
some information on that, please? Hold on. I'm sorry, buddy. Can I get some information on that? Because
Okay, so let me elaborate too on that.
You know,
Do you know that right now that we're in the USA, we the people, the Republic? We're the people. Okay, we're the people. You know that 50 stars on that flag is done. It's down to the 9 stars now.
So
That's
how are you going to
that's our
convince the
official flag.
United States military
Hold
to
on,
fight
bro.
that
Let her
cause?
explain. Let her
Listen,
explain.
and listen, okay? I'm gonna tell you one more time. The U.S. corporation closed in 2019. There is no more U.S. corporation. It is now back to the USA, we the people, the Republic. We are the original Republicans. There was no such thing as a Democrat until the U.S. corporation came into play, and those WHITE slaves were the Democrats.
That's a fact.
Okay.
Well, she makes a good point with that part.
It's not a
I
point,
can
it's a
word it a
fact.
different way, but I
It's not
understand
a
where she's
point,
coming
it's
from
a
with that
fact.
part.
It's not a point,
I
it's a
didn't
fact.
say you was. I didn't say you was wrong. I just
No,
said
I'm
I
just saying.
understand
What
that
I'm trying to get you to understand is what we have to go
You
on
have to
facts.
try to get me to.
We have to go on facts. We cannot go on opinions. We cannot go on beliefs. We cannot go on none of that. We gotta go on. Oh, sorry. We gotta
Nah,
go
you
on
good.
facts.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you're only one person. You're one human telling me
It's not.
something.
It's not a
from
but,
Fox.
and it's not.
How am
It's
I
not.
supposed to
Like I said,
trust you?
it's a fact.
Can y'all hear me?
You're one out of 8 billion people.
No.
No, I got you. I got you.
Hold on, one mic.
So the back.
Y'all look, one mic. Go ahead. Like Chief, you have an echo. So when you come off while someone's talking, it's a loud echo.
Okay. I was just wondering if it was me. But what he's not understanding is this ain't nothing I'm just saying. These are facts. I've done research, and a lot of people have done research as well. It's a fact. It's not me feeling this way. It's not what I believe. It's a fact. Okay. If you go on any government website right now, you will see the flag. It's going to say USA Gov.
I never disagree with you.
And you're going to see the flag
That's the
of
thing.
the
I
9
never
stars.
disagreed.
Okay. Well, what
Don't
I'm
need
saying
Showtime.
you need to understand though. Please listen.
Oh, you put it on Showtime, Venus? Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're back to the USA, we the people, the Republic. Okay. The U.S. corporation squatted on the land. It could never own any land. No outside foreign entity can own land in the USA. Do you understand that? So nobody from a foreign country can own land over here. No African, no European, no so-called European, no Asian, nobody. They're all squatting on the land right now. We have documented land patents right now, okay? Physical and digital of our ancestors owning this land. I got one right now for my 3rd generation great-grandfather, Zachariah Taylor Henderson, for 120.73 acres in Huntsville, Alabama. I show it all the time in my lives. Okay? Do your genealogy and you'll find the land patents to this land. We own it.
All right. Go ahead. Ryan, you got it.
Okay. I understand the USA Corporation part. That's where you had me at. I agree only with that part. Everything else, I think that is your viewpoint on certain things. And if you are able to obtain that land through your genealogy and lineage, I am happy for you. Me personally, I don't give a shit. I look at it as this. You're poking the hornet's nest. You're talking about all this land was ours, and I get it. But you're gonna have to fight a beast. And I hope you know what that beast is. I ain't saying be scared. I ain't saying be afraid. I'm just more so being with reality. You think the rest of America is gonna go along with this shit? You already think this shit gonna end in bloodshed? I hope y'all know that shit.
I mean, you
I
act
just
like
hope
we
y'all
ain't
know
never
that.
we ain't been fight. You act like we ain't been fighting these people since they've been here.
That's, I mean, but I'm just saying in general. I hope people accept the reality of it.
Oh well. Go ahead, Chief. What's up, Chief?
I hope my echo is a little bit cleared up. But that ain't the sister's perspective. The sister is cooking with bear grease. Just because you don't know about it, don't mean you got to kind of downplay her kicking them facts, because she's kicking facts. First off, you could tell the corporation is gone by how they're rolling out the whole digital revolution, right? So they're not gonna be physically on the land anymore in these buildings. They're gonna be operating through phones, digital. That's why the U.S. government this year started firing all those agents, firing all their accountants, because they're all gonna be AI. So the government's gonna be operating on AI, not physically on the land anymore, because the contract has expired. So the sister was cooking, and it's not her one perspective. Those that are tapped in can see it. And we don't care who agrees with us getting our land back. We're going for it.
Oh.
Focus on land patents, because land patents can be stolen, and as you can see, the people be saying, "Oh, we know it's our land because of land patents." That can be stolen, and that's proof right here, because most people who have land patents in their family do not own that land right now. So clearly, land patents do not always mean anything. Clearly, if that was the case, we'd all have our land in our name right now without doing anything. So what you really need to do is sue the USA government. That's what we'd have to do. We'd have to all get together and sue the USA government. But there are ways to get your land back. I don't know why easy sounds mad buck broken. Like you're not even gonna try. You're just gonna sit on your ass and do nothing. That's wild. And maybe you African or something, because that's what Africans do. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Absolutely.
Yeah, black folks in California got their land back. They end up, selling it, but that's a totally different story. But yeah. All right, on to number 6. We got David. What's up, David?
Dang. My name ain't David, but I could talk though. My bad, bro.
Oh, my bad, J-Bo.
You good. Hey, I'm gonna just speak on this. It's like speaking. I'm not really sure about the patents. That's why I asked sister if she can explain it to me or whatever. And basically for me, the bloodshed part, I don't think people are worried about that at all, especially my complexion of people, because we've been killing each other for so long without care.
I know why.
What do you think about? So what do you think about us getting together and doing that to somebody? Do you think we're gonna care as much? And it's especially if we all understand and have the level of understanding that our land was stolen, our land was quote unquote stolen, or patents were stolen, or they created a system to where they systematically broke the chain of us keeping the land. So do you think we really gonna care about some bullshit? Come on now, that shit didn't make sense, bro.
All right, it's on David now.
Yes, I would like to say one thing. When the young lady was talking about the corporations, and she was talking about I pledged allegiance to the flag thing, and in that little thing that we learned in school, that we supposed to be one person free and under God. Now, what happened is they said we was united under one nation. If you go back and you look through history, you'll see that the United States is not united by one nation, because the United States itself is considered a 12 nations. They don't teach us this in school. And when you look into it, it tells you about how your or what your grand.
Oh, no. Go ahead. What's up, Sodium?
What's up? I basically came in to speak on more on the prompt. I didn't know the debate that was happening prior to that, but for the people who are saying that the transatlantic slave trade didn't exist, it's just absolutely foolish. Now, it's already understood that there were indigenous people in the Americas that were already here. Like me, myself, I personally identify as a foundational Latino American. I can trace my family's lineage back to the Mexican-American War, but that's neither here or there. But for the people who are saying things such as, there was no slavery, there was no slave trade, that's just absolutely ridiculous. Now, as for like the numbers, that's also debatable, but yeah.
You have FLAs now?
You said what?
You got FLAs now?
I can't hear you.
What's up, Tyron?
Yeah, I wanted to answer the prompt. But anyway, was there a transatlantic slave trade? Yes, it was. Like, you had 5 million American Indians being transported through like the Caribbean and North America as chattel property. I wouldn't go as far to say that it didn't happen, but the way that mainstream media tells it by trying to Africanize the word slave, it doesn't make any sense, because you had all these indigenous American people groups that were utilized as chattel property. And not a lot of these Mongol-style Native Americans want to discuss the topic of transatlantic slavery pertaining to southeastern and eastern woodland tribes, but y'all got it.
All right, so yeah, we can we can go back to the topic. You can end it.
I have to bring myself back because what the hell is a FLA?
Foundational Latinos.
Do y'all have any identity outside of Black people? Y'all heard Black Lives Matter, you made Blue Lives Matter, you're in the Stop Asian Hate. And now you're trying to do the now you hear foundational Black American. Now I've seen foundational African, I've seen foundational Latino, I've seen foundational Asian. Do y'all have anything outside of Black people? This is ridiculous. And the Mexican American War was 1846. That's recent. When someone is calling themselves a foundational Black American, they're usually talking about the 1600s or the 1700s. You know what? Let me end this. In this nonsense.
I'm not gonna lie, I've never heard of a FLA.
They just making shit up now. Does anybody want to drop for anybody in the request? There's people in the request. Does anybody want to drop?
You gotta echo.
Yeah, Chief got echo. Who said they was gonna drop? Oh, J-Bo did. All right, and Chief. All right, cool. We're gonna bring you
onto Venus. Like, I understand that you've never heard of foundational Latino American, but it's a relatively new term, just the same way as foundational Black American wasn't a term until like about 3-4 years ago. So,
and where did you get FLA from? You piggybacked off of the FBA term, right?
Well, no, not necessarily. I just felt that we needed to create our own identities. I don't recall ever hearing,
Slavery take your identity away. Hold on. What is a FLA? What is a FLA?
It's a foundational Latino American.
No, like what is it? What is it?
We are the people indigenous to Americas. We're the.
What's your goal? What's your goal?
We're the people. We just want to
identification. Indigenous to the Americas or indigenous to Latin country? I mean Latin. They're Latin speakers.
Well, to both. We are.
So you're Latino, right? So you're a Latin person.
Yeah. We're in my.
So you're a foundational Latin You're a foundational Latin person in America, right?
Yeah, he's Taino. He don't know Arawak, and he's speaking a colonized tongue, and he doesn't even know it. So go ahead and get your goal.
So can I ask you a question?
Wait.
Let me respond to that.
Recreated, by the way.
Wait. Let me respond.
Showtime.
Wait. Well, let me respond to that. Can you speak Tutanese?
Spaniards colonized you all.
Can you speak
You need
Tutanese?
to learn your history,
Can
sir.
you speak Tutanese?
Stop trying to veggie back off
Can
of
you
our
speak
plane. What
Tutanese?
we do.
Can you speak Tutanese? Oh yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Be in the blueprint for you all. So
I muted you both one at a time.
Yeah, one mic, please.
Do we need to pick an order or something? Like, what's going on here? Do we need to pick an order?
Well, let's let the foundational Latino and let BT respond to him.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to ask BT if he could speak Tutanese because we're speaking the same language.
We got to order right now, David. We got to order right now, David.
See Square Lulu.
Sodium, you can unmute yourself.
What is the goal of the FLA? What is the goal of it?
So the goal of the FLA is to make our identities known. It's basically the same goal as the foundational Black Americans, except it's with Latinos.
Hold on. You see,
Same
hold
goal as
on.
us, and you don't have the same plight
Oh
as
my
us.
God. You see yourself different from other Latinos? I'm so confused.
No. We have it's a whole group of us. I could actually invite you.
No, I'm saying, do you see why? What
Yeah,
is
invite them here.
Do you see yourself different from other Latinos? Because FBAs see themselves different from Caribbeans and Africans, which is why they call themselves FBAs. You see yourself different from other Latinos or something? How could you be different from any other Latino that immigrates here if you're from the same place? Well, FBAs are not from Africa or the Caribbeans. That's the whole point of FBA. So
I'm an anomaly because my family was here in the Americas before the Mexican American War. My family was here in the West.
So what is the goal of the FLA? Is it to get land back? What is the goal? What is the ultimate sum? What do y'all want?
Well, first off, we need to make our identities known. We need to actually get ourselves in the census and all that.
We understand that. What is your ultimate goal? I'm asking. What is the end goal?
Just to have our own identity, you know.
So you're not, hold on. So you're not the same as FBA. FBA, they call themselves FBA because they want to be separated from Africans and Caribbeans because they have culture here in the USA that is separate from Africans and Caribbeans, and they want reparations. So if everyone can come over here and identify as Black, then they can't get reparations. That's the whole fucking point of FBA. What is the point of you latching onto the FBA turn and changing the word Black to Latino? What is the point of that?
Well, the difference between us is because, well, I know FBAs have their own kind of internal civil war between the American Indians and the Louisiana Creoles. So, yeah, I could say it's not the same thing, but we actually...
What is your goal, bro? Do y'all want land back? Do y'all want Mexico back? What is your goal?
We're working at one thing at a time right now. But it's right now
Answer
just
the
a
question, bro. Why can't you answer a simple question? Do
I
you
just
want land
answered the
back?
question.
While you're doing that,
Foundational.
could you
Do
cut
you
your
want land
camera
back?
on? While you're doing that, could you cut your camera on?
What does my camera have to do with anything?
Because are you an Afro Latino or are you a mestizo? Could you?
Are we on Showtime now? Go ahead, Rock.
This is interesting because the sodium guy, the Latin guy, he didn't really give none of us a reason why his acronym even is a thing. I'm not looking at it from like this is FBA or that. I'm just looking at it as like, bro, if your goal is just to have an identity and make it on the census, that is asinine as fuck, bro. I don't care what views you have. You have no goal, even if I disagree with it. Like, bro, what is your fucking goal of that group? Do y'all want to take back New Mexico? Do y'all want Utah? Do y'all want Arizona? Do y'all want to make it Foundational Mexican Day or some shit? Like, what is your goal? Like, help me figure this shit out, because I never heard of FLA, bro. It's like a Florida. It's like, yeah, Florida. There you go. The acronym for Florida. Yeah, but I'm confused, bro. You're losing me. Explain.
So time after you answer, but I want to know what the hell a FLA is and what the point of it is. FBAs usually say they are a mix of 3 races. They literally say they're usually European, Indigenous, and African. So they are different from an African and they're different from a Caribbean, and their goal is usually reparations and retaining their culture. So because people with the same skin tone come over here and cosplay their culture. So that is usually what the point of FBA is. What the hell is a FLA and what is the point? That's exactly why you left, because you ain't got no point. You just come up here cosplaying. You're not there's no such thing as a FLA. Stop fucking playing. Like, what's going on here? On here.
You see how we agree on certain things? See how that works? Where we kind of agree on certain things, even if it's for different reasons. Because what the fuck is a FLA, bro? What the fuck is that? Like, bro, he didn't even say what type of Spanish he was. I don't even know what nationality he was.
I'm gonna say somebody taking a picture. What the fuck?
Who screenshotted?
David, will you do me a favor? Will you YouTube ships modern? I want you to YouTube modern day ships on the Atlantic Ocean in stormy weather. Modern day ships on the Atlantic Ocean in stormy weather.
Y'all gonna be bullshit, y'all gonna be happy.
Somebody background. Who background is that?
James gonna come back and he's gonna have a lot of food, scrappy food for
Like, who background?
Okay. Well,
David, are you gonna do it?
Go ahead, David. You was finished. You was talking. I heard you.
Yes, I would like for you to use modern day ships in the Atlantic Ocean in stormy weather.
What about it?
This is going to prove that there's no way that the transatlantic slave ships could have made the voyage.
Oh yeah, we said they couldn't travel directly across the Atlantic.
Yes, they're going to show you the ships going.
So wait. The Polynesians and all them can sail with canoes, but they can't sail across the Atlantic.
No, they don't do it now in modern times.
Not across the Bering Strait.
Ask the Navy SEAL if they ever sailed directly to West Africa from the U.S. They're gonna tell you no.
They never did. No.
So then what? So then why do the Canary Islands exist?
That is established by Europeans.
That is made up.
That's a dumb question. Why does the Canary Islands exist?
Yeah,
For one, how Europeans sailed the Atlantic, they would hug the coasts of continents. They didn't sail in directly because of ocean gyres and also hurricane season. So what they would do is hop to Iceland and Greenland into Newfoundland and then hug the coast of the eastern seaboard down the United States and landed in the Caribbean. And what they would do is bring over indigenous American people and drop them off over there in Sierra Leone, Cape Verde, and the Canary Islands and different parts of Africa like that. And they would come back with invasive species like spices and foods and stuff like that, or trade textiles across like the continent of Africa, not going directly in it, but selling around it, such as the Vasco da Gama route. And they would make their way to India that way.
I'll be back,
or if they wanted to get to the Pacific Ocean, they would hug the coast of South America and the Caribbean islands just to get into the Antarctic Ocean all the way up to sailing into the Pacific Ocean.
So then the question is this: what about the Hudson Company? And then what about the St. Lawrence River?
Say what?
Hudson Bay Company and the St. Lawrence River.
The Hudson Bay and the St.
He went,
Lawrence
he
River.
went a totally different route.
Yes, different, completely different.
It all
route.
connects.
No, it does not, because you cannot take those routes into going to directly into West Central Africa from like.
I'm talking the other way around now. Now go the
No.
opposite way.
No, you see, Hudson came from he came from Canada across. Hudson never had faced the ocean before. He came completely around, and that's the reason the rivers that is in Canada, because he came up from Greenland down, and it was smooth sailing for Hudson. And that is why they named the Hudson River, because that's all it was. It was just a river. It wasn't a sea or an ocean that Hudson.
It's a bay. It's actually a bay. It's a river and a bay. The bay is large as shit.
But it's still not the ocean. It's not hurricane season, strong well. No, it's not. It's not strong waves and stuff like that could crash and capsize an entire steel vessel, like you see in modern times, where you see like cargo ships going across the ocean with those steel containers, and they capsize, like going into like the Bermuda Triangle and stuff like that. So no, a wooden ship wouldn't even be able to handle such rough waters. But
Fiji, but canoes can go to Fiji.
So my issue, my issue with that, my only issue is, how did them white folks get over here? If what you're saying is true, are you saying they were already here? It makes zero sense. All the white folks came over here on the same type of ships.
Can you be quiet? Because it's
They
not
teleported. They teleported.
It's not the same type of ship.
Answer that.
Hold on, dummy, because I know you don't know anything about sailing. So again, the boats that they came
You
in,
want them condescending ass types.
When you're wrong, you prefer to ad hominem attacks because you don't have the range to debate.
I know y'all don't know anything
Don't have
about,
the range to debate your
I know you don't know
superior.
anything
So
about
you call
boats.
me a dummy because
Yeah,
I
you
debunked
are.
you with
I know
one
you don't know
simple
anything about
question.
boats. I know
You
you
were
don't know anything
debunked.
about
On the
boats.
question, he folded. He couldn't answer the simple question, bro. How did he get here?
So you call me a dummy.
Again, I'm about to give you the names of those ships, bro, because it's simple how Europeans sailed to other continents. Usually how they got there was they had prison hulks, where they brought in their criminals and dropped them off in the different land masses.
Yeah, how did they get here?
Australia, hold on, because that was the largest ship that carried human cargo back in the day. And they got photographs of prison hulks. They don't have photographs of slave ships because they never existed. What they
Yeah,
did.
they did.
was-
Yeah, they
oh,
did.
No, they didn't. No, they
Yeah,
did
they
not.
did.
Bro,
Yeah,
they try to erase a whole chapter of
I know
history.
some of the names. It's still, it's one in South, it's one Yeah, in they did. Charleston, South Carolina.
Wrong.
on John's Yeah, Island.
There
It's
was
one
no
the
slave ships.
Clotilda
They
there.
got a whole museum like in
There was
Yeah, they
no,
did.
Philadelphia.
there
What
were
is
no
this
slave
doing?
ships excavated
Yeah,
out
they
of the
did, and that you can't talk about.
Why
They
don't
didn't
y'all
have no
use
names to the
common
slave ships.
sense?
Come on now,
Stop
man.
this, bro. They never found.
You're limiting your history. You're limiting your
Hold on,
history.
Wrong.
Okay,
Start out wrong.
what year was this
Wrong.
supposed to happen, y'all? What year was this supposed to happen?
Said white people teleported.
I'm asking, what year was this supposed to
I
happen?
never said anything about YT people teleporting anywhere.
No, they flew
What
over here and
year
teleported.
was this transatlantic
No, they
slave
have
trade
ships. It's just that they don't
supposedly
have
have
slave
happened,
ships.
y'all? I'm asking. What year was this?
They have schooners. They have wherries. They
What
have.
year was the transatlantic
it's-
slave trade when they supposedly took us?
The transatlantic slave trade
What
started with 1492.
1520.
Okay.
Wrong.
So
It's not no
it can make
1520.
sense. 1520. When Europeans were fighting plagues, diseases, they were not well enough.
So
They
what?
were
What
not
does that have to
strong
do with the
enough.
slave trade?
They
What
were
does
not
that have to do
strong
with the slave
enough
trade?
to take
Yes,
a people like us
and changed and
Study your
gathered
history,
ourselves
lady.
I'll
leave you by a landslide.
Furthermore,
I
I guess they never heard of Portugal.
Y'all not talk over her. Why is she
They
talking
never heard
over
of Portugal.
Furthermore, in the
Shit.
1500s,
don't have the range
Africa,
to win
that
a debate.
continent,
They speak over people
he's
who
rude.
are about to debunk them. That's
No,
what they do.
no. You just talk over women because you have no decorum.
No.
And you're rude.
Ginger into it. Don't bring ginger into it. Don't do
Yes, I
that.
can
Can't
bring
do
ginger
that.
into it
Don't bring
because you don't
ginger
do
into
that.
it. Nope. It has
Listen,
nothing to
ain't
do with
nobody
it.
talking to
Has
you.
nothing
Y'all
to
been
do with it.
talking long enough because you're ignorant. 1500s, Africa wasn't even Africa. As a matter of fact, it was Akabalan that was in the Ohio, in the Americas. You cannot tell me that African continent, which is still unstructured, could possibly feed people, clean water, all the things that is essential just for humans to live was not even there. It started getting populated in the 1800s. In the 1800s, when the American Colonization Society started and they brought people into that continent of Africa. This is why they have an oral history. This is why they can't. We've been here 13,000 years. You ain't been there 13,000 years. Y'all believe anything these colonizers tell you that don't make freaking sense. We was chilling all up and through the Americas. I'm talking about chilling, all up until like the late 1800s. Ain't nobody bring us from Africa to the Americas. What y'all missed was that we were here, and then they had the American Colonization Society that took some of the people from the Americas to the islands and the other way. Not from Africa, which didn't even exist at that time, to the Americas. Make it make sense. It doesn't. It makes no sense. Y'all just believe anything. And how you gonna believe somebody who is not for you, who came after you and can never tell world history? It makes no sense. Y'all sound crazy. Absolutely crazy. These people, we can never be descendants of these people. You don't go from strong to weak. They have no skills like us. They have no genome like us. They have no traits like us. They are wicked people, mostly, and it's destiny swapping. Africans ain't even freaking Africans.
Who should I let go next? Who should I let respond to that? Also, can someone tell me who was in the request first so I can bring them up? I want to bring everyone up in order. Chief is in the request, Indian's in the request, and David's in the request. Who was in the request first? It says let me see the order. It says Saw is next, then BT, then Tyrone. That's what it says.
You don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to hear the truth. Where did the first ship end up? Tell me where the first ship ended up, and because I can certainly tell you. If you don't know, I'll be more than happy to share that with you. But don't tell people these things if you can't back them up.
Okay, so I don't even know where to begin to respond to Indigenous because she contradicted herself. She actually said it was a reverse and it went to Africa and it was nobody in Africa, but they filled them up with us. But then she said, we're not related to them at all. And they're too weak to be related to us. But you just said it was. So I don't even, that's first of all, just fundamentally just backwards. Then, I mean, I don't even know. I can't even take this seriously. It's really sad. I don't need any more time. Take
Prove we come from Africa. What's all this other bullshit? Nobody cares. They don't really understand. Nobody cares. Telling y'all's camera and prove we come from Africa. All that other shit we don't need to hear about. Nobody want to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that. Do y'all want to hear that? Because I don't want to hear that. Shit's boring.
Yeah, I heard a lot of stuff that didn't make any lick of sense whatsoever. But what I was going to continue is how the Europeans get here and the model of ships that they came in, which were schooners, wherries, skips, dories. There's not much evidence of so-called historically slave ships bringing in alleged Africans like that by no 100. It's usually from the records from what we know from slavevoyages.com is a teeny minute number brought to the United States. So you cannot run around here talking about you a DNA kit African when the numbers don't even match with the genetic information that they're putting out there. And on top of that, you had whole live American Indian slavery going on like 300 to 200 years before they thought of bringing in alleged Africans like that. And the so-called Africans that were here before then, like from 1492 up to the 1500s, or even say like 1600s or 1700s up to Bacon's Rebellion, most of those people were indentured servants, not slaves. It was mostly Indians that were the chattel slaves at the beginning of the so-called colonial period and up into the antebellum period as well. So I don't know what Shout Out was talking about, saying that I'm cutting myself short when the experts don't even match with this victimization Olympics of claiming to be an African slave. It don't work. But you got it.
I don't have much to say other than I didn't like that Sought Out was talking over Indigenous. I really didn't like that. This is like the upteenth panel I've been on where anytime an American Indian and an Indigenous melanated person is talking, they're consistently being disrespected and spoken over in their own space. And I find that very detestable. Like let people get their point across and let people talk before you start raising your voice and start talking about, oh, you don't know anything. Well, I mean, it seems like you don't know how to have a proper debate without becoming emotional. You know, it's ridiculous. Like because I'd be wanting to genuinely hear what people be having to say. It's really aggravating. I forgot the other thing that I was going to say. Oh yeah, it's disgusting because all of this heat within our ranks, but I don't see people like Sought Out having that same vitriol towards the actual oppressor, the actual enemy. Like, why are we coming over here to fight each other instead of listening to one another with open hearts and good faith, acting like we're committing crimes for questioning things? And that's basically it. Like, if y'all are that angry and y'all are gonna huff and puff like that, y'all need to take that to them whitey folks that be having panels openly disrespecting y'all instead of taking up for people that don't care about y'all. And that's it. That's all I got.
Okay, sister, that was beautiful. I loved it. It was eloquent. It was like candy to my ears. But what was like SHIT to my ears is how these brothers was talking over the sisters. But we're going to get on the boats because like the brother down there said, you guys know nothing about boats. That's why I got a couple of boats and I can tell you a little something about something, okay? See, a canoe is mostly one piece. It's a wooden canoe, so it's one piece. But you're talking about a boat sliced up into many pieces of wood, right? So what were they waterproofing this wood with back in the day, right? So the first thing you got to have is industry before you have any shipping and all that. You got to have replacement parts, right? Because your ship will probably have 100 quarter-inch bolts, 200 half-inch bolts, a whole bunch of 2x4s because it has a deck, a hull, a mast, and some sails and a whole bunch of other parts, including if it's wooden, you probably want to put some ribboning around it. You know how like those barrels of wine, how they put the metal things around the wood to keep it sturdy, to keep it together. You would need a lot of that. So do you think when they sailed off from England in a wooden ship and they got to Africa, there was a Home Depot there so they could say, hey, I need 200 wooden planks and some 200 half-inch bolts because some of them got knocked off in the Atlantic? I don't think they had the industry set up for that in that time, brother. So this is not realistic in a wooden ship, okay? If you know anything about the time and distance it would take, even sailing around the coast, your ship would be banged up. You would need replacement parts every couple of days. And guess what? You wouldn't have it. It would take months for you to source the parts. So the trip alone would take damn near 5, 10, 20 years. Who knows? Just to go one way. It's impossible.
All right, I'm back. We're on Showtime. All right. And that's a wrap.
I just want to say whoever that man was, if you paid attention, what I said was it makes no sense because these white tea people weren't even well enough to come over and do what they said that they did during that time. And the second thing that I said was Africa, so-called Africa at that time, wasn't even Africa because it didn't populate until the 1800s. The Carthage Africa was in the Americas, in Ohio, Alkaline, or Ethiopia, whatever you want to call it. But this oral history they gave you, you weren't here. That's why it's oral. They tell you 13,000 years or however long they told you this. It's oral. It's a young continent, and there's no way people could have survived or lived with the way that this continent's structured. With no clean water, eating, or anything. Plants couldn't even survive, let alone animals. So it makes no sense. On top of the fact that defecation, menstruation, whatever else you want, bodily fluids, and you saying they had us how deep? 12 million deep, or whatever they said the numbers were. Yeah, those are the numbers from Ellis Island. And it's just everything is a lie, reversed, switched around. Why? It's about a land grab. Simple as that. They want every melanated person to think they are from Africa, yet they only target the Americas.
Some of us are from Africa.
Some of you may very well be from Africa, but during that time,
and on the transatlantic slave ships.
Oh,
no, one of those transatlantic slave ships.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
And you can't come along and change a person's history. How are you going to tell me where my ancestors are from? How are you going to tell me where my ancestors are from?
Damn, all right, we got the first sweep of the night, dude. My favorite part of the goddamn live stream. Yeah, that shit is too much. You turned yo, they loud as fuck in my ear. Like I got y'all forget I got headphones on, dude. Like I'm innocent. The sweep don't care who innocent or not. The broom doesn't care who's innocent or not when it's time to sweep. You feel me? So LOLs. I just got up. Like I said before.
That was actually pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Like, look, the students started out really strong.
That was funny.
They fell off at the end.
Like,
you, let me come up here.
To begin with, but then
Yeah,
they
no
really
problem.
pulled it together. You know,
Yeah, no problem.
analysis of
It's
what
just
happened,
that folks
okay?
can't just be too loud in my ear. I don't mind folks having a banter. They can even go back and forth. Like when they get super loud, it's time to sweep.
But what's crazy though is that people are saying the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen when they have documents and written documents and proof and actually old photos of it. Like that is insane. People just don't want to take accountability to realize that their ancestors, some of their ancestors were actual slaves, and they don't want to have that on their conscience. They want to act like, oh, I ain't no slave. I didn't come from no Africa. Ain't none of that happened. I ain't no scratching or whatever they want to call it. It's like when they say the baboon thing, they say that to Africans a lot. They say stuff like booty scratching and stuff like that. Nobody want to say that, but a lot of us came from Atlantic slave trade, and that's crazy for anybody to say that did not happen.
Scored out a point.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
So let's do.
I think they should.
You know, you may be right about that, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you to go to this website. I just want you to do your own research. So if you look at the schematics of a slave ship, the 300 slaves coming across the amount of crew.
You gotta
The
fix
amount
that
of,
echo, Chief. God damn.
Is that me?
No, it's Chief. You got an echo.
Oh, the amount of crew members, 50 to 75 crew members having to be aboard that ship for 3 months. And then understanding that on those schematics, there's no sleep chambers for that crew. Where's all the food to keep 300 slaves alive and that crew alive for 3 months for that travel? And that's just looking at that. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add up. Now, if you look into the North Carolina slave trade in their documents, you'll see that majority of the slaves that were traded within all the 13 colonies were actually inland, not outsourced. They're from native tribes. Now, if you look into the actual indigenous tribes that aren't known today, but like the Yamasee Negroes, you can look that up. You can also look up the Yamasee Wars. A lot of them were indigenous Native Americans who were of black skin, and they were prisoners of war. And if you want to take it even a step further and just kind of using logic, how do you have generations of slaves from grandparents to the parents to the grandkids
we were
coming
the
out of
food.
slavery?
They ate us.
That's
They ate
actually
us. We were the
that's
food.
actually a bunch of
Let me finish. I'm not telling you to. I'm not telling you to believe me. I'm saying do your own research. But
research also
we know
shows it.
without this. Just let me finish. We know
Do you know
without
about the
any type of
brutality on those
education,
ships?
Sort out. Let people land, dude. Like, come on.
without any type of formal education, we know that it's hard to have a foundation of success. So how do you have 3 generations or more of slaves coming out and they're being innovative in our technology? A lot of your technology came from slaves who were inventors. And how were they the ones to discover how to make a light bulb? Joseph Latimer. How do you can look at George Washington Carver. The list goes on. How do you have people who have generations of slaves coming out inventing things for the YT people that had no idea how to run this country? And that's just using logic.
So you're just
But
you're saying that.
Is he done? Like, can y'all let folks land?
I'll let him respond. Go ahead.
So you're saying because we go to a different as like a black man, right?
Take your message.
You're saying because I don't know how to do something at first, I can't create anything.
Tyrone,
So you're basically saying you're like, oh, how are we able to do these things? Do you know there's black people, black men and women out there creating
Hold on, David.
awesome things right now? Like literally, you give somebody the equipment to build something that could be like natural knowledge or knowing how to create something or things like that. You're saying that just because our people knew how to make something that's really good, like electricity, we're just dumb and like, oh, there's no way we could have done that if we came over on boats. That's a cap, because if somebody gave you the equipment to make something, you can come up with something. He was just happened to be the first one to be able to make it. And second off, to say that they weren't sleeping on those ships for those the Spaniards and Atlantic slave trade, yes, they were sleeping on the boats. Sometimes when there wasn't no room for sleeping, they would actually throw a lot of the slaves overboard. If you didn't know that, it was so jam-packed, they would throw the slaves overboard. And as King Leopold II that made his spot in the Congo, even spoke on the Atlantic slave trade. They know about it throughout Africa. If you ask certain areas inside of Africa, they'll tell you about it. And there's some that are in areas that are uninhabited, that are not by society, that will even talk about it. You can go there. You have not been around everywhere. Yeah, there were some African Americans here in America for already, some Indians. But that's not, you can't just say, oh, the Atlantic slave trade didn't exist. It did exist. There's no doubt about it. Like even white tea folks even tell you that it existed.
Do y'all know how crazy y'all look to people saying that didn't happen?
Exactly. Go ahead. Take over.
What's up, Tyrone?
Really crazy.
All right,
is to think that the colonizer, the one that's not for you,
What
will
up,
tell you
garbage?
nah, about you.
I got the screen. Hold on. Indigenous got. Hold on.
Go ahead, babe.
Gotcha. So the transatlantic slave trade that you know from a McGraw-Hill education is not factually true. And we're gonna go over
education by
what kind of-
Mattel.
Hold on,
And
shout
y'all-
out.
I ain't listening to this disrespect bullshit.
Chill
Bye.
out, chill out. I know you don't know anything what you're talking about because most of them Africans don't know anything about the transatlantic slave trade. The only ones that's teaching them about it is a Western education system. So let's go over what kind of boats these people came in on. So what kind of ships did Europeans come in on during the colonial and antebellum period? So the types of ships that they came in on, European ships used colonial antebellum period caravel, 1400s to 1600s, used by the Portuguese and the Spanish, size small, 50 to 150 tons, crew 20 through 40 men, purpose exploration, short range trade. Example, Columbus, Nina, and Pinta were caravels. Limitations, too small for mass transportation of cargo of humans and scale of Pan-Africanists often claim. Good for exploration, bad for slave hauling in large numbers. Like how they said that he brought in like Arawaks back to Europe. So it would have been just a few of them that were aboard that ship. So the Carnac now in the 1400s, 1600s, used by Portugal, Spain, size larger than the caravel, 300 to 600 tons, purpose longer voyages. Early Atlantic trade, Columbus, Santa Maria was a Carnac, I'm sorry. Limitations, still relatively small, vulnerable in storms, unsuitable for long-term human cargo storage. Flew, Dutch, 1600s. So the purpose of bulk cargo ships advantage, efficient with small crew, large hold, used for timber, textile, and sometimes enslaved persons, but it's not specifying like African or anything because an enslaved person could be an Indian. We don't know. But the tonnage of 300 to 500 tons issue flat bottom, unstable in rough seas. Galleon, the 1500s to 1700s, used by Spain and England. The size is 500 to 1,000 tons. Function, multi-deck ships used for war and treasure transport. Limitations, overcomplicated for plantation cargo hauling, expensive to maintain, not ideal for speed or maneuvering in slave raids. The brigantine or brig, schooner, sloop, 1600s to 1800s, smaller and faster than galleons, used more during the triangular trade. Capacity 50 to 100 people, max crew, plus cargo used by Britain, French, Dutch, Americans. The problem could not fit hundreds of slaves without killing most before landfall, especially in storms or hot climates. Often used for coast hopping and quick delivery, not for long transatlantic hauls. Number 6, slave ship / Guinea men, 1700s, early 1800s, specialized ship outfitted after transatlantic slave trade had begun, modified so-called merchant ships, because that's what these things were called, not slave ships. But with tight shelving, minimal ventilation, capacity claimed 200 to 600 people, but these were few in number, heavily insured, and most voyages had high mortality rates, 20 to 40%. So it was really expensive to try and waste these slaves by tossing them overboard. So that doesn't even make any sense. But these few in number, heavily insured, and most voyages had high mortality rates, 20 to 40%. Logistically impossible. The idea that millions of Africans were shipped to North America via ships like these is physically and mathematically implausible, because they already had Indian chattel slaves within the United States. So comparative logistic breakdown. Average crew, 20 through 40s, gold supplies, human cargo feasibility,
Yeah, I was about to say that.
I don't know where he getting this data from, but he must be looking at a book by Mattel.
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
you-
This is an AI algorithm. It'll tell you.
AI.
Oh my
I
gosh.
don't know
dude.
why you
No, you
laughing
didn't go
because
there.
it's gathered
No, you
information.
didn't
Yeah,
go
from
there.
Tyron,
No, you didn't.
Tyron, you trying to summarize that? I'm not gonna lie, it's making people drop off.
So final response to this. So only about 388,000 enslaved Africans were ever recorded as arriving what is now in the United States, according to slavevoyages.org David Eltis
Go back and
database.
do your research, sir. Do some real
Oh
No,
my,
research.
this is
ma'am,
actually
ma'am,
this is
you're about to
actually
be
from
off.
the slave.
Like, stop interrupting people. You got to be off the panel.
So this information is actually from slavevoyages.org and collected information from around the web. So
Do
let's
some real
not
research.
negate AI. So that's less than 4% of the alleged 12.5 million African diaspora. So most Black Americans descend from internal slavery, indigenous reclassification, and domestic growth, not importation. The slave ship size and mortality rates, cost, and weather make the idea of millions of Africans brought on ships to North America completely logistically unworkable. So you can't haul millions of people across the ocean in wooden tubs through 1600 to 1800s. So you got it.
Tyrone, this is David.
Mhm.
Will you go check your message page?
From where?
Go check your message on your
Give me
on
a
your
second.
TikTok page, on your profile page. And I would like to say to everybody what Tyrone just read, that's what you will find when you do your deep research.
Well, I've done a more extensive research on my history, so that it fails by comparison. I can assure you.
Okay, let me ask you this. Everybody on those little papers, they got a few lines I scrub on. This is what I do. The information that Tyrone just read out to everybody, I can show you what that actually looked like.
Well, I mean, I don't want to keep going over the same information that's incorrect, and you want to show me more of it.
No. See, a lot of us, we don't believe what we see on just naked paper, or somebody is reading it to us. If you saw
like he
this
just did,
actually-
okay.
Wait, hold on a second. If you saw what he was reading, see, your brain won't let you forget it because it's buried in.
What you had me looking up, bro? Is this your name?
David.
Mm-hmm. Which one's your profile?
It'll be a group of guys, and one of the guys gonna have a suit with a white jacket. He'll be at the top.
I don't see you.
David Hutchin Bethany.
Where? All right, so I can't even find you, bro. What else am I putting in?
You should have put it in David Hutchins Bethany.
What are you like? What is going on?
Okay, now this has got to be on Facebook now.
Oh my gosh! Like, yes, somebody talk. Else talk, please, because they're gonna just. Yeah, somebody else talk, please. Like, come on, go ahead.
David, you always got somebody.
You said what?
I said
Giannis?
you always got somebody looking on Facebook.
I know. I was about to say get somebody else talk. Like, this is gonna destroy the live. Like, nobody wants to see that shit.
Yeah.
What? This is all I'm gonna say.
What's? Mm-hmm.
They accuse people of trying to take away the history. Be you. If that's what you think your lineage is, hey, go for it. However, ain't no Africans in my genealogy, never even thought about Africans, never even knew about Africans until like 1988. Never seen them, never nothing. So when you
Well, that's you. That's you.
Okay, you all let
lady, why you
start
always
out.
gotta
Let her. Like, why do you gotta always interrupt people? Like, relax. Shit.
Well, you gotta always interrupt me.
Very emotional. Anyway,
You got a personal
like I
problem?
was saying, if
Well,
people,
I'm the
if
host of the
people go
goddamn
beyond-
panel. Wait, hold on one second. I'm the host of the
Oh, you
goddamn
got
panel.
so much then. You got so much.
I'm the host of the goddamn panel. I'm telling you, respect of the speakers on my panel.
Exactly.
How old are you? You're probably pushing 50. Or if you're not already 50, like at your age.
So anyway, if people would do their research beyond the his story books by the person that is not for them, the group of people that have never been for them, they would understand that beginning our history at slavery, trying to make us think that we're something that we're not. Why? Because they wanted the lands. Everybody's supposed to have originated from Africa, but what they do say is mankind originated from Africa, and the bones that they found were primate bones, and they eventually evolved into modern humans. I don't have no animal DNA. None of my people have no animal DNA. We certainly didn't evolve into no modern human. We are from the soil, triple darkness. Maybe Africans wouldn't understand that, because we're not the same people. But if they want to believe that they evolved into a modern human from a primate, go right ahead. Just take that. Take that. But it still does not negate that we were here, meaning my people were here, and no sign of any disruption. Jackson, we're moving our people from the land to the islands and the other way, never from Africa. Not hard to understand. But so for some reason, I don't know, people think they're going to go to slave. I never felt that way, even at 7 years old. So
I know that we were here. I'm not disputing that fact. I know that we were here, but we
Yeah,
were also transatlantic slave traded as well.
I'm not talking to you personally. You act like I'm trying to take away. If that's what you believe for your history and your people, that's fine. That's fine. Nobody trying to take away what you believe.
I'm just agreeing to the fact that I know that we were here as well.
It has nothing to do with me and my people. Because one thing I know for sure is it's the reason that we were targeted over anyone else. It's the reason
You're absolutely right.
They saw who we were. They didn't want us to go back to that frequency where we remember who we are, because they saw the greatness in us.
We're absolutely correct.
Which is seen today, even at our lowest point. But people are waking up. That's divine order. It's supposed to be that way.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
But when I say what I say about my people, that has nothing to do with your
You
people.
mentioned the transatlantic slave trade ships. Now we're talking about my people.
Transatlantic slave ships. That picture.
What happened to my ancestors? My mother's mother, who was a slave. What happened to her? You're not going to tell me what happened to my people. These are my people. And you don't get to tell me where my people came from. Okay, you want to tell a person where their people came from. You can't do that.
Shout out.
Amaru.
Could you stop? Let her land.
Why everybody got to stop shout out?
Because you interrupt every goddamn
body. We were talking. Everybody else can talk except for shout out.
Yeah, because you keep interrupting everybody. You're probably someone's grandmother. Like, act like it.
Oh my goodness. You wait, I'm gonna get my grandkids on you.
Yeah, I believe when I see it.
One of them 10 and the other one 7 and one of them 3.
Okay, anyways, what did I miss, Darvid? Like, what is going on here?
They're discussing the slave trade. And
So she's saying her family came from Africa? Is that what she's saying?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, well, your ancestors are weak then, because I don't. So your ancestors were sold for bottles of alcohol, and they was boo booing on top of each other at the bottom of the ship. You should not be up here debating us. You should be going to ask Africans for reparations. That should be what you're doing right now. So you worry about the wrong thing. You need to be asking Africans for reparations. You should be asking for acres in Africa for selling you for bottles of alcohol. You should be asking the people who brought you over here on a ship why they allowed your ancestors to boo boo on top of each other on the bottom of the ship. That's what you should be worried about. You worried about the wrong thing.
You asked them for me.
Why would I ask them that?
No, you should.
Why would I ask them that?
Don't you care?
No, I don't care. I want you to go back home. That's what I care about. You going back home. Go back home.
You don't care about my people?
Get off of stolen land and go back home. That's what I care about.
For one, shout out Africans.
That's why nobody's
for one,
nobody is supposed to be paying.
They could have reached out home and did this not from there. So your self-proclaimed African people would have reached out for you a long time ago. We already saw that movie with Americo-Liberians and the Black Americans that set up shop in Sierra Leone and Cape Verde. They were beaten up out of there. They had their stuff and their entire infrastructure destroyed by local Africans because they did not recognize them as no long lost descendants. Those people went over there with a mission, which was to set up ethno state. Hold on. They went over there with a mission to set up a black ethno state within Africa at the request of YT supremacy. They did not go there to be reunited with their own relatives. They went there as missionaries, as people to terraform that place to bring in European colonialism and to carve up Africa.
Absolutely, they did. Absolutely, they
Never
did.
checked.
So-
Never checked one time.
And in modern times with expats that's going there, you have some of our people going there and getting unalive, such as in the Gambia with Anja Africa and Jeanette Salters. And people playing games with these people in Africa like that, like they're gonna give you something when they frankly don't care about you claiming to be a descendant of a slave.
Wait, what's her African ancestor's first and last name? That's what I want to know. What's your African ancestor's first and last name?
The name even there.
Brandy, you got it. Welcome, Brandy.
Yeah, I was about to say, has Brandy ever even got a chance to speak?
Oh,
what up, what up?
Hey, Brandy.
Hi, how you doing, Brandy? Oh, okay. All right, we got a popular voter up here.
Yeah.
But
Oh, go ahead, Brandy, you got it.
I wanted to mention, so I noticed online there's about 10 different panels kind of discussing the same stuff. Which of them saying that we're, from Nigeria or West Africa or whatever. But I just wanted to say, why are they believing that story if they can't believe the other story? Like, the information's somewhat coming from the same place. Like, there's just a lot of confusion going on, because how can you say one thing didn't happen and isn't true, but say the other thing did happen? And it's all, all of our education is coming from the system that they claim is against is white supremacy and colonization and all of that. Why would they even believe a colonizer though? Like, their story, how are they even a reliable source of information?
But I'm glad you asked, because they're family. They have the same blood. They have the same blood. They came from the same place. And they are the same people. They've been working together. What you see now with the natives coming in. Why are you, that you're African. You know that we came from Africa. You all are African. Then you have the Africans taking up for the natives, talking about, why are you trying to steal their identity and da-da-da. They've been working together since the beginning of time. They are the same people. So when you talk about the people that were evolved from primates and mixed with hominids, that ain't our people. We're talking about Asians, we're talking about white tea, we're talking about NAs. Same blood, same genetics, same MO. Same people. We are not them.
Yeah, just reading the prompt, I absolutely believe that the slave trade happened for sure. Basically, I'm not saying, I don't know what part of, what side I fall on. I haven't done all of that research, but I know my family's been in America for generations. But I think the slave trade definitely happened. And
Why do you believe it happened? Is it because that's what our teachers told us?
Yeah, I do believe that. I don't think that'll be a pretty big lie to tell a mass amount of people, you know what I mean, about something that never took place.
A lot of it because we don't keep it.
Did you know the original generals for the war against Britain were black, and they actually were the ones who actually led a lot of white soldiers? They don't teach that in history either. Did you know that the first original presidents of the 13 colonies were also black as well? They don't teach that. Majority of the cities around the entire globe that were founded, like Britain, Chicago, New York, were all founded by black people of color.
What about the
and also,
documentation from the courts?
Where's all of this
documentations from the courts?
What about like
Wait,
why now is all of this being why is all of this coming out now when we had all this history, all of this?
Why not? Because people
right.
will decide. Because people decided to actually research for themselves.
It's been coming out. You're saying it's coming out now just because you didn't have eyes and ears to listen to this information that's already been out? How is it just now? How is it?
How long has it been coming out for?
I'm talking. How is it just
A
now?
long ass.
Like how would put a number on it?
How is it just now coming out?
Since folks got here, since Europeans got here, right? It's been out. It's been recorded. People are looking back. People are taking the time out themselves. Right? Is he from America? Where are you from, Popular Loner?
I'm from Oakland.
You from okay? You from Oakland, right? Folks have been saying this like this ain't no new shit. Our folks have been telling us that we're from this land and telling us about our families since we've been brought up.
No, the question is did the transatlantic slave trade happen? That's all I'm
asking. The question is,
and
go ahead.
I believe it did.
You know what makes me believe that anything can be said and written in history? It's the events that have been taking place the last, 5-6 years throughout the pandemic, all the lies about this and that. That just made me realize that it's possible for things to be a lie. Like just like political, all the stuff that's been happening in our country make me see that it's possible for a narrative to be pushed. Like it's possible. Like why wouldn't they?
It can happen.
You know, so
I've seen what they did with Christopher Columbus and all the history that they wrote.
And I was all, I was like that too, believing that, I mean, honestly, I don't know what to believe, but my mind was set on like, oh, I'm African, because that, when I got on the internet, that's all that was on there, all this Pan-African stuff or whatever, even though my family never talked about us being African, but I went with what was told to me in school and what was on the internet, all these Pan-African groups. But, me actually being around Africans more than even Black Americans, and I'm Black American, but just being around Africans, going to their parties, dating Africans, I started to realize that they treated me like I was white and I'm brown skinned or considered dark skinned. Like they can sniff me a mile away, even if I try to blend in, they know I'm different. They treat me different. And it's like, they never respect us no matter what. So I'm just like, if we're supposed to be from Africa and that's the narrative, like, why they treat us so different? Even if we supposed to look the same. Like I've had Liberians call me, why are you bringing this Black American to the party? Like I've tried all this shit, but I'm just like, well, maybe they know something we don't know. Like maybe we aren't the same as them because they not giving that energy that we're the same. It's more so Pan-Africans in America pushing that agenda. And now you have this younger generation of Africans on TikTok trying to go along with that narrative.
I don't know if it's for immigration purposes to make it seem like we're close to them or something or what's going on, but most of the Africans I know, they let it be known that you are Akata. We was just Akatas, what, 2-3 years ago, all on the internet. We was Akata, which is a lost cat that don't know where they from. Akata. Well, the Africans that I've been around, I've heard them say it in my face, like, oh, you Akata people. And then they'll laugh. They'll all start laughing. Like, this is people that I've like hung around. So I've heard them say it.
Because they know we're not. When you go there, you're not Nigerian. I'm not Black American. I'm Nigerian.
And if we was to dress like them and wear their traditional wear, they would not like that. Like, they would not like us speaking their language and wearing their traditional clothes. Like, they don't fuck with us like that. And that's from somebody who's dated them, like, and been around them.
The mask comes off very quickly.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not telling all my business, but I've been very close to them, like up close and personal, and I know what they really think and how they feel. Like, they only want to say we African when it's beneficial to them. Like, they like our style. They like proximity to us. They like to marry us so that they can stay here. That's as far as it goes as far as us being African. Anything beyond that, they see us like white people, and I've like literally been around them a long time, like different West Africans, Liberians, Sierra Leoneans, Cameroonians, Nigerians. Like, I've been working with them most of my adult life, and my aunt, most of my family members, they Africans. It's the same
I gotta
shit.
go.
Like,
I'll be back.
Alrighty.
They only
Grandma
fuck with us
gotta
so
go.
much. I think we're just too far removed. Like, even if we were, or some of us did have, I think we're too far removed, and I don't know.
We're not too
I don't
far.
know.
This ain't them. That's the bottom line. You have builders. They have no skill set like
a
they
lot
are
of
not builders.
So Akata is a Nigerian word, but Nigerians talk, like in Minnesota, Nigerians talk Cameroonians and Liberians and other people to say it. Like, when they referring to us, like if we all at work at a nursing home and it's only one Black American and it's a bunch of Africans, they'll be like Akata people and then laugh. Like, oh, look at that Akata behavior.
We already know. That's actually an Indian word that Africans stole. Akata. You can find that in indigenous languages.
Really? What language you get? Hold on. One second.
I've heard them say it.
Hold on 1 second. What language, Venus?
Let me look it up. It's one of the southern languages. Let me see. I think.
It's supposed to mean like a lost cat, that ran away from their home, or
it means cat in this indigenous language I'm talking about too. Let me see.
A lost cat that don't know where they're
add on
from.
to that, Brandy, because you get a lot of these Afrocentric Pan-Africans trying to put on the cape for Africans when they use that term, like Akata. They try and say, oh, it means Black Panthers, but if that's the case,
no, it means like it's like a derogatory term.
Hold on.
Like,
it is, but they use other terms as well. And with the Akata term, Pan-Africans want to say it means Black Panther, but there's no Black Panther branch in Africa. You usually got people like the leopard cult, like the Marabous that be practicing human unalivement for sacrifice, and they never use that in that context when they're claiming Akata. You also got words like Obruni, that means white and foreigner. You also have terms like Wefchalash, Badia, Jarer, and Abi that these people be using to refer to Black Americans, or Maniga, or things like that, a play on the N-word, or referring to people as cotton picker or lazy or ghetto or ratchet, something that's alien to their culture. Like, I put up an article that's talking about like how Black Americans back in the 70s or 80s went over there, and you had a lot of African people imitating Black American hairstyles, such as the Afro hairstyle, and they said that it's not even an indigenous African thing, let alone like blue jeans and cowboy boots. These are things that Black Americans do over here. But you got it, Brandy.
I wanted to say, you know how a lot of them say, oh, well, we call you Akaras because you guys used to call us African booty scratchers. No, the people I've seen use that word, they came over here when they were 30 years old and they have had no contact with Black Americans whatsoever. Like the only contact they've ever had is on TV. I'm talking about people that came fresh off the boat or plane. They using that word. Like that's the like running joke to refer to us. Like if they trying to talk about us in public, because we didn't always know what that meant. But that was like a running joke or a way to refer to us without saying, you know, whatever. That's their little running joke about us. Like,
Tyrone, were you able to find that information?
They're getting trained. This is why they answer questions with a
Hold on,
question.
let me ask Tyrone something right quick.
They can't go
Tyrone,
outside
were
that.
you able to find that information?
What?
David's actually
Friend me on Facebook and maybe I can show it. It's the same name but without the underscore.
But Brandy, you got it right, because this narrative has only changed in the last few years because they want to attach themselves. For some reason, they think they get reparations. Reparations were given to the real the Slavs. The indentured servants were the white people. The prisoners of war were us.
but
And that's
you know what?
simple truth.
Like,
They want attached to the land.
but even like I've heard Africans even like call us slaves, like to be mean, like making fun of us. But it's like, I thought you guys was the ones that sold us. Why would you want to even say that? You should be ashamed of that. If supposedly your people was selling people for all these goods or whatever, like why would they be saying, oh, you people were, just a lot of shit I've seen. It's like the closer I get to Africans and around them, the more I realize how different we are. Like I try, like the more I try to like be a part of their community, the more I realize that we'll never be accepted and seen as one of them, and they don't see us as one of them. And like our nature is so different, and you would know if you have dated one or married one, you would know like we have like a different nature about us, like our
spirit and a wicked spirit.
Yeah, like even how kind we are and nice we are, no matter, like even if we crashing out, we're still nicer than what they would be. Like I don't know,
We're like the big bro, big sister to them.
Yeah, it's weird. And like I said, I've been around Africans since I was like 13, because that's all that's in Minnesota, like everybody. So I kind of know what they think of other Africans and what they think of us. And I sit there and listen to them talk shit about Black Americans. And, I mean, some of the shit is true, but you get to, when you dating an African, you get to know what they really think and how they really feel. When you pillow talking, you get to know like what's what. Like, yeah, so we not the same.
They're African, just like the rest of their family.
Like even
like
if
we're
some
mixed.
like
We got African,
even our, I mean, maybe we are, because even our undertones, a lot of us, like I'm considered dark skin or brown skin, but I have red undertones. Like, is it something different? Like when you take a picture next to an African and you like, damn, we look, we think we, I don't know, we're
have normal, and we absorb the sun. The sun is our friend, okay? The sun is we different. We don't have the same genome.
And even and I feel like our blood types are different, or they could have changed. Like a lot of them are A, B, or B or some shit, and a lot of us are O. Like I don't know. Like
people, they have this blood.
Is it specifically only America, or is it? I mean, the U.S. or what about the Caribbean too? Like, do you think that the slave trade happened here?
Caribbeans are original to the Americas. This is what they do.
Yeah, I've heard Caribbeans tell me they're Indian. Like I've heard Jamaicans say that, like at work.
Oh, okay.
Like a lot of them have that same that. Yeah, I've heard some say that, but it went over my head. It went over my head. Like I was confused about it, but
it's all divide and conquer.
So they stopped that.
They took our people over there, just like they tried to make the Haitians seem like they were refugees. Change the whole narrative because they're the only ones that fought them. They could not. The Haitians actually, they real deep in hoodoo. They actually got the ancestors to embody them when they were warring, and they could not do nothing with these Haitians. This is why they put this false narrative out about them. It started with the Olmecs, then you have the Tasmanian Australians, then you have us. Anybody that's strong, strong people they don't want people to know who we really are. They change the narrative, they assassinate your character, make it seem like you're something that you're not. And it goes on and on and on. Since the beginning of time, they know who we are. They've seen our greatness, and they know that our frequency is our greatest gift, because once it goes up, we start to remember. This is why they try to trigger us, argue, come in and make the panel go left, start arguments and all that. They come in and scream derogatory. This is what they do to try to keep the frequency down, indoctrinating us into Christianity to make us think that we have to look outside for what's inside. And this is the beginning of the demise of the nature of our people. Simple as that.
And I'm trying to, like I'm in Minnesota, so a lot of the black men here, they date a lot of the native Ojibwe women here or whatever, and they have kids, and their children don't always look, native, and they mom's supposed to be, but these natives here, they don't even look native. Like most of them are half white. Like they're real pale, and yeah, they're still connected because they make it, they still connected to their reservation or tribes or whatever, because that's all that's here. But if somebody that's half white and half native can claim that, why can't that be true for other people?
Because you got Blood Quantum and stuff like that, BIA and NAGPRA that tries to hide Black Americans from claiming indigeneity, just like Walter Plecker, right where Darvit's from. He tried to erase mulattoes that were white passing, and also he wanted to get rid of the Negro strain within indigenous Americans and claimed that all of the Virginia Indians went extinct in the 1700s.
I was about to say, I'm gonna say this, and this ain't no attack on nobody. I'm honestly not gonna lie. I'm tired of talking about Walter Plecker. This comes up all the goddamn times. This happened before Walter Plecker was even thought about. Folks are getting reclassified. Who? Lock me, please. Who the hell was this? But yeah. I'm personally tired of talking about Walter Plecker. If folks don't know who it is, you can look him up. But yeah, he reclassified people in Virginia. This is in the 1900s, right? This reclassification has been going on way before Walter Plecker was even thought about. There's more people that did this. The governors of these states, Louisiana, wherever they went. Because it's like Walter Plecker just gets brought up all the goddamn time. There's more history to be explained and talked about.
Yeah.
So y'all believe that?
Say.
Do y'all believe slavery was in America though?
Yo, yeah.
Yes, it was. Just no Atlantic, but they didn't just take us from Africa. Is what y'all saying?
Nobody denied. I'm not denying that the slave trade happened. I don't. There's people that do. I don't. Right? I don't. But am I going to say is millions of niggas that came over here? No.
Right.
Why are y'all so concerned with the African slave trade? If you really cared about a small percentage of people coming over here, why do y'all never mention the Asian slave trade that happened over here? You don't give a fuck enough about to mention the Asian slave trade. Mention the Asian slave trade. Haven't once heard y'all mention the Asian slave trade. Not one time in my 24 years of living have I heard y'all mention or give a fuck about the Asian slave trade. But I keep hearing about these fucking Africans. Why?
Yeah, because they're the dangerous ones. Because
do you African descendants think you're the Do you African descendants think you're more important than Asians or something? Do you African descendants think you're more important than Asians or something?
Hold on. Just let Venus land. Hold on. Go ahead, Venus.
do you African descendants think you're more important than Asians or something? Because why are you always talking about your annoying slave trade, but you don't mention anything about the Asians that were forced to come over here? You're not the pinnacle. The world does not revolve around you.
Actually, it does.
Man.
Actually, it does. And the difference is that, yeah, but guess what? The ones that keep saying, oh, we look just alike, we're the same. Now they want to call themselves black. Now all of a sudden, after not saying they call themselves black tribe, they are dangerous because if they assimilate, they take away our history. They're trying to assimilate in our land. They're trying to erase who we are. So that is the difference. Because it was slave trades all over. And let's just understand that the ones that we talk about with the slave trade, that's really the Africans kicking it with the colonizers, going all over, doing the same thing all over the world.
And you know what? And one more thing before I go to work. You know, it's just funny seeing Africans get on these panels, and a lot of them been blocking me because, like I said, I've been around Africans, so I know how they think or whatever. But most of the Africans that I've talked to, they've always told me that their families prefer them to date whites, like over Black Americans. So I'm just like, it's just weird seeing these Africans on the panel saying, you guys are, you know, you're African and blah, 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 blah. But in the same voice, like if we showed up, if we started dressing like them, and I'm not talking about wearing no fucking dashikis and shit, because I believe that's just for tourists or whatever. I'm talking about real African stuff and, you know, celebrate and like, I guess, cosplaying their culture or whatever, they would be pissed the fuck off. Like, they'd be hating if, you know, they would be jealous. Like, they would not like that. But so they only want you to be African so much. Not too much, though. Like, don't do too much.
They want to be African when it's something that they can take advantage of, an opportunity arising. And it benefits them. They don't support it. They know that we're not the same, and they're the same people. They're the same family, the same blood. A melanated Caucasoid and a white tea Caucasoid, or whatever you want to call them. But either way, they were in them caves together. When they talk about mankind, primates evolving, that ain't us. That's them. They have rhesus blood. 96% of Nigerians. Africans ain't even Africans.
Question answer. Why do people keep crying about the African slave trade but don't say shit about that Asian slave trade?
Because they want to Africanize the word.
It's about us, and we don't want nobody telling us that we are African when we know who we are. That this.
Oh, and to answer Brandy's,
they said.
What you said, Tara?
They said all our grandparents are liars. On the other panel I was on, they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry,
but I want him to answer. He's the one who was like, "Oh,
sorry.
You don't think it doesn't exist, right? Why do you care?"
What Brandy was saying was she was speaking on the fact that how you had like Africans come out the woodwork on X or Twitter, what's this called now? They were complaining about Beyonce's Black is King or Marvel Comics Black Panther, where people showed up wearing face paint and wearing dashikis, like they were cosplaying
but is Popular Loner gonna answer the question, or
I ain't African? What you talking about?
Weren't you the one who were like, "Oh, you don't think it didn't happen"?
I'm trying to figure out. This is the pop.
Wasn't that not you?
The pop is talking about African slaves. I was like, nothing about Asian.
Like, why do y'all care if the African slave trade happened or not? How does that benefit anybody here?
Because they're trying to say it really don't benefit us at all. But what's scary to me is how Africans just randomly, which I know how Africans are, they usually don't care about this type of shit. They don't like talking about it. They don't want to hear about it. They usually here to get their money and they don't give a fuck about all that. But to see Africans actually on TikTok talking about this is weird to me, because they don't even get into
it's
these
not
type
even
of
West
conversations.
African lines.
They can't stay in their land.
Brandy, it's not even West Africans doing it. It's East Africans doing this shit. Like,
and that's even more weird. That's even more weird because Somalians and Black Americans been beefing in Minnesota since what, 1995 or some shit. Like, Somalians and Black Americans just start talking. Like, that's why I'm just like, why are they even in this discussion? Like,
don't they funk with the Native Americans out there? Don't they be funking?
Yeah. The Somalians and Native Americans just start linking up, and that's why a lot of the Somalians is on fentanyl and meth now and out here bad.
Lots of proofs in the chat, yo.
All they do is pump the
Yeah, they don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about how all the Somalian men are in prison in Minnesota and North Dakota, though. But anyways,
The bottom line, we weren't even checking for Africans. They just included themselves in the conversation between us and the natives.
but I think those are probably refugees that are talking. Because I noticed one of the ladies was from Liberia.
Robert, we got a
and-
tether. Tether wants to come up.
Ooh.
Otherwise, he would have requested. He would have requested if he wanted to come.
Hold on. God. Hold on. Like Brandy was talking, like
He would have.
we don't gotta get excited over these people coming through. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not. I don't get excited when we see tethers. But yeah, go ahead, Brandy.
Y'all come to Minnesota or Minneapolis, y'all gonna see a bunch of Somalians on fentanyl, leaning over, on heroin, leaning over,
Yeah, you
shooting up
saying
here.
Hold
Like,
on.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I've only been
you're
on. I've only been on TikTok for 3 weeks, so I don't know how it works. So sorry. So we can't use any type of.
I might need to have make a TikTok tutorial live. But
Okay.
You can't say it.
We can't
But
say
no,
any
it's a
word
lot
that
of
wouldn't
things.
be appropriate for children.
If you got
maybe?
a question, what you about to say might be questionable, don't say it at all.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Or it's highly sensitive, don't say it at all.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry.
Or just censor it.
Well, I
Like,
did hear
say
about
for
that on
example,
the
color
photo.
white.
Yeah,
Just say
that
YT.
I think that takes practice to learn how to censor yourself. But okay, I'm done talking. I'm about to go to work.
That's what I was saying. That's why I'm making my own app, so I don't have to censor
You
my
right
goddamn
on,
self.
Brandy. You right on.
All right, St. Cara, bring your goofy self up.
What the hell was saying? Hard. Oh yeah, Samuel, I guess. What's up, Sam?
Hey, what's up, man? I just want to. I heard somebody talking about the. What race were they talking about? The Ethiopians or?
Talking about Somalis in Minnesota.
Okay, Somalians. I don't know what the problem was, but I mean, I just feel like the transatlantic slave trade, it did happen, and you're delusional if you don't believe in it.
Okay, for sure.
And it just didn't happen for everybody.
Hold on. So does anybody want to drop for a new speaker? Okay. Oh yeah, Brian. Yeah, okay. Brian. All right. Cool. Yeah, Brian. Those are gonna work. May I come up? Yeah. Yeah. Come up. All right.
Well, I have a lot to say, but you guys know that my disability won't allow me to use two devices at the same time.
Okay. Thank you, David.
Oh, David, I thought you knew that I had a disability.
No, I didn't. Well, thank you for letting me know.
Okay.
Yeah, Trudy, are you coming up? I invited you up, Trudy. You might have to leave and come back.
I want to ask the host something.
Yeah.
Do you believe that it happened?
Yes.
Oh, good, okay. Because there's so much mental illness out here, bro. You
I just want
know,
to know if it stopped in the Caribbean.
I'm hearing so many BLK people They saying, "Oh man, we native now, man. We native."
No black person is calling themselves native. They're calling themselves American Indian. Nobody wants to be a Siberian native. Not
I
one
didn't cut
black
you off.
person is calling themselves a Siberian Native American.
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't
Please
cut
stop
you
playing.
off.
Please stop playing. Don't lie to
I didn't
people.
cut you off.
Do
though.
not. I don't care. I don't care. Don't lie. Nobody's using the term native. Nobody's using the term native. They're saying they're Indian, not native. Don't lie. Thank you.
Wasn't Indian a mistake made by Columbus?
Fine.
Hello, host.
Didn't Columbus mistakenly call them Indians because he thought he landed in?
Okay, hey,
No, he
I'm not
didn't.
here to argue. I'm not here
No,
to
go ahead, Sam. You can finish. You can finish, Sam.
You know, I'm not here to argue with y'all, bro. I just hope, whatever we built this nation, we were the first people to get off the ships. We built this economy. Okay. Our people have done so much to contribute to the culture. I mean, why lie about all that and say I'm some native fucking American? It just seems.
This is what Venus is talking about. We are not saying that we're native. We're saying that we're American Indian. Two different people. YT people were the first people to call themselves Native Americans. But yeah, my folks is Indian. If you got a problem with that,
That's a lie, bro.
Hold on. If you got a problem with folks saying that they Indian, go hug your grandma or something. I don't really give a shit.
You talking like us? How you native, but you talking like it's some A and bruh and y'all. Talk like your own people. Like what is going on here?
Well,
talk like a white tea person.
Why are indigenous people so angry about us claiming our natural heritage? I don't understand.
Yes, that's why.
I don't understand. I mean, clearly they're what is it? Mesos? They're Mesos, right?
Indians.
They're natives. Like he just said. He just said he was native, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, hold on, Venus. Let her go. Let Trudy go. Go ahead, Trudy.
Right. So I believe that I don't know. I just don't understand why there's so many thoughts in my mind. There's just a hodgepodge of things as to why I think they're angry about this. Because if anybody's ever been around native, indigenous people, whatever you want to call them, like they're so racist, but they don't like nobody, like for real. And who blames them, right? But I'm really so clueless as to like what they're so angry about.
They're angry.
Because clearly y'all migrated from, like, it's obvious.
You're still in their fucking culture for one.
Oh,
who's
their culture.
Let me see something right
They
there,
made a
guys.
treaty.
I'll be mad as hell too, man.
Everything white people done to y'all, we the cultures.
So you don't believe we came here from Africa?
So hold on. We everybody is aware full of after everything white people have done to y'all angry with us because we're still in your culture? That energy is misdirected, ain't it?
Ma'am, you are delusional.
I'm delusional because your energy is misdirected.
What's your culture? I don't understand.
So you mean to tell me this? You mean to tell me the transit? You mean to tell me the museum I went to go? That never happened because the ships.
I never said that happened. So you calling me delusional makes you seem like you're.
Bro, he sound like Big Back, bro.
All right, so y'all kind of.
Yeah,
I'm actually about to sweep the stage because it's about y'all getting too musky on my camera.
Yeah, I know. He getting ignorant. I'm trying to find.
I'm trying to get y'all getting a little too musky, yo. You know, like y'all. I don't know, dude. I don't run a zoo panel, so I don't know why folks are acting like animals and unhinged right now. Like let folks land, keep it on one mic. I'm off my day job. I'm off my day job is summer. My day job is working with children. If it don't apply, let it fly. Like if you know, I'm not trying to babysit grown ass children on the internet. Like have some decorum, have some energy, be respectful. Truity was trying to speak, and y'all just kept interjecting and cutting her off. Like let the woman speak. We're not. This ain't the Yes, I'm a teacher. This ain't a musty Greco-Roman patriarchal live. We let our women speak on the panels. So, with that being said, let's show Trudy some respect on my panel and let her speak. Thank you. What's up, Sam? That Bama was sus. He was acting real champ. Not gonna lie. Geeking and shit. Like the live. We've been on here. There, let's get to 30,000 likes. But yeah, Trudy, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so I believe the slave trade happened, but not in the way that they present that it happened. I feel like it happened. So we know they were definitely trading goods, right? The triangular trades, right? So we definitely know they were exporting goods from Africa to Europe. And I feel like low-key they did try to bring people because there's like census, there's insurance claims and different things like that. But the thing is, like, I feel like most of them didn't make it, right? A lot of them passed away, but just because of the treatment. And so, and I just feel like it was just programming. I feel like they tried to tell us the majority of us were from Africa. So, because if we don't know we're indigenous to this land, why would we fight for it, right? And I just feel like it was a little bit of brainwashing. But I feel like it's exaggerated. The numbers and the extent that the transatlantic slave trade happened was extremely exaggerated. But I do believe we were already here. I believe that we were already here, and we migrated over here, and the polar ice caps melted.
Nice, thank you. Well, yeah, now David, you were saying something. You go ahead, David.
Yes. The only thing that I was saying was, without someone help, I can't present that information. And right now, I'll just pass the mic to someone else.
All righty, thank you. We was Indians. What's peak level? Come back up here. I see you requested up earlier. Come up here. I'm mono Indian. You refer to me as Indian, not native to America. Federally recognized Indian. Who's BW? BW. Go ahead. Come off the mic.
If you don't have a roll number and a tribal ID, the government looks at you as Black or Caucasian.
If you ain't got a tribal ID, what's your tribal ID?
Your roll number. If you don't have a roll number from your tribe, the government looks at you as Black or Caucasian.
What about urban Indians?
Either you're Black or Caucasian.
What about no? What about urban Indians?
If you don't have a roll number, you're Black or Caucasian.
Sir. It's a thing called urban Indians, right? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, if you don't have a roll number,
no,
you're Black or Caucasian.
Sir. Answer my question.
What's your tribe?
Answer my question, sir.
What's your tribe?
Answer my question or get off my stage. How about that?
Stick out of your mouth.
Man, why do you bitch ass niggas act so hard on TikTok, yo? Y'all don't be like this in person. I've been around natives before. So if you're gonna act, why do these so-called civilized people act like fucking animals on the internet? Huh? What's your tribe start so I can email your fucking chief and talk to your clan mother and ask why are they bringing up such bitch-made ass people? Huh? So why are they in the tribes raising such bitch-made ass people in their tribes?
People lie to them, they don't know they just a political group. That's why they have federal ID. Brought into cosplay to sit on some dirt, but can't purchase nothing, can't buy no land. You only see them where? I don't see them nowhere.
It's crazy. He ain't had any type of decorum. He ain't want to answer the prompt. He didn't want to answer your question. He just asking you shit.
But when Indigenous said, I don't see them nowhere, I'm sorry, that is the funniest like indirect joke ever, because all I can think about is the Trail of Tears. I'm sorry. I know that's wrong, but
I always see these people. It's like a reservation at a hotel, and the reservation has its time limits.
But I'm out here in
the
Arkansas
reservations.
now, I just-
The reservations
like,
have them like mad primitive. Like they're so primitive. It's crazy.
I don't know. It depends on which one you go to. Like the
Yeah.
ones out here in Oklahoma, it's just typically a regular fucking town, like any town you go to. Like it's
But yeah, it creates like a really
cows, like
mentality
farmland.
also.
Because ones up here in Oklahoma, that's the Fossil Line Tribes are at, or the Patawomi, or any of these people that's out here in Oklahoma, they're not like people that's up in Montana or the ones down in Navajo country. It's more or less like regular town because you got a lot of YT people out here and even Black Americans that live out here too. And so, like the Reds, when you go to like some of their public spaces, like a museum, it's mostly YT up in these places, like hiding the real history, and they don't really know anything about our own history. They perpetuate the liberal model of what they want you to know about American history, like, oh, Black people were only slaves and victims, and you gotta be like Jesus and be subservient to YT people and Obama, and that's it. Whereas in YT museums and Native American museums, they get to champion a superiority complex, talk about their warrior class and show weapons and stuff like that. And we don't get none of that. All we get is the passive, weak Negro story, and that we got to clump it up with the alphabet people. Look, you got it.
Yeah, because they people didn't tell them about
You ate with that, Tyron. Tyron, is that how you pronounce it? You ate with that.
Mm-hmm.
You ate with that.
Like, for example, you got the Tulsa Greenwood Rising Museum out here. It's nothing but bullshit. They give you some little gems in there, like the Freedmen. But it's not even worth going into the thing because, like, they don't have anything else to offer, like, about Black Americans being those indigenous people, being put on that Trail of Tears and helping build up these communities like the reservations that you see now. Because all of this, like Arkansas and Oklahoma, that's Indian territory. And we were those groups of people that were kicked off of these reservations because they didn't want our people getting any land claim or restitution like that during like later years. Because we already had like oil money, we had like all types of resource money and land that had the resources on it, but until like YT people from the Klan and all that came up in here and tried to confiscate our stuff.
Right.
I'm from Alabama. So Alabama is super rich in indigenous culture. And I'm going to tell you guys something so bizarre that they did, right? So I had moved to, I think I was living in Chicago at the time, but I'm from here. This is home. You know, I'm here now. But when I was living in Chicago, something, I don't know how I got wind of it, but it was on a social platform. They were doing some reconstruction on a museum. Y'all, why did they shut a museum down? Said they were doing reconstruction. It was a museum like deep off in the South and like a small town. Guess what they did?
Is it the Lynching Museum or the Legacy Museum?
I think it might have been. I don't know if it was a Legacy
Yeah,
Museum.
it's that when I've been there.
So what they did was they whitened the faces of the Indians. Like they made them. The Indian faces were originally. The Indian faces were originally really dark.
Like last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have and also get this, they confiscated all the artifacts up out of there and brought them out in Oklahoma. So in that museum portion that they have, it's like YT wash.
They're trying to push this narrative. And see, you got to know. So also, I don't know if you live in Alabama. So these casinos in Montgomery, Alabama, and places like that, what happened with them was instead of the indigenous people getting them, they let the Porch Creek Indians sign the ledgers. So mostly these casinos are owned by Porch Creek Indians, like the basically white folks. These casinos are owned by Porch Creek Indians. And so what they're trying to do is like make, the museums and stuff fit this whole narrative. But yeah, the Indians were as dark as me. My papa was an Indian. My family hasn't been here very long. So our family did like an African ancestry, which I don't know. I mean, I believe the African ancestry more so than I do the regular, DNA ancestry.com, but my blood has indigenous blood in it, right? But which I already knew that. But what they do is they downplay it and they make it minimal. You know what I mean? They make it super minimal. But so when we trace our history back, there was a young girl that came from the Takar tribe, the Takar Empire, excuse me. It was an empire of kingdoms. We migrated from the South Sudan, and we were trying to escape. The Muslims were trying to convert us and take some of our we had some special magic artifacts, and we weren't having it. We didn't have the force to fight them back. So it's a really spiritual story.
Are you talking about Rick Kittle's African ancestry?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole load of horse crap.
Hold on, you said whose?
Rick Kittle's and Gina Page African Ancestry with DNA Company. So when they give you these African markers, it takes and they try and compare it to you in modern sense, which DNA cannot take you to an ancestor in the colonial or antebellum. That's a fact. It can only take you up to 8 generations. So what they're trying to make it out and make it seem like you're an African in the 8th, and one of your 8 generation great grandparents or parents or whatever.
Yeah.
And so what he offers is a Y chromosome test and an mtDNA test. He doesn't offer autosomal, which the autosomal, that's relevant to your 8th generation grandparents, cousins, aunts, uncles, your sons, your daughters, or whatever.
Yeah.
And within those generations, they're going to show you recent relatives, which he downplays the India is by it tells you that it's already rigged.
I'm gonna believe I have a best friend that happens to be Cameroonian. She did my hair, but I just felt connected with her, asking her what's up. I've always been culture. And so she would always tell me, you look Bamileke, right? You look like you're from the Bamileke tribe. And so lo and behold, we do this test, right? Back, the Takar people mixed in with the Bamileke tribe, and she's Bokose, but yeah, so I'm it's a high possibility that I can be from the Bamileke, and I do look like those people.
So did you hold on, wait, Tootie, did you take the Ancestry or 23andMe test?
I took both of them, yeah.
So if you took both of them, they will tell you that your scar or Balime or whatever.
So I told you I took the African ancestry,
yeah,
but I also took other ones too.
Did you do your genealogy though?
What do you mean?
You guys to know
your paper genealogy.
23andMe and Ancestry. All of those companies are being sued now for false information.
Oh, definitely false information on there.
But hold on. Let me break it down to you because I also took the DNA test and I plugged my markers within the DNA test, the AI algorithm, and it broke it down to me and helped me figure out how I can find my indigenous ancestry. So with that being said, if you got the African diaspora thing, it'll tell you that these Black American ethnic groups are connected to these indigenous groups within the Southeast and the Eastern Woodlands. And that tiny percentage of indigenous American that you receive, that means that that's a recent ancestor. The large percentage that they throw at you with this African stuff, that means that's a distant ancestor past the colonial or antebellum. That's way in the BCE, nobody can be related to, because every generation you go back, those genetic markers disappear. It decreases by like 50% to 25% to 15% and so on and so forth.
How did
The
you
further
find
you
this
go.
information?
So I reviewed different DNA tests, and I watched people actually talk about like the different companies and what they offer, such as I'm not an actual scientist, but I actually experimented with the 23andMe and Ancestry, and how I got my indigenous ancestry figured out was like they don't test American Indian genetics pertaining to people that were in the United States. They're only testing mestizo Mongol-style Native Americans in Latin America, South America, Central and Mesoamerica, or even Alaska, but not tribes from the United States that's relevant to us. So they class our Indian genetics onto African diaspora, onto African unspecified, or they class it under Asian.
How am I lying,
Because
Afro? You said Tootie Santiago, stop lying. I'm trying to figure out how am I lying. About what? But I did think one thing was strange when I saw everybody else's certificates and researched of it. A lot of people had like blends of tribes and excuse me, and they had like a little bit of information. But we only had like one tribe to our matriarch.
Oh Lord, they always chase us to Yoruba, Nigeria.
But so basically I'm Cameroonian. It's the Takar, but they originated from South Sudan. So basically I'm Cameroonian. That's what. But how am I really? They said Cameroon.
Generation.
But when I researched the people, the Takar people, they settled in Cameroon, but they were originally from South Sudan.
What did you get out of African diaspora, which is mainly relevant to what you are now? Because it's not going to place you in.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does, because you got Ancestry and 23andMe.
Oh my God! Don't tell me you're one of those.
I'm African diaspora, and they'll give you Black American ethnic groups, like say for example,
once again, unless you're taking the test, it doesn't work like that.
What you mean? I taken the test.
Not trace origin.
You didn't take the test that I took, though. We're talking.
Yes, I understand what African Ancestry does, because African Ancestry from Rick Kittles and Gina Page, they only deal with collecting modern living Africans, not people that were involved in the slave trade. So what they're comparing you to is your mtDNA. Which one have you taken? Because I know you're a female, so you probably paid.
So I didn't get any of that shit you're talking about. That's why you're pressing me. I'm steady telling you. You keep pressing me, and I'm telling you, we did matriarch test, and I just got a paper saying I was like all Takar, nothing else, no mix.
Oh, so you said matriarch?
Just stop pressing the issue, Tyler. You know, like, yeah, just stop pressing the issue.
Yeah, they didn't tell all that stuff you're talking about. They don't break it down like that. They just tell you, what tribe you from, and a lot of people have mixed tribes, but I didn't get a mixed tribe. I just got straight to Takar.
So that being said, which company did you take?
On your application, did you put where you was from?
Hold on, David. What company did you take? Because the ones that breaks down your stuff, that will be Ancestry, 23andMe, and I think MyHeritage. They'll break down the small hat and the European.
You keep asking me the same question, bro.
Yeah, just leave it alone, Tyrone. Just leave it alone, yeah.
I told you I did one on my own, and our family did one with African Ancestry. I told you I took multiple tests, and it's like you're trying to jam me up or something. Like, so I've taken ones that break you down, and I've also taken the African one that traces my lineage, and we chose to just do the straight matriarch.
Yeah, so with African ancestry, they only do like Y and MTV, not autosomal.
Bro.
Let's move. Let's move. Let's just move on from the conference. Like, come on.
Can we like switch topics?
Yeah, like I don't really be caring about the DNA talking like that anyway. Like,
Yeah, it's getting a spectrum because you was just trying to handle me about that.
okay, she's like, we're like, yeah, anybody can come up. It's an open panel. Like, I got a lot of interviews, so we might be on for a minute tonight. I've been on 3 hours.
So yeah, I'm African, but I'm also but that's what I was saying before Tyrone interrupted me. So we were able to trace our family all the way back to when we first got here. So we assume now that we've done our ancestry, the African part was a girl from the Takar tribe, and then she got with an Indian family because they had abolished slavery by the time she got here on the ship, and the rest is history. We haven't even been here that long.
Okay, for sure. 1 second. Who we got in here? Who you got in here? Let me say what's up to the people in here. Just message me on Twitter. Well, we got Alan. All right, we got Adrian. Actually, my bad. So everyone has. What's up, Junior? What's up, Junior? Darby, Osiris, ancestor. Oh, you good? You good? I just dropped one. We got Seeker up here. My answers are from America. Prove it. Seeker, what's up?
What's up? What's up? I just wanted to step up for a second because I wanted to chime in on the little DNA thing. Like, I'm Hebrew Israelite. I don't know what a lot of people is.
I'm not. I'm past the DNA conversation. We're not talking about DNA.
It was just like real important.
It's not real important. No, not right now. No, we're not talking. We're not.
I'm talking about Deuteronomy.
No
Deuteronomy.
This ain't an Israelite space. No.
Okay. He's just goodbye.
Yeah, this ain't. Take that Israelite Babel somewhere else.
Ooh, please, because that be.
Yeah. There's something I don't feel like hearing. It's like it's not real important. Like,
Hey David, I'm gonna tap you up to 100K.
All right, thank you.
I'm gonna tap you up to 100K. In return, I want you to help me with that knowledge.
All right.
All right.
All right, for sure.
I'm tapping.
For sure, I got you. Yeah, you're not black, you're not indigenous. African Americans look like exactly like the host. What the hell does that mean? What does an African look like? Why don't y'all never explain what an African look like?
We do not look like them.
I was about to, maybe David does have a tapper. Like, tap the live, yo. I might need one of them light bots. Folks is talking about. As long as it don't get you banned or something. What, you worship devils or deities? The way y'all deny the Most High is insane. Like, I don't what you eat don't make me shit. Like, I don't care. I don't care to talk about religion. Like, I really don't care. It's not about that.
So, you were called out because you didn't let him speak that Deuteronomy verse?
Yeah, like, go to Bible study. If you want to read Deuteronomy, go to Bible study. Like, this is not a Bible study live. The most
like, I mean, you ain't deconstructing yet.
go to Bible study. Like, this ain't the live for. We're not even talking about nothing spiritual right now. I'm not like I don't. It could be a religion. It could be your lifestyle. I don't have to believe in what you believe in.
I'm over it.
I'm not like I don't care about any of that
Are you in a deconstructing phase?
deconstructive phase of what. That was like 7 years ago for me. Like I really
Same.
don't care.
Yeah, it was over a decade. It was, I don't know, it was probably like close to 15 years. I always knew. I don't know. But yeah, I'm over that.
Like, yo, y'all gonna call our ancestors demons and shit. Like, yeah, I worship my ancestors. How about that?
Exactly.
Yes, but the way you said it was rude as fuck. I said, we're not talking about DNA. We're not talking about this. No, this ain't an Israelite space. Go on somewhere. And he called me a heathen after that. So he called me a heathen and left. I really don't care.
Because he
if
couldn't read his Deuteronomy passage, he called you a heathen. That is hilarious.
Yeah,
bro.
it's like if you're so high morals, like you goddamn savage beast, you know better than these YT evangelists. Like you claim that they act just like the savages that they talk about.
Man, this shit seemed like something from a David Chappelle skit. Like that is, you cannot make this shit. Nobody could write this type of content.
He got a wicked ass spirit just by how he responded. He had spirit. How about that?
Yeah, we lighten this bitch up.
It would be so funny because the same ones that come in, we are the only that cannot ever be deported. The only that did not immigrate. The only true American. When they come up and act like, especially the white teachers say they indigenous and built. Y'all, come on, y'all was straight out the caves.
Anybody talking religion like in Christianity, they can't tell me nothing. I don't want to hear anything they have to say.
Hey, tell me.
Yes, I can read the Bible.
Because I'm putting a toe tag on your ass because you dead in the brain. Because it ain't no way.
I know you can't say the D word.
Out here. Oh, sorry. F1 bananas.
Like, and I'm not going to turn this into a religion bashing space either. Like, it's like,
Okay.
like we ain't gotta bash folks' religions either. Like, I just don't want to talk about it. This ain't Bible study. Like, go to Bible study.
What are we going to talk about?
Like, talk about the topic. The topic is about this. We talking about slave trade. We talking about people
too about that. I was
I
trying to
what?
figure out. Like, so you say you do believe that it happened as the host?
Yo, like, dude, yes, I've seen records of people coming to America. Like, yes.
But you don't think it happened in those large numbers, is what you're saying?
No.
That's exactly the same thing I said.
So, like, so when it happened, you say that they took the indigenous people and turned them into slaves?
There was like millions of indigenous slaves in America. There's millions. They say it. They say that there's millions of indigenous slaves in the history books.
Okay.
I don't think it's even logical to try to make that type of voyage back then with all of those people. Like that doesn't even make sense. Like the numbers don't even add up to me.
Well, I just think, how did all the YT people get over here, though?
Majority of YT people didn't get here until the late 1800s, the early 1900s.
So they were the minority, pretty much, is what you're saying?
Throughout the time frame, from 1600s to 1800s, right? There were only 2 million Europeans that got here.
And now look.
And then after the Civil War, right? During and after the Civil War, 25 million Europeans came to America. That's more than 10 times the amount that came throughout the history of slavery and stuff like that. So,
but a lot of them were immigrants, right? Like the Italians, the Irish.
they were a buffer class. Once they really got control of us, different parts of the land, and started creating Dawes Roads and all types of things, right? They created buffer classes to give land to immigrants.
Orphan train.
Same thing that they're doing today. Peace, David.
What's up, Gemini?
To get their numbers up, right?
Yep. Same thing that they're doing today. And I just wanted to just chime in because I know I'm always in the comments talking shit and trolling. But just to answer the question, are people saying that the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen? I don't think people aren't saying that it didn't happen. It didn't. It definitely didn't happen the way we were taught. Like millions of Africans coming straight to North America. No,
That didn't happen.
that part did not happen. That didn't happen. Now, some of the things that I'm learning is that, we were already here. And then the small number of Africans that did come here, of course, they blended in with us when they got here because they're still doing the same thing today. They're still coming here and blending in within our communities. It's the same thing, different day.
I ain't see him till 1990s.
Exactly. I will be 49 years old tomorrow. Well, in 30 minutes. And I didn't have any people from Africa that I grew up with, that went to school with me. I didn't start seeing or coming into contact with people from Africa until like the late 90s. And then with that, I was living in Virginia, like in the Southeast Virginia part. With that, we had to go to we had to go to Alexandria, or we had to go somewhere on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. That's where all of the people were who were from Africa then.
Hey, Lila.
Felix and Karundi. Those only two I knew in high school. Felix and Karundi.
And another thing too, I noticed that people are so, including us at one point in time, have been so brainwashed by Hollywood and our school system teaching us that all Black Americans came from Africa, right? But they never show in Hollywood anything prior to, in the colonial. They always start American Indian or Native American history in the late 1800s. They never go back further than that. They never go into the colonial period, and they always take one person or one African person's story and make it seem like it applies to all of us. So then now that there's information coming out that's contradicting that, people are losing their shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
just like I said, Africans ain't even there.
Oh, we got new people on this stage. Showing we got Nadir and Lila up here. How you doing?
My niece's name Nadira.
What'd you say?
No, I said that's my niece's name, Nadira.
Oh, period.
Nadia.
Yeah, I love when I meet people that have my name. I wanted to ask some questions because you had me thinking about my genealogy, and then I also saw a post that you did on Twitter, Dorit. So I have on my maternal line, but it's like my maternal paternal line. I was also talking to Copper about this, and she kind of opened Copper Cutie. She opened me up a little further to like.
Oh, okay, shout out to Copper Cutie.
Yeah, so like the last names, like so that line, my family are Reeds, and it's spelled multiple different ways. And she was opening up to like them stealing our identity. So I have a 7-time great grandmother who on my paternal's line who she died in 1865, but then there was a lady that popped up in 1880 who had her identity, and then she took her identity to the Freedmen Bureau and then also to the Chickasaw and paid $1.25 to become a Chickasaw. And then but that same lady also has a slave that's 70 years old. So now I'm thinking, like, did they take some of us and then claim our names and then also took our identity that way? Like, could that be a thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was a good move.
I believe that too. I promise you, I've been looking at some of my people's census information, and I'm like, why do their names keep showing up in different? What's going on? And I just had that fleeting thought. I'm like, are these people taking our family members' names and reapplying them to themselves. What the hell is going on?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What?
Yep. Go ahead.
I dated a Liberian, and when we were first started dating, I would tell him like, my mom's name and some of the elders in my family, and so my last name, of course, is Brown. Then he'll be like, "Oh, our name is Brownell." Now these are Liberians that have relocated to London and now in the United States. So he'll be like, "Oh, Brownell," and then all my elders' names had an equivalent to elders in his family's name. Okay. And then even to my great aunt, it was so weird. And so then all of a sudden we're dating. He tells everyone on his Liberian side that he's dating me. All of a sudden, a restaurant called Lila Brown pops up in Monrovia, Liberia. And it's a barbecue restaurant and a sports bar. So I'm from Kansas City, okay, where we are known for our barbecue. So the restaurant Lila Brown serves barbecue. I work in the business of sports, and it's a sports bar. And I was like, okay, this is way too weird.
What the fuck?
You getting money off that?
I mean, what am I supposed to do with that? I don't know. Indirectly,
give 'em a
probably
sauce?
I did. I mean, it was taking care of us for a good while. We stayed together for a long time. But like my mother's name, he has a grandmother that name. My grandmother's sister, he has a grandmother that name as well. And then I just thought the whole thing was his family's named Brownell. And I was like, what the hell? I ain't never heard nobody named Brownell. Brownell is like Brown with ELL. So it's just very interesting y'all say that. And I was like, so a lot of times I would be like, when they start using the word tethers, calling them tethers, I was like, what is going on? And I started to realize, I was like, I think y'all are here to replace us.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a lot of contempt and disdain for this guy. And we were together for 10 years, but I hated every day of it. But he funded the operation, so I stayed with him. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out because when you guys are saying that, I'm like, no, I had a real life example of how like it seemed like he was, it's almost like he was assigned to me. It was just really weird.
What's good, Lila? Guess where I'm at? Guess where I'm at?
You in LA?
No.
Oh, Atlanta? I don't know.
No.
I don't know. How the hell am I supposed to know?
I'm close to your nation, actually.
Which nation? Oh, you in Oklahoma?
I just came back from there.
Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Go Thunder. Yeehaw.
Yeah, I went to Cherokee Nation.
What you do out there?
Yeah, go to museums and stuff like that. I had to teach one of these people about the history because he ain't know nothing about Yamasee and stuff like that. It was the Cherokee Museum. Like one of the tour guys is a YT looking native. He ain't know too much about his own history, and I asked him, why don't y'all rep like Aniyawiya or Salagi in this museum? And he didn't even really know. I also paid a visit to
for him.
Yeah, it is. And, I paid a visit to the Five Civilized Tribe Museum in Muskogee Nation. I was meaning to go out there to the Seminole Nation Museum and stuff like that, see what they had to offer. And I visited the Cowboy Museum out here in Oklahoma too. That shit was whitewashed in a motherfucker because I was asking like, where the hell the black cowboys at? They got out here.
Sure, they had some Bill Pickett.
Nope.
Bill. So you saying Bill Pickett wasn't in there?
Not even Stagecoach Mary, not even Deadwood Dick, not even Cherokee Bill, none of that. It's just Plains natives and YT
That is
cowboys.
insane. Has anybody? I would just ask you real quick. Have you seen this show called Watchmen on HBO?
Yeah.
It's set in Tulsa. That's interesting. Okay, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
I hope y'all come out here and visit and see what I'm talking about.
Where are you?
Shoot. Like, I'm only here for like visiting my sister because she got a job out here for Walmart.
Where are you?
It's crazy. It's like Arkansas.
Oh,
Now I'm saying you had a lot of white men marrying Indian women and then having a lot of children, but they were doing that then. But then the father would have the same last name as the son, and that was one way they took over as well with the land. There was a lot of different ways, but that was pretty common for the white chief to marry Indian woman and have.
Oh my
a lot
God,
of
I
children.
thought he was a Native American.
Oh yeah, I read this book. Yeah, I read this book. You got that from the library?
No, from the Cherokee Museum.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, I read this book.
What is
before.
that
It's a pretty good book. It's about Black Cherokee.
Oh, Black Cherokee.
Oh, but why he look
What's
like
the name
that?
of it?
Black Cherokee.
Why he look like that?
Oklahoma Black Cherokees by edited by Ty Wilson and Karen Cody Cooper.
It's better
Who
than I
helped
got
the
that.
illustration?
Why they got him in the black and the melanated looking all like they hiding in the background?
That is
Crazy. Had to fight. Good God.
The backside.
We got the
Yeah,
Negro League.
it's actually better than the Indian
That's
slave. Go ahead.
Kansas City. That's Kansas City. So, yeah, a lot Cherokee. A lot of those players were American Indian in the Negro Leagues. Somebody said, answer the question. Okay. Well, I don't know if Nadira wanted to go and answer the question. I was just corroborating her story. I thought that was very interesting about the name grab.
No, I think she was talking about. I don't know who are you referring to, Che. Were you talking to Tyrone? I don't know. She said, answer why this question.
I was asking about the. I asked about the illustration.
Yeah. Oh, what book is that?
This is a rare one that I found.
I ain't never seen nobody look like that.
Fossilized Tribes Museum.
Oh, that's so interesting.
They had this shit locked up. Behind the page.
Well, your thing
Don't
is
tell
back, so
nobody.
we can't really see it. So
Hold on, you
have to
said
read
you
it.
got that from a Wise Tribe Museum?
Fossilized Tribe Museum.
Can you read it? Because it's backwards. So can you read it?
The final roles of the citizens and freedmen of the fossilized tribes in the Indian Territory.
Ooh, hey, how fun!
But I'm saying, like, there's so many more tribes.
Yeah, it is. But they just dwindled down.
When I
to
hear the
5.
term 5 civilized tribes, I just know the historical context behind it. I don't know why it just makes me so irritable.
So the 5 civilized tribes, they just dwindled a bunch of tribes that's in the southeast into 5 of them.
Right.
But you got the Muskogeans, which they are not really Muskogee or Creek. They are a conglomerate of Ichidi, Miccosukee,
I'm familiar. I'm from
Yamasee,
the area.
PD, Siwi, all of them. And with the Cherokee, you got the Salagi Aniyawiya people, they Iroquois, I think. You got the Seminole, which is just Yamasee and Muskogean. Yeah, Seminole. You got the Chickasaw and Chata, the 2 brother tribes.
Yeah.
Okay, let me explain the 5 tribes. You have.
You irritated
Wait,
because
hold
the
on.
word is
Hold on, I think
civilized
I beat you that time.
versus uncivilized. Is that what irritates you about? Is it that? Because it's all. I also heard it referred to assimilated tribes.
Yeah.
Is it the word?
It's the wording, and it's just it's literally a reminder of them just trying to wash out the culture. Because I'm from this area, y'all, there's just hundreds of tribes.
Okay, let me
Oh yeah, David, go ahead. David, you pretty low. I'm not gonna lie, you're pretty low, David.
Oh, I am.
Oh, you sound better now. Go ahead.
Okay. You see, guys, the 5 civilized tribes was the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole. Now, those tribes was on this planet. Anything, we were just savages, like we still live out in the jungle because the earth wasn't civilized. And as time evolved over the years, and settlers started coming in and landing on these different shores, they are the ones who bought those different names. Now, when the first settler came to North America, and the tribe they saw was the 5 that I mentioned. Okay, now they wasn't always called that. And those 5 tribes that I mentioned, those tribes was African descent, or who had been on this planet all along. That's why they can say we was already here. And that would be the truth. And then so after that was established, then they brought who we know as the Red Indian, the Red Man. They brought him into North America in 1762, which is not too long ago. They came in from Canada to Delaware. And then when they got here, they started mixing with the African descent Indian who had been on this planet.
Yo, too much, all this African. Where are you getting this African misnomer? That's a slur. Why would you say African descent?
Don't even say African Indians. That makes sense.
How you gonna be African and indigenous to America?
See, you listen too hard till you miss a whole lot. I never said I was indigenous to.
Yeah, but you referring to a group of people as African descent when there's no proof of any Africanness. Like that's not a thing. There's no proof or evidence of that.
David, don't start. I thought you lost that narrative.
That's what.
The only reason why I don't like them is because Leela, the only reason why I don't like them is because they kind of put them on a pedestal because they're the ones that assimilated to white tea culture, and they even tried to own slaves and stuff like that.
That's not
I'm
true.
the only one.
That's
I'm
not
the
true.
only one on the panel who is taking up.
What's
on
not
my
true?
race.
Ain't nobody African.
Hey, what's up?
Don't
David?
even make sense.
Hey, David.
Who you talking about? What I'm talking about?
David, I got you up to
Address
40.
what you say, but
David,
let David
I
get
got you
his,
up to 41.
whatever he's saying off. But I highly disagree.
I spoke
Because
to you.
there's
You didn't say nothing.
there's no evidence. So you mean to
I
tell me that
probably
they
didn't see
put them
it.
in etiquette school? Like there's
David, I got you up to,
nowhere in
I got you up
history
to
has
41.
this violent group of people ever civilized anyone.
You ain't lying.
So they were called civilized just because they were already sophisticated. These people were already intelligent, highly developed. So they referred to them because that's what they found them. These people had their own government. They had their own system. They already had their own way of life, very well
They didn't start
organized.
to assimilate.
So there's never been a point in history when this particular group of people that we're talking about has ever civilized anyone on the face of this planet.
But no. What
We
are you
were
talking about?
already highly
I'm
sophisticated.
aware of that, but what I'm saying is that's what they try to do. They try to, obviously, so there's so much historical content about them being forced to like adopt adopt the Christian religion and all this type of stuff and assimilate to our governments. But
Are Native Americans, are majority of them Christian?
Oh, Native?
Yeah, some of them are, well, it depends on the reservation, honestly, but a lot of them are Christian.
that's what I'm trying to say. So I feel like, okay, I don't feel like arguing with anybody.
I was just asking a question. I have nothing to do with the conversation y'all were having prior. You said Christian, and that brought up a good. Oh, thank you.
No.
That brought up a good.
We can even take even Christianity.
She was looking for her moment
to
to power
Europe.
up.
We can even take Christianity back to melanated Europeans.
Right.
We could go back to King James on that. So the thing is, they didn't develop the religion. Nobody taught anybody anything.
I never said that.
And I'm not saying that. And I'm speaking above you. And what the whole false narrative is that they force these enslaved people to learn Christianity. Okay.
Yeah,
that's a false narrative too. These people, nobody gave us anything. We've always had our own system. And also there were Black Christians that were expelled from Europe. and part of the Jacobite rebellion. We can go back to King James on this, but essentially, when you tell somebody that we gave you your religion, that's a whole false narrative. Also, the thing is,
I'm
they want to say that
confused. Are you native or are you American
I'm
Indian?
Cherokee. I'm Cherokee, Muskogean, great grandparents.
So are you American Indian or?
I'm American Indian. I'm
Okay.
registered. We're set on that.
Okay, I was just
But-
asking. I don't know nobody, so I'm just asking.
Yeah, hi, welcome. So what I'm saying is essentially, you literally had people that were either they convert the Indians or they would unalive them. That was
Right.
part of the Spanish rule. There was also Black European Christians. You can call them Blackamoor, you can call them whatever you want. But those people were expelled to 13 original colony, but they kept that religion with them. Then there was also Muslim Black Europeans. So a lot of them were in Spanish. So the thing is that anybody civilized someone, when did they have time to teach anybody? These people were always in some type of conflict or battle. There was no, like I said, no etiquette school, polishing, finishing school. Nobody was teaching anybody like civilization. That's never been a thing. These people have always been
So
at
that's
odds.
what I'm confused about. What you got confused about? Because that was my whole thing. Like that annoys me. But that they call them, they tried to coin them like these civilized tribes because they're the most barbaric.
Tribes. They were
ever.
very highly sophisticated. These tribes, so when you think indigenous, people always think people in grass skirts or people out there
Right.
half undressed. But when you come in contact with groups that already have their own way of life, government structure, like they call it commander in chief, they call it chief executive officer. Like you don't see the word chief executive officer historically anywhere else in the world. So these are things that we are always developed, and then they imitate it, they try to duplicate it, but then they are seen as the creators and originators of these things that were already developed. So our story goes so much further beyond before colonization. All they did was just claim it. They're squatting on a whole other culture. So yes, these people were sophisticated. They were very civilized, but it's not that anyone civilized them.
Man, I have
Right.
a question. So I'm still learning about American Indians. I am a foundational Black American. And so our histories kind of intertwine or whatever. But my thing is, so I'm recently learning that American Indians and Native Americans, they're different, correct?
Yep. Yeah.
That's what I just
Classify them as such, but
that is
I
what
would
was
say I'm
saying.
Native American. I'm native to the Americas. But if you
Okay,
want to
David,
go
you
into
see,
a
without
classification,
Hold on, David.
information in front of a person.
David, hold on. real quick.
She's literally talking, bro.
Hold on, David.
Oh no, yeah, David. Like I don't know who am I listening
Go
to?
ahead.
Is Leela explaining it or David?
Oh, Lila's explaining that, so I'm telling David to hold on. Lila.
Okay.
Yeah, Lila, you can go ahead and finish.
I think some people have drawn up this etymology of the word, but that's I think that's a false correlation as well. Native is native born, country of origin, the country where you were born. And so a lot of people can get away with saying, no, I'm Native American because they were simply born in terms of a classification. But historically, the earliest terms used for us were American Indian.
Okay, so let me ask this, and again, I respect American Indian history. I'm not asking this in a way to challenge you. I'm just again trying to learn because I have been recently going live. I mean, I go live all the time, but recently, I guess because I'm cool with Venus, so a lot of her American Indian friends come up. So just so I could be educated whenever I do have y'all on the panels or whatever, I can kind of know what's going on. But so like when it comes, so the people that I've kind of talked to, I think that they say like they're like American Indians and Native Americans are different. Like you say, different classifications. So historically, where do y'all stand with Native Americans? Did y'all live amongst them? Like that's what I'm trying to figure. Like, are y'all the same people or were like
Native Americans, what are their connections to the 13 original colonies? Ask the ones that are claiming Native American, what is their connection to the 13 original colonies? The Eastern Seaboard and first contact with colonialism. Can they talk to you about like the people so when they come on my live, the first thing I'm asking them, where are they? Oh, it's usually South Dakota, Canada, Mexico, or somewhere in Arizona or California. And I asked them, well, great, where were your grandparents from? Historically, their grandparents. So for me, those tribes don't have any connection to the 13 original colonies. What I'm talking about, or even the Caribbean, you notice they never say anything about when Columbus first hit the Americas, he was in the Caribbean. A lot of those first contact wasn't even along the Eastern Seaboard. That happened much later. So the question goes back to them. What is your connection to the American Revolutionary, the French Indian warfare? What's your connection to the Civil War, if at all any? So so we are, the onus is not on us at that point. The onus would be on them. What I also asked them, you speak your native tongue. Can you show me any historical documents in your native tongue? There are no historical documents in their so-called native tongue. Not a single book historically, not a single treaty, nothing written in their language.
Did they even have a writing system?
That would be a question for them. So the challenge is to them. What was your connection to the founding of this nation and what we're calling the United States?
Okay.
$1 million question.
Yeah. Okay, that I see what you're saying.
May I say something to DJ, please?
To who? To DJ? Yeah.
That DJ?
What's up? Is that you, Doctor?
No, this is Mr. David.
Oh, you sound like my friend Doctor. All right. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, what's your question?
Okay, now I see that you are humbling yourself very, very well, and I do believe that there is a lot of things that you want to know. And what I suggest to you is, will you go check your message?
I want some knowledge.
He saw you tell me to check the DMs.
Yeah.
I want some knowledge.
I'm tapping right now.
Okay. I'll do that when I get off here. I'll read that tonight. That'll give me something to read before bed. Thank you.
No,
Lila.
Probably be wise to go and see it now.
I can't look at it right now. I'm on live right now.
Lila, can I ask you a question?
Sure. Hello. Hi. Yes.
What was your guys' original religion or spirituality?
Yeah, I love that question. I love spirituality. For me, is look to nature, commune with nature. That's where the truth is. My people are very spiritual. I grew up believing my people were magical. Like we had a relationship with nature. So I don't ever hear them talking about Native American magic. And then my grandfather, his roots was Louisiana. So my people has always been on a whole other thing. We were agricultural. You can go into the symbolism of all of that. But for what I understand, I'm studying a lot of what was even before my time. But the way I grew up, we had a very close relationship. Like my mom taught me how to commune with like spirit animals and the weather. For me, weather is huge. I grew up in the Midwest, Tornado Alley. I learned how to read the weather just for safety. Like for me, it was for safety. So I just grew up a whole lot differently. I maybe because my maternal side is more on the farm in agriculture, but I mean we were just different. So.
Did they pass any language down?
I don't know. My mom used to say that my grandfather did, but what you lose all that because it's not even in practice. Like where would I go and see anything in Chalagi? Like I'm in California, like you lose all of that.
Yeah.
But my mom used to say that. And so when I look into a lot of our records and they would ask if they speak English, it said no. They would say read, write. They were asking if they read and they show senses. But I'm learning the language too. And I think it's very interesting. The principal chief of Cherokee Nation, in a speech he made in LA sometime last month, he admitted he doesn't even know the language. He's the chief. And so it's language preservation is a thing. There's a lot of languages they would call the dead languages. And there are certain people who've dedicated their lives to resurrecting dead languages or preserving what's left. And I think with the panorama that happened some years ago, a lot of the elders passed away that were being tasked with making sure that the new generation learns the language. But other than that, there's nowhere in the world I would be able to practice it. Where would we even speak it? Like, why I'm learning it, but it's like as an adult, like I learn, like when I travel the world, I'll learn that language. But if I don't practice French or Russian, all the languages I'm now learning Italian. Like if I don't practice it every day, I'm gonna lose it. And that's as an adult.
I'm learning Italian too, and Japanese right now because I'm thinking of moving to Japan. But you know what? I was teaching myself Navajo. So Navajo is available now, right? And I was so excited about it. And my husband kept like killing my vibe. Like he was like, who are you gonna speak Navajo to? Like, what is your point? And I was just like, I don't know, but I think it's a great thing. That's the thing. Like, where would I speak it? Like in LA, like like I mean, I'm barely passing out here with Espanol. It's no benefit. So it's just out of practice, out of sight, out of mind for me. But for me, it's like, what's the usefulness of this? Like, is this something I can use? Are you
today?
sentimental? I mean, for me, it's just
I don't have time for that. I'm a young entrepreneur.
Exactly.
The only language I'm trying to speak is commerce, trade, import and export. I'm just speaking wholesale and trying to figure out how to respond to RFPs and bid solicitations. To me, the language of money. And I can go anywhere in the world and English is spoken, which I think there was something to my English ancestry as well, or my European ancestry. I'm so thankful for it because I can go, like when I went to Russia and the languages is characters, like you said, Japanese, it's characters. I'm like, oh, she's at least I knew the Greek alphabet, so I can translate some of the Russian, but I had to translate it into English to English language characters, and then even translate that, like horosho, or whatever the word I was learning or translating. But I had to use my knowledge of the Greek alphabet. So, but then, I mean, I don't use it. I learned it for the time I was traveling. But for me, that would be a waste of my time. But anywhere I go in the world, thankfully, also in Russia, they also had, because I guess it was so proximate to England, there was a lot of English. But anywhere I go in the world, at least the people have learned they know their language and they have at least learned some form of English in addition to their language. I'm thankful for that. So I think there's something to be said about that, and us looking more into our European ancestry as well, once we figured out our American Indian heritage, first and foremost. But I'm speaking English, so I think it's something to that as well. Yep. Sorry you don't know about the Blackamoors. Sorry you don't know about King James, King Charles,
What European are
George.
you? Sorry to ask you, what European are you? Which country in Europe?
Oh, I don't understand that accent. I don't understand it. I don't understand what you're
Which
saying.
European country are you from? It's a continent. Which European country are you from?
Nuremberg laws. Are you asking for my ID? Like, are you a Yasi? Like, who are you?
You speak
Hi.
French?
You greet me when you speak to me.
Yeah,
You send off a proper greeting.
You need
Yeah.
to go
Oh my
back to
God.
school.
I don't understand that accent though. I don't understand it. I don't understand what you're saying. So anyway, I don't know what he's set tripping on. I don't know what gang violence you're trying to exact here, but I'm not interested.
If you step in Europe,
You will address me properly when you speak to me, or don't speak to me at all. Disengage. Kindly. I'm asking you to disengage.
Will you
speak to me
explain
correctly. You don't speak to me at all.
Will you explain the Blackamoors to me?
I'm not a professor, so you can hit that. You can give me some gifts if you want me to educate you.
No, I'm really concerned because see my research.
Like you pay a professor, because
No,
I'm looking at tuition and it's only going up.
Yeah, well, I did that 60 years ago. Okay, now My research,
You say
according,
60 years ago, you did what now?
gave up everything about learning, and now I teach what I know about learning.
Nikki, I'm
What's
with
up, your
you. What the
name?
hell? What the hell?
What the
You
hell?
see,
Who
you
is
see,
Watu anyway? Watu, where are you from? Huh? Watu. Watu, you
Hey,
there?
what the fuck you want to say?
Hey, hey, Watu.
Want to speak though with that thick ass accent.
Oh, he can't. He got amnesia.
He said
No,
European, you must be kidding.
you must be. You know. You. I requested you to unmute. So my bad. Truly. Truly.
Okay, there you go.
All right, there you go. Watu, where you from? Yeah.
Where the CCC is from?
The what?
Is he Italian, is French, German? Where
The
is he
what?
from? This woman I'm talking about.
Why you so fixated on Lyland? I'm not. I'm talking to you, Watu. Where you from?
I'm from Africa.
You from Africa?
So
Oh, the
let,
white
let, let,
tea.
Yeah, Afro.
let, let, let
I
me
don't listen to. I don't engage with refugees. I don't let refugees speak to me in that way. I don't allow refugees to question my heritage.
Facts.
Like that's so out of order and inappropriate. So humble yourself. You're speaking to
you
someone
are
with
dumb.
deep lineage in the country that you're trying to integrate into. And so I have never seen a refugee class go anywhere else in the world and question the native heritage. That's just not a thing. But it's because of the color of my skin, because I'm melanated, you think that you got some authority over me as a refugee.
That's
Undocumented,
crazy.
probably at that.
Audacity.
Hey, yo, someone said it was Lucy talking through him.
Oh, he
But I
dipped.
was asking, I was like, how he? I'm moving. I was like, how he? These the same people that say we're 20% European. He's gonna question her European lineage. Like, hello, you
To
European?
ask me anything about my like this is not the Nuremberg laws. I don't have to identify myself to you. You ain't cutting no checks.
Where the checks at?
Cut the check.
Facts. Cut the check.
Yeah,
Watu.
like they get some authority. Like somebody told them like we got to answer to them. Like they think like we're their royal subjects or something. That's what that Pan-Africanism has taught. That they are above us. They have an authority over us. They come on here like
Facts.
they these some Yoruba gods and we got to bow down to them. That's what Pan-Africanism has taught them.
Facts. Listen to me now. I'm Captain Al Niga. I'm Captain Al Niga. That's what.
Yeah, learn
That's how they be
today.
talking
If
to
there's
him.
any other questions, we can run it.
Anybody can come up
But
too.
I think that what's happening is the sister was asking me some genuine questions, and I'm so deep in my convictions, and I know that my ancestry goes back more than 1,000 years, more than 10,000 years. But what does it matter as of today? As of today, cut the check, send your gifts. Thank you.
Fact.
We got Rich.
Actually,
What's up,
actually
bro?
go back over
What's up,
millions
Roman?
of years.
We got. Hold
Actually,
on.
what's up,
What's
man?
up, Rich? What's going on?
Nothing much, man. How you doing?
I'm all right. You?
Doing all right. I seen you on here the other day, and I didn't get a chance to chime in.
Oh, for sure. Where you from?
Mississippi.
Mississippi. All right. All right. What's your
Yeah.
thoughts on the topic here?
People saying the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen. I wouldn't say it didn't happen. Maybe the way it's sold to us, I doubt the way it's sold to us. It's like they want us to think a certain way. Maybe we had black owners too, bro. Like I doubt what actually happened. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay. For sure.
But black
For
people
sure.
too great for us not to have some type of greatness that occurred. I don't believe we all came on a boat.
For sure. You don't get no pushback vote on here from me with that sentiment.
For sure.
Anybody else? It's an open panel. We got 3 slots.
Answer prompts. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Transatlantic trade happened in terms of selling goods, pearls, gemstones, gold. That absolutely happened. Even some food, you could say even crops, vegetables, things like that. Transatlantic trade on record. They will also go from Europe to Africa, pick up some things on the way coming from the Caribbean before they would finally go. And it was all about trade and business. Now, when you talk about chatteling people and trafficking people, I find that extremely difficult. I don't see any record of it. Most of the records that are coming out have been debunked. A lot of the narratives of firsthand accounts of people that survived chattel trafficking, I would say that there's insufficient evidence to support these claims. And so, but absolutely there was a trade and commerce happening, especially because of the Blackamoor Empire was so vast. And that's what makes it an empire, how expansive it was. But when you're talking about, different types of voyages and human, selling cargo, there's just not enough evidence to support any of that, and definitely nothing that's connected to today's modern person. For those people to say of African descent, I think that's a misnomer. No one has ever really been able to pinpoint. And so I just been getting deeper into that. So there was also different names for a lot of the countries today called Sierra Leone. So I would have to see some type of documentation with those names prior to colonization. What they today call Ghana, or what is today called Nigeria. I would just have to see some type of documentation that proof matters in these cases, especially when you're making claims for reparations and then you're using narratives such as my ancestors were sold here, there, and everywhere. You would just have to have some proof if you're going to make a solid claim. And I think, and I would think it'd be in anyone's best interest if you're going to regurgitate that narrative for you to actually have some type of documented proof. Somebody said we need DNA tests. Were my ancestors, they're not in those databases, so DNA would not be sufficient in this case. So they don't have any DNA from any ancestral tribes. The DNA can match you to people that are existing today. So they can say you have some DNA sequencing that is similar to these people here, there, X, Y, and Z. But as living organisms, we have some DNA that will match any various groups. You can have some that matches different tribal groups from all over the world, or different types of people from all over the world. You can see some commonality in the DNA sequencing, but doesn't mean there's a match out of the entire coding.
I agree. So what's the proof? How do you guys prove you guys native?
Hi, where are you from? Where are you from? Like you're very aggressive. I'm gonna ask you to calm down. All right.
I'm from LA.
Okay, where were your grandparents from?
From Mexico.
Okay, so you think you have the authority, and my grandparents are not from Mexico. So my grandparents have a better lineage in these United States as opposed to someone from Mexico. So you are first generation or second generation, and you coming with this aggressive. So what's documentation of your people? What's the earliest documentation you have of your people that you've been able to find through genealogical records? Because I understand genealogical records may not mean anything to you.
I'm not claiming to be native. I'm not claiming to be native.
You think you have a right to come up here and challenge our heritage, and you don't even know anything? Like, what can you tell me about the origin of California?
I can't tell you nothing about the origin of California.
So then you need to calm down. You need to lower your tone, and you need to learn how to speak with some dignity and some respect. You don't even you in LA.
Why is you attacking me?
About the chartering of the city of Los Angeles? Hold on, you will not speak over me. What can you tell me about the chartering of the city of Los Angeles?
Tell me what was that group that chartered the founding of the city of Los Angeles? Or how about this in Espanol? Tell me the full name of the city of Los Angeles in Espanol.
I don't speak the Espanol.
But you Mexicano.
Yeah, born here in California.
Okay, but you don't. So tell me about the charting of the city.
I told you to
don't
break
know
it
the
down.
full
I said,
name
I don't
of
know.
the city of because Los Angeles is Espanol. You don't know the full name of the city. So how about you go take some time?
First of all, Spanish is from Spain.
Espanol.
That's a language.
And you speak in English. Have
It's
you
not
been
a
to England?
people.
Have you been to England?
Hell no.
And I have. So again, point to me. So you don't know anything about the chartering of this city. You don't even know the name of what's the name of the group that chartered the city of Los Angeles? What do we refer to them as?
I said you break it down. I came up here to ask questions.
Well, then you pay me some coins and some gifts.
What?
Well, then you gotta go, bro. There you go. Go study. Go study.
Why are people coming for Lila so hard?
Because I stand in I'm very strong in my conviction.
You're speaking with authority and confidence about your heritage, and they so mad.
Yeah, he came up here mad wild. Didn't speak to nobody. Like, we don't need to show you nothing.
Like,
sir.
go in on Lila.
Bothered. You
Right.
need proof. Okay, so if we
What's up,
showed
Native?
you proof, would you even know what?
Hold
we're-
on, you
what we're
don't
talking
show
about?
people proof when your ancestors been here longer than them. Let's get that straight. First and foremost, they looking for them right now. They looking for them undocumented laborers, illegal workers in the city. It's real quiet in LA right now. I'm back. All right, I've been gone for a month. I'm back. It's real quiet. I'm gonna sleep so good. All right, it's quiet. Ain't nobody selling flowers. Ooh. Ain't nobody selling raspberries and blackberries on the side of the road, or no oranges or chihuahuas right now.
Who is he that he needs proof? Who are
Yeah.
you?
But that's the thing. They think because the color of our
need
skin
proof.
that they have authority over us. That's okay. The Marines are looking for them. The National Guard has been deployed.
Like, he just came out of nowhere on like.
That's
some
okay.
fake-
They
on a
know their
fake
days are
page,
numbered.
though.
He knows his days are numbered. The National Guard has been deployed, and the President of the United States said they have occupied our city. So
Quick question.
our city is under illegal occupation right now. The National Guard is still here. Get it together.
Did I?
What's up? What's up, yeah?
I just came up talking about. I was going to talk about the prom, but I think did I just miss something? Did we just?
Nah. There's just a rude Mexican. That's all.
That's what I figured.
Yeah. What's up? My Philly Bowl in the building.
What up? I do want to say, guys, I speak for myself. What I try to do, especially talking to certain Mexicans or Latinos, I do try to separate Afro Mexicans and Afro Latinos, because white tea Latinos and white tea Mexicans, they are on some other shit, but that's not all of them.
Nasty name for them too. They never refer to themselves as Afro.
No,
Pico Vicente Guerrero, he didn't refer to himself as Afro.
Oh, I don't know that man.
He even he even said he was indigenous. So anytime there were black melanated Mexicanas, Negro is the term, Espanol.
Yeah.
Whenever there was some black Mexicans, they call them Afro. What is an Afro in terms of nationality? What political classification is that? Afro? It's another slur as in African.
Mm-hmm.
These are meant to be slurs.
I see what you're saying. I mean, just me personally, I do have a little bit of a personally kinship and understanding of certain melanated Hispanic and Latino people. Not all of them. I don't know who you just spoke with, so I'm not speaking to him, but that's all I'm saying.
Oh, now she's still in culture? Oh my
Okay,
God.
so essentially we just had a native BLK. We just had somebody come up here who he was very brash, just he was out of breath. And so he came up here and he stated he was from Los Angeles. And I asked him where his grandparents from. His grandparents were Mexicano. So, first and foremost, I'm not answering any question. I'm not obligated to answer any of his questions. He said he's from Los Angeles, but he can't tell me anything about the charting of the city or the origin of the state of California. So they want to dig and study us like we're some zoo animals, like we're like a cage in a zoo for them to observe and do experimentations on. But he can't tell me. He didn't even care enough about the city he lives in to know the origin story and the chartering of the city of Los Angeles.
Gotcha.
Couldn't tell me the full name, the appropriate name for the city, Ciudades, Los Angeles. He don't know nothing. He don't know the full name of the city because it's not just Los Angeles. It's a full name in Espanol. He can't tell me nothing about the origins of California. So if you truly care about what's being stated here, then you would go do the research. Start there. You don't get to go dig into somebody else's history. You don't even care enough about the city you live in to go do the history on the city of Los Angeles.
I agree. Shit. No, I'm not combating that at all.
The show. Who want to come up here now? He wants to come back. What's up, Cassie? Cassie slid through. Cassie the slid through. How long have I been on? 4.5 hours. Wow. No, I'm not tired yet.
Doesn't have privileges to come up. That's the thing he got to go work out with TikTok. So War Party was just gonna be in the comment section, but he doesn't have the privilege of coming up and joining this conversation.
That's how much the peasants and these trolls be.
Yeah,
Trolling.
so he low-key trying to insult you, right?
Like, why y'all
No, I
trying
don't
to
have this type
antagonize?
of interaction with men in real life, so I guess I don't know what's happening.
I was about to say, hold on, one second. I was about to say, like, why
They
y'all
be
trying
fighting females on the internet.
to? Right. I was like,
I'm a
yo,
lover, not a fighter.
why are you so antagonized and intimidated by a woman right now, War Party? Huh?
I don't know if they in their culture they don't believe women should be allowed to speak, and that's a lot of misogyny coming from this. That's the attitude of misogyny. They don't think women should be allowed to speak, especially a woman that's in more. But the thing is like, I know more than you, and you're upset. You're upset about it. You're upset that I'm tribally
No,
enrolled
he
in
mad because
Cherokee
he wants you
Nation.
to be like the rest of them. He said, you know what? You're not native just like the rest of us. So you got to be like him because he feels like he's a nobody.
I don't know what that means, but how about this, War Party? Because, just like you don't have the privileges, we're just going to go ahead and mute you. There you go. Just go ahead and work that out.
Just mute his ass.
I'm the most illiterate person on the panel.
You good, David?
I'm working.
Working.
Don't sit here. See what they do is they sit here and listen. We start talking about. They piece it all together. They listen to when we talk about. Oh, my family was from here. Y'all just said earlier. People cosplaying your ancestors' names. It's because there's so many conversations online where we get comfortable with one another. We start telling our story, and we should. We're proud of our heritage, but that can fall into the wrong hands. They sit there and collect that data. You should really see them when they're in Oklahoma, the way they sit in those very prominent, and it's very well known and documented in these cases. A lot of identity theft has happened.
Yeah. You sure right about that, Lila. I just saw a post. I think somebody had posted something earlier where one of them was talking about, did you know that they called us the N-word along with African Americans back in the day?
Hey, I saw that shit. I saw that shit,
crazy.
yeah.
Yes. And so that just reminded me of, just like Lila said, they sit back and they come into these spaces, they watch us, they take notes because they don't know, they're not connected to the 13 colony history. So they don't know what happened prior to the westward expansion. And so they take notes and they listen to our stories and they apply it to themselves and assign us the African label. No.
You have to understand where those reservations are detention camps. And so the thing is, we can go back in history and we can say, hey, we're from Virginia, Georgia, right? We can go to Delaware. I have friends from Delaware. We talk about Philadelphia. We can talk about Massachusetts. We can talk about New York, New Jersey. We could really talk about the 13 original colonies. They can't do that. So why would I even explain who I am as of today when my ancestors trump yours any day of the week.
Exactly.
My great
Oh, yeah, I
grandparents trump yours.
And we can show proof all day and they wouldn't even know what they're looking at.
So your grandparents don't even stack up to mine. So you think I gotta no, you will answer to me. I'm asking the questions here. So I don't allow people to interrogate me. Like people want to learn because they're trying to piece together. I can discern the difference between somebody that's just trying to learn from understanding, or like someone asked about the spirituality. I mean, you know, like my family and what I'm doing today is totally different. But I always saw what we did in terms of, like I said, getting close to nature. They can't, a lot of people can't touch that. But then we talk about voodoo and hoodoo. They want to misappropriate that as African. Okay, we over here talking about working with our different types of plant medicine, and you're going to attribute that to Africa when there's not the same plants. Black magic, like seriously, like let's not even get on that. So, but I always find that to be interesting because I always grew up, like I said, thinking American Indians, Native Americans, I always thought they were magical people, and they never talk about magic. They never talk about it. So I've seen miracles, so I know what I'm talking about. But I also saw the spirituality from my grandfather, who I now looking back was definitely, to our family, was chief, king, very kingly, very stately, like the things that he was able to do. So we don't have a lot of shared heritage. But when we just focus on U.S. matters, they are very new to that. But that's okay because the president of the United States has deployed the National Guard. And I feel so much more safer. And I see so much opportunity. But I'm just thankful that downtown LA is clear. Homeless encampments is looking better. Like, I'm actually seeing some opportunity here. So they got to go. It's widely reported that the violence has been inflicted on U.S. citizens. Like, this is not a game. It's like lives are being lost out here. So you see the energy in which they coming up here on. That man don't even know where he is. Talking about he was born in LA, but don't know anything about the city. But he want to interrogate me or anybody on this panel. Go learn something about the city of Los Angeles. Start in your birthplace. You gonna go on the rest of your life not knowing anything about the city of Los Angeles and you live in LA? That's wild. That's wild to me.
See, let me tell you something. This is the thing with the so-called Native Americans, right? Their ancestors had lied to them so much because they was working with the colonizers, to whereas that they have been indoctrinated for years. So the generation to the day don't know the truth at all. They just know all false information. So they can't backtrack anything, and because it's going to go back to all false information. You know what I'm saying? But any one of them today can still do a DNA test, and it will still.
But you want to know something? Their elders.
Their bloodline to Siberia.
Their elders know. Their elders be trying to tell us who we are most of the time in terms of being American Indian. So a lot of their elders have from the way I grew up, always treated us with respect. This gang banging culture they trying to pull on us right now, that's ain't nothing but TikTok egoism. But their elders are not like that.
Hey,
so I don't know. That's a misidentity.
Hey, so you said I like the melanin deficiency.
We brought them back up here.
The melanin deficiency is a real thing.
But
so you will call yourself
there's
brown. I'm brown.
There's only two types of melanin when it comes to human flesh, though.
I even have the surname Brown.
There's pheomelanin and eumelanin. What are you talking about?
And one is a false melanin.
Exactly. Pheomelanin, which is what the white people got. I don't have that.
And it gives the smell of wet canine upon contact with water.
I don't have that melanin. So what is you talking about?
You don't have the melanin deficiency. This is the melanin deficiency is genetic disorder.
I got eumelanin. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't have that.
But I also have
nationality, bro.
I'm Mexican, bro.
Wait,
my father.
That's Bad Bunny, y'all.
My father would be a so-called Afro-Mexican. That's what my father is.
What is Afro land? I've never heard of an Afro land. What's
I
the
said
origin story of
Afro-Mexican.
an Afro? What's the Afro? Where's that located?
I'm just going by the terms that the white
Well,
man has
your dad
created.
ain't got no historical documents that says Afro on it.
Wait, did you get your ancestry or whatever done, Rappa? Or
yes.
Right. How much Neanderthal you got?
You said Neanderthal?
Yeah.
Do I look like a hairy cave animal to you?
It comes up no matter what. How much did yours say?
I didn't read that far. I just know I got like 60% Native American in me, and I got like 13% sub-Saharan.
Right. So you have over 3% Neanderthal DNA. So that makes you a part of.
That's false. That's false. Don't.
I'm not even paying attention to that Neanderthal crap. I don't subscribe to none of that crap.
No.
White
So
man-
the reason
a
why.
white man's a Neanderthal. I ain't no white man.
But you have it in you.
DNA test.
Prove it.
DNA test don't work, man.
I agree with you, brother. I don't subscribe to the DNA. I agree with you.
It don't work. That's for the new generation.
Says he's an Israelite by blood. What's happening here?
Who just said they were Israelite blood? Who?
Rapaholia.
Rappa Allah. Get it right. Rappa Allah.
Rapaholia. You
Hold on, one
are
second.
Israelite.
Hold on,
So
hold on,
what-
hold on,
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, man. Don't you know that the black
I'm trying to speak, dude. Like, on 1 second.
How
Yeah, drop him.
check this out, man? Don't you know that the so-called black woman was the most great woman in history? And you
Yeah, we know that. We just said Israelite heaviness. Like we
You
know
better-
that. What? All right, Joe. You called her. All right. Like, somebody should. Y'all should have never brought him back
my
up.
people historically were white tea. I mean, because of property and land ownership and wealth. All these color codes that y'all want to use, we can run those color codes too. So when I said I was brown, all right, you better learn something. But he don't know enough about California, LA history to start using color codes. But anyway, he says on his page he was an Israelite. So what did you want to say, Darvin?
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out. Yeah, I was gonna ask, but never mind. He's an Ottoman Turk, so he probably is one of them folks. Safari type shit, you know.
He is his real light. I mean, I'm having fun because I thought it was very interesting that he didn't know anything about LA. But I invite you to go study, learn about the city. It's a beautiful origin story. I'll help you out here. I'll throw you a bone. The Pobladores. Go learn about the Spanish Negroes that founded the city of Los Angeles. Thanks.
Discord to the engines. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Huh? Oh yeah, for me. You set it up, huh? Oh.
Yeah, I just find it weird people like that come and try to DM me after I tell them about them being sassy for trying to talk to women like that. And Rap, if you're still in here, I don't got to be in fucking California. Bring your ass to South Carolina if you're really about that life. Like, what is wrong with people? Like, I don't beat up people in real life. Please ask about me. Please Google me. But later, y'all, I just found that shit mighty funny. Y'all wouldn't disrespect women and try to DM me like I won't beat y'all niggas up. Oh, y'all spraying this up. My bad. Y'all ain't no Negroes. Y'all stop wanting to be Negroes in the 30s.
What's up?
So when somebody call your dumb ass white tea Mexican, guess what? Go pick up a fucking book. Y'all fought to be white tea. So don't get mad when we call your ass white tea. I'm laying my plate.
Yeah. All right, cool. And I was in last night. So what was I about to? Oh yeah, the reason why this title came up tonight is because I was in a live yesterday or last night. Yeah, yesterday early in the morning. And the topic it was a FBA space, FBA live. I came through. DJ she was in here earlier. I was in her space on live. And I guess the topic came up about the slave trade. It was going on for hours. Like I was getting tossed down. Like it got real spicy. The Africans are real passionate about the slave trade. Apparently.
Yeah. They would have to be. They definitely was a part of it.
funded it right into the Caribbean. Oh, that's the thing. It was done out of anger. It was how they got rid of the tribes that they were at odds with. So they know what they did. But a lot of times they were selling their own people. They made a lot of money from it. They built some empires off of it. That much, yeah, that's what they do in terms of after they have battles. But that's what gets me as well, because they always make it seem like a European power came and just snatched people up when these people were in contractual agreements. Like these things are on record. And so it's still happening today. You're at odds with one tribe or one faction or one rebel group, and then you'll hire a foreign entity to help you. We see that happening in geopolitics today. It wasn't foreign back then. So there was opportunities where there were empires and emerging empires, and they had to topple one in order for their empire to rise up. And so they hired outside forces. That's not that far-fetched. But then what happened was they reneged on their debt. And so then these European powers came in and said, y'all gotta pay up. That's why they got all those artifacts in their museums. That was a form of payment. And so I love that the British Museum is like, we don't need the humans. We'll take your artifacts and we'll put in museums and we'll charge $2 a pop. So, right now the art world is repatriating a lot of that, the Nigerian or what came in from Benin, but they're giving the artwork back, but they've already made billions off of it. But watch what happens when they get the artwork back. Watch how they make no money off of it. And then also what they don't tell you is a lot of those museums actually have African diplomats that are supervising and overseeing these loan outs of these artifacts and making sure once it's expired, the loan out has expired, it goes back to the tribal nation. But all these things have overseers. So I don't think they're being honest and truthful about even their artifacts or the contractual business relationship they had with European countries.
Right. And I do want to say the only reason Africans are so invested in the Atlantic slave trade story is because it's their way of saying, no matter what, even if you are a Black American who is in a first world country, no matter what resources you have, as long as we can say that one, you don't quote unquote know your roots, or two, that all your ancestors were slaves, then that some way gives them the leeway to say that they are in some way better. Because if you ever focus on their conversation, it's always, oh, we know where we're from. We know our culture. We know whatever this. But in actuality, most of their country started in the fucking 60s. But the only reason they're so invested in the Atlantic slave trade is not because they have some kinship with us. It's not because they care about what happened to us. They don't give a fuck what happened to us in America. They want to be able to say, no matter how much you progress as a melanated or a Black American, your ancestors were fucking slaves and you don't know who you are. to know
tactic.
Yeah, and to know who you are means you need to be in proximity to me because I'm African. That's all it is.
It's the thing. Like, it's almost like the king has returned. Bow down to me. We are your gods. You're under my. It's a jurisdiction. It's a spiritual battle. It's psychological warfare to say that yes, we disposed of you. But remember, they were at war with these groups. But the thing is when we're saying, well, actually, you got the wrong group. You got the wrong group. Not us. Maybe some other group. But even those groups in like South America, they're like, nah, not us either. So what happened was when those Blackamoors were expelled to the 13 regional colonies and the Caribbean, those West Africans then went up to Europe. So any Black people that you see in Europe today is not the indigenous original Black people of Wales, of a lot of that ancient indigenous culture. They just found another skeleton that they did some some renderings on, and they found another relative or somebody that would be related to Cheddar Man, and blue eyes. So they keep finding all of these indigenous European fossils, and these people were deeply melanated. But then there's also historical documentation that says these early indigenous inhabitants of what we today call Wales, Wales, like the Duke of Wales and all that, those people were very much melanated. And then we talk about the European kings, we talk about them being black, swarthy, ruddy. So this is stuff that they've been trying to cover as well. But when those people were disposed of and then deported, then these Africans took the place. And we talk about the 1800s. So they talk to any black person in Europe. They do not come from the indigenous groups. None of them have been there. They're all from Yoruba land.
So what I had to say is, the Africans, and I'm gonna sum this up in a little bit. I'm gonna make myself a little bit more clear. Africans, they work with the colonizers, and they've been indoctrinated too. So their ancestors, so they just like the Native Americans. They don't know the real truth either. But if you notice that Ethiopia was never colonized, Ethiopia don't have nothing to say anything about African Americans. I mean, so-called Americans. It's all the other countries in Africa that has something to say.
Ethiopians got shit to say, and they also were colonized. The Italian War, Ethiopia, that made Haile Selassie flee.
They know the truth. They know what's going on. They know the truth, and they just being silent because they can't. You know what I mean? That would be like, you know what I mean, going against their own family. But at the
They
same
don't even consider themselves black.
And even before the Italian thing, you had Yemen, you had Aksum. A lot of people from the Aksumite Empire are descent from Yemen. Like they literally colonized in Ethiopia. Yeah, the Aksumite are seen as colonizers to the Cushitic people.
Facts.
But yeah, so that's colonization in Ethiopia right there. But yeah, and then you had the Italian War. And they started colonizing in Ethiopia,
Has the ego when it comes to the internet. It's all about public humiliation. It's all about degrading one group so you can build your own whatever superiority complex. But again, we're dealing with traumatized refugee groups. And so they're trying to build some type of identity. These are people that had to leave their ancestral homeland. So wherever their great grandparents were buried, they can't go back to those lands. All that's done. So I'm just so happy that we're having these conversations and we continue to delineate, but we are very much on our ancestral homeland, our direct ancestors. That much we know for certain. And so again, when we talk about our grandparents and what they were doing and the culture that they were living, and we're still sustaining that to some degree, they cannot relate to that. But they have been told that they're all the same, but they know deep down we're not the same. We have nothing in common. So what our great grandparents were doing more than 100 years ago, and what their great grandparents were doing more than 100 years ago, these two never crossed paths. These two lineages and heritage the cultures never crossed. So what were your great grandparents doing when my great grandparents, like where's the common thread? And those things are parallel. They don't touch.
Right. And I don't listen. I know not every African is the same, but every African that I've met online or in person, they completely disrespect melanated Americans' culture and tradition. And for you to come over from an entirely different continent and tell people that they don't know who they're from, when you only know where you're from through oral history, and you're telling me my oral history isn't good enough, it's crazy.
And you know what's funny to me is that they get to say that we're not original Americans, but they would say that the Israelites, or anybody from that area over there, are from Israel. They're not claiming them to be Africans, right? Nobody from Canaan.
Just remember what just happened. There was a man on this stage who was
Nobody
asking
from
for
Europe.
proof and was asking for evidence. And he was born in LA and could not tell us anything about the founding of the city of LA. You cannot engage with refugees about your lineage and heritage. They are fishing for information.
It's only about America, bro. It's only about America. They won't claim no black, and I'm just saying black as melanated. They won't claim no black from China. They won't claim no black from Thailand. They won't claim no black from Europe. They won't claim no black from Philistine, or whatever you want to say it, or Israel.
You have to ask. So Brazil has the second largest, quote unquote, African descendant population outside of Africa. Why are they constantly worried about Americans? And it's because they want to be able to disrespect our culture while simultaneously clinging on to our progression and our advancements.
It's economic. It's about money. Okay? It's all about money. We over here, we got our businesses. We're doing X, Y, and Z. These people have to come over from refugee status and start from scratch. There's an inheritance to be had that we haven't even claimed. We have a lot that we should be working on, but if you are arguing with refugees, you're not focusing on your inheritance.
Yeah. Those Africans moved there. It's still uncivilized tribes in South America, if you know that or not, right?
Uncontacted, just call them uncontacted.
Yeah, uncontacted.
Yeah. And the rainforest and everything. So
they're not African.
Melanated people too.
Yeah, they're not African, and
No,
they
they're
know
not
it.
African. No,
They know they're not. West Africa was that. But the thing is, y'all gotta understand. Somebody said it's identity theft, and sometimes I don't think we really discuss enough about what is to be had here. We are claiming our indigenous heritage. That gives you some authority. For the people who've been told their whole life they have no authority, you have no claim to the land, you don't get any inheritance, you can't participate in the economy, and come to find out you have everything. Like, think about what that means in terms of indigenous rights. But Aiden, you're here, you joined the panel. But think about indigenous rights, what that means.
All right, what's up, Aiden? Aiden, you there?
Did you say David?
Aiden, I'm talking to Aiden. All right. Must be snoozing on the mic. Okay.
If you think about it, the groups that are claiming that they are in natives, right? These groups, they got all the smoke for us, but no disdain for the groups that they claim have committed acts of violence and other human rights abuses and violations, right? And so I always thought, if these groups were indigenous, then why haven't they said, okay, time's up, get off the land? But they're not going to do that because they don't have that power or rights or even that frame of mind. So now that it's us and what indigenous rights and indigenous groups, what they say goes. Like, do we even talk about that? No, like these groups are claiming to be indigenous,
right?
But then they have no power. So you're saying as an indigenous, so what are you fighting with? What are you fighting for? They know that we are a group of people whose power has been stripped. We're reclaiming our power. We're not asking. And then they know what we're about to do with this. They know what's about to happen. They know what's next. What should be next. All these different groups around this country, they fear us. And it's like clutching the purses, or they even said it. If you had done to us what we've done to you, like They know there's no way these people sleep very comfortably because of our collective amnesia.
Yeah, they were just placeholders. They were just placeholders for the colonizers to get everything in order the way they want it. Their population is only 3 million in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why.
They were just placeholders.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we progress in such a short time versus how they progress for however quote unquote centuries they've been here, and it's because the truth is they are roamers. They're hunters and gatherers. They're roamers from one place to another. They roam from Siberia. They roam to America. So they are just people who just happen to stumble upon a place versus building an actual civilization. That's why they have no spine to come and fight for this quote unquote land. They'll sign whatever treaty they can to be in favor of the white tea person. And no matter how many times the white tea person keeps on backstabbing him, they'll keep on signing that treaty, which is why they're on reservations, ain't built shit in 100 years.
Hey, this person on YouTube, funny as hell. They said Africans in America have no indigenous rights. Y'all fight against Africans. Wear the smoke for the European. America was stolen from the red man, not the slaves who are out here. Yeah.
No smoke. Do they not remember the civil rights movement? Do they not remember the Black Lives Matter protesting? Do they not remember any of that? The fighting back, Malcolm X, even MLK and his diplomatic nonviolence. Do they not remember the protests and sit-in counters?
Because I'm going to tell you how
the slave rebellions. What are they talking about?
Yep. Centric a lot of Africans are, because, or even some melanated people in America who are indoctrinated, they believe you're pro-black, your pro self-identification as a melanated person is by sheer proximity to Africa. So if you're not putting your body out for Africa, if you're not putting your neck on the line for pro-Africa and blah, 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 then you don't really love yourself, because they only identify being melanated with being their proximity to Africa.
Well, guess how they're going to self-extinguish? All the Pan-Africanisms are the same ones that saying they need to join in with the Meccano
like that back in the day.
fighting ICE.
I thought I was from Africa, but I found I wasn't. Everybody was with the African movement, African American movement.
Zero, zilch, nowhere.
And then, it got us nowhere.
And, fucking Jesse Jackson had people reclassified as African American while he over there claiming his quote unquote Cherokee indigenous roots, but he wanted every melanated person in America to be African.
Yeah. That's what I should have the red, black, and green African pendant I used to rock. I said a whole bunch of red, black, and green hoodies, all that stuff. I didn't know no better. You know what I mean? I used to think it was a motherland too, but at the same time,
I'm trying to figure out
why is America sending these people over Africa all this rice and helicopters and dropping it off?
Sending them plastic rice. They were so mad when they found out them Chinese were sending them that plastic rice and charging them out the wazoo for it. They were so mad. They ain't even eating real rice. But I just want to know, like, what is it about this narrative that makes you think that these people have ever told the truth to us and in the public education? Like, you said they did all these heinous things, but this thing they're telling the truth on. Everything else was done out of malice. Everything was done out of just deep hate. But when it comes to our origin story, they're telling the truth. Right. Like, it's so dubious. And all these arguments are they're just so erroneous. So it doesn't add up. And the thing is like, we're doing things for ourselves. We're telling you who we are. Forget your Columbus indoctrination. We're dropping that. That's the miseducation of the Negro. We reserve the right to change our minds, okay? Freedom of expression. You will not infringe upon our First Amendment rights. So we have the right to self-identify. And then, but when we come up here and you ask us questions, but you don't even know about yourself, I have some questions for you. So no, we're going to be doing the interrogating, and we're going to be proving to you that you don't even know who you are. So we're telling you who we are. We're not asking. We're not puzzled here, okay? We're not confused. We're very clear on who we are.
What's up, Erica? Hey, yo, Malcolm X, and Martin Luther King knew we were Africans. We never claimed to be indigenous. They were Africans. Our ancestors knew we are Africans. You cannot change nationality. Yeah,
Malcolm X was,
this is
his
Dr.
mom was
Barber.
from Grenada, was she not? Where's that? Where's
Hey, yo.
Grenada? And where was his father from? So again, if you're gonna say someone is from Africa, tell us which port their ancestors departed from, and to which port were they received and imported from. So you're gonna have to be very specific, and you're gonna have to use the name of that African nation at the time. You cannot say somebody was from Nigeria when these are modern terms. So we know African is a misnomer. That much is clear.
Yeah, what's up, Corazon?
Yo, hey man, y'all seen that Asian woman going hard, bro?
I saw, yeah, I posted on Twitter. It's going viral over there.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, man, she going hard, bro. She know the truth, bro. Like, that's all I want to say, bro. Like, I'm kind of happy that I see other people outside of us, you know, like, you feel me, like, telling the truth and shit. Like, I like that.
Yeah, I be loving that shit too, bro. I be saying a lot of shit. I done seen the Korean today. He was like, dude, I just got my DNA test back. And he was like, oh, they say I was related to some North American tribal leader, something, and I'm from. So he said, let me tell you something. I'm from South Korea. I've been born in South Korea. I never left South Korea. I've been in Korea all my life. I don't know how the hell they got me mixed up with an American at any cost.
Because it's like I said, you can only test against people that are currently alive today.
Facts.
So it's just like another episode of Maury Povich.
Yeah, they gotta have your ancestor DNA to match it. That's what it is. But they don't believe that. They think they can just send out the DNA, and who are they gonna match? Who's they matching that DNA to?
Darvin, are you simulcasting somewhere else? Is this being broadcasted?
It's on everywhere. It's like everywhere. We on stream. We on YouTube. We're on TikTok, Twitter.
Oh, good Lord.
And Instagram. Yep.
I swear, I feel like people be knowing me, and I'm like, there's no way you can know me. Not from, just a few people on TikTok.
Y'all just cause so I have TikTok. I'm streaming on my laptop. I can't direct, since I'm on a Chromebook, I can't directly stream straight to TikTok. So I have the stream playing in a tab on StreamYard. And so people in Twitter and Instagram are seeing this and stuff like that. So, and then on top of that, y'all can't see the YouTube comments or the Twitter type comments. So it was, he said they got the same fight. But nah, this is always this person named Shabaka saying we're African, all caps in the stream. It's actually quite funny. I'm not gonna lie.
You gotta just tell me some ports. Like, y'all gotta give us some ports. That will help your narrative. I want you to dig. I want you, and you will spend the rest of your life, you'll never find it. And I love that for you. And I love that you're gonna make it your life's work. So keep digging. You're not gonna find anything. And I'm just gonna remind you that Oluda Equiano, who said that he and his sister were the children of a Yoruba priest, and they were kidnapped from some Igbo village or some Yoruba village. Come to find out that was a lie. That brother was born in South Carolina. Okay, they got his baptismal records. He said he was sent to the Caribbean, somehow ended up in Kentucky, and I guess unpaid laborers were able to save enough money to purchase their freedom. Another weird narrative. but he ended up relocating to England and became an author, and he advocaate for interracial marriage. That's his claim to fame. But again, his name is Oluda Equiano, and they said he gave the first-hand account of what it was like to be a part of the transatlantic Slavic trade, and come to find out that he was born in South Carolina. Why you embarrassed about being born in South Carolina? What's up with that? Like, that's wrong. Don't be embarrassed.
Shabaka said we can't delineate from our ancestors. We're the Black Indian tribal land. The blacks never owned land here. Hey, what the fuck?
But
Hey, yo, this
all
guy-
they do when you argue with a demonic entity, what they do is they state the lie so you can tell the truth, and that's their
facts.
lazy way of learning. It's
Facts.
a lazy intellectual way to get information. Just make up a wild claim, debunking things and just degrading, and then here we come. So y'all gotta learn the art of war. Y'all gotta learn 48 laws of power, because I'm not falling for it. What you want is for me to give you the truth so you don't have to go do the research yourself. Go do the research. The devil is a lie.
How do you know that's what
The word
I
is
was doing?
research. No, the word is research. It means to search again. You didn't dig deep enough the first time. Go do some studying. Go do some more learning.
I'm listening to you.
Listening. At least you're listening. You're not making wild, baseless claims, and you're not argumentative. But he's got different streams going on. And so the lazy intellectual will argue you so you can give them the truth, so they didn't have to go flip through the pages. But I paid the cost to be the boss. Okay. Like my distant relative ancestor James Brown said, I paid the cost to be the boss. I put money into this, and you're not gonna just get this willingly for free. Like, you're gonna have to pay. So come on over to TikTok and throw some coins on these stages. And we got a gift options. You can gift the host and gift the panelists. We appreciate that. And yeah, ain't no free education over here. Everything's inflated, especially the cost of tuition.
Do you see? I have tapped David up to 52K. You
Thank you,
owe
Dave.
one.
Thank you, David.
Damn, my arm is tired.
Do you follow if you like what
Don't
you're
hurt yourself
hearing
now.
today?
David, don't hurt yourself now.
I'm taking it easy.
Open up those wallets. All right, TikTok.
Oh yeah,
is
support my
encouraging-
app too. I got a beta out, so support my
Yeah,
app too.
download the apps. Like, this is commerce over here. We beyond it. Let the National Guard take care of it. And also, don't forget, there's a travel restriction, and more countries are going to be added. You better ask Portia Williams from Real Housewives of Atlanta. Her husband is been exported. He out of here. So, the number one TikTok creator, come to find out he's Senegalese Italian. He's out of here. Try to hide out in Vegas. You can come over here on your work visas, but when those expire, you got to go. You got to obey immigration policy. So, come over here, be respectful, and know that you're not like us. We didn't.
Oh,
Go ahead.
No, you got it. My bad. I was responding to a comment. So yeah, I'll send you a link to the beta. I'll send your Instagram, Noble. I'll send it to you on Instagram.
Yeah, we were all for the combating the militarization of a U.S. major city. We were with y'all until y'all said stuff like immigration court and immigration cases. We didn't know what you was talking about, so we had to sit it out because we was like, oh, we thought we was fighting, for excessive policing. And y'all was talking about something else, and that's what we had to delineate and break away. Because I don't know what that means to have an immigration case. I don't know what that means.
The link, I have an updated prototype, so the link isn't broken. It's the new. If you're in the Discord wave, it's in there. So yeah, I have a new prototype beta available. So uh-oh. Who the police coming for? Somebody
Choppers out tonight.
uh-oh. They coming for you, David? Yeah, that's what the prototype is looking like. Hello.
Yeah, Federales. Congratulations. How long did it take you to create that, to develop all of that?
So I made 3 prototypes.
Mm-hmm.
First one was 5 days. So yeah, probably like a week, less than a week.
You're a low-key genius. You create music, you're educator, app developer, content creator. Like, are you just bored? It's just like it's not enough to do. You gotta go create like a 5th job.
I'm trying to you know, I think I deserve a life of luxury. So
You know what sets this app apart from other social media apps? It's the gift. It's the gifting.
you're right. For sure. It is like that's why like TikTok is like my favorite social media app. I just get treated the worst on here. But it's been all right. TikTok, it's been all right so far. They haven't really been messing with me. So as of late.
They do
But
the TikTok battles too. That's what they really want you
what's
to
a
do.
battle? Like what's that about?
Well, they just sit there and give you gifts. And so I would love to see
Oh, a
that.
gift battle?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Why did you? Well, you probably did explain.
I did remember I told you that. So that's what I'm saying. Like they want to go to war instead of debating because we can't even say what we need to say in these debates.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about some very sensitive topics. So if any of those people that refer to us as WABO or people that want to mock us or any of the Pan-Africans, if y'all want to go to war, we can do a TikTok battle. And I like to re-up on my coins and put your money where your mouth is. And watch how our community shows up for us.
Thanks. Okay, cool. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's how you can make some money off this thing for real.
For sure. I'm gonna do that. And then because I you see me having like astrology spaces if I didn't want to talk about nothing too crazy. So I can just fuck around, laugh and shit. What's up, Yaya? I might start going live for my first time. Yeah, you should go live, Engine. But only on the Tribe Up app made by yours truly. Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, once I go, we got live streaming. Yeah, so I coded live. Yeah, you can go live. You can have audio rooms like on Clubhouse and Twitter Spaces. It's gonna have like an upload feed. You're gonna have like a tweet, like a Twitter feed, like a tweet feed and shit like that. What else? I can just show you, honestly. I can just show you better. I can tell you. It's like they're like this one site. I was finally able to finish it on this one program. They was like, yeah, your app too big. So I had to pay some extra money for real. So what I was about to say, but yeah, you got a feed, you got stories. You can be able to create stories and stuff like that. You got group stories, text stories, camera, this and that. Powwows. So the audio rooms are gonna be called powwows. Yeah, the audio rooms are gonna be called powwows, just like Clubhouse and stuff like that. Updates. So that's what tweets are gonna be, basically what's happening. Like what's happening. DMs, of course. Gotta have the DMs. Like an explore page, explore button. So that gives you access to all the pages and stuff like that. So you can customize your navigation. And things like that. So you can have a sidebar, top bar, bottom bar, floating, minimal, things like that. The theme customizer. So you can make the app any color basically, and stuff like that. Chat bot. We got an AI chatbot, AI suggestions for videos and stuff like that. Appointments, make appointments and stuff. Articles. You can upload articles like on Twitter. Clans. You can have your own Discord servers, basically. Discord. So what's up, Tay? Have your own Discord servers, basically. You can upload classes if you want to. Damn, what? Page not found. Oh, I gotta do that. Gotta go back to
You
Explorer.
done your beta testing yet and all that good stuff?
I'll
Like,
send it out to Peter. I'll send it out to
okay.
people to test it out. Yeah,
Yeah.
if y'all want to test it out, just send me your IG so I can link you to it.
Yeah. Start to definitely.
got-
Is it gonna be available for Droid too, not just iPhone?
Hell yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's always good. They be so thirsty for apps.
Hell yeah, for sure. Uh-huh. I got a Chromebook, so I could start developing it now for Android, honestly. So yeah. I just gotta get access to a MacBook. Once it's 100% done, everyone's gonna migrate to the app and stop you. That's the plan. Because I'm, so we don't have to we can get tired of why wait for class action?
I can't keep doing this TikTok stuff. I'm be using these substitute words in real life. I sound like a crazy person.
Hell yeah, it's like
My
we
family's
all
like,
being,
what? Unalive? What are you talking about? I'm like, oh shit.
right,
I
exactly.
hate it. I
What's up,
can't
Los?
do it. It's suppression.
Yeah, once the app is 100% done, be on the look. Like it's gonna go crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I can already know. I can already feel it. Because folks is getting tired of being censored. Folks are getting tired of dealing with the racism on apps and stuff like that. So I'm already knowing. Even if they don't like me, you can still sign up for that. You ain't gotta like me. It's fine. But yeah, what's up, Lois? Thank you for the gifts. I gotta add a gifting feature. I might add a gifting feature and stuff like that too on the app.
What's the thing called live.me? Wasn't that the name of it? Live dot something. So some
Yeah.
years ago.
Yeah,
That's where
I
they
know what
get
you're
all the
talking about.
gifting culture from. So all that TikTok is essentially they added that feature.
Yeah, let me see if I sent you the updated beta, Los. Let me see.
Wait, I'm
The
on
updated link.
TikTok so much that in real life, like my cousin said kill, and my bad. My cousin said the K word, and I corrected him and said I'm alive. Like I started to change my speech in real life.
Don't like it. I'd be like, great. My family be like, huh? What the hell are you talking about?
Like, what is it? Yeah.
I can't do it. I work in communications and media, and that shit don't be coming out. It just does not come out right. And so then you're limiting your thoughts. And so I'm very free spirited in how I express myself. I'm a free thinker. So I can't do this. And I've tried to explain that to TikTok. And I was like, what is it? I said, is this app for children? Like, what's going on here? Because you say the children can't be on the app under a certain age. So why can't we have like a conversation as adults? But whoever can figure out the gifting, that's where the money is.
Oh yeah, for sure. I can code that. I can actually code that. So it's not gonna take long. It's not gonna take long to code that.
Dealing with, because you're dealing with people's like debit cards information, so you got to just make sure it's secure.
That's secure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's just how you set up like Firebases and stuff like that. I learned the ins and outs pretty quick when it comes to developing an app. Yeah, that joint gonna be great, bro. I already know. Yeah, because it's bad. Like I'm bringing like fun back to social media, like fun. Like folks want to have fun and networking with people for real. You want to be an early investor for sure.
I told
Like,
TikTok, I was like, what y'all want for us to just be sitting here dancing or like, what the hell?
Yep, exactly.
Sitting here hawking products. I'm not doing that.
Like, check out this lotion bottle I have for you today,
check out
guys.
this new lip gloss.
Like, just smiling all 24/7, like you crazy or something.
Or what's that little girl, the little girl in the NPC world? Like,
Yeah, hi. Yeah, like
thanks for the
being
roses.
bought. Right.
Popcorn good. I'm not.
Yo, I don't like how much TikTok has changed in the past like 2 years. Cause like during like C19, like you didn't see half as much as it's like
Yo, it was beautiful. It was beautiful, dude. Like TikTok in 2020, 2021 was Chef's Kiss.
Right.
I was going viral every other day. like it was crazy. Like it was so much fun on this app, yeah.
And people were just on more. People were more creative. Now people are just trying to sell you beef tallow.
Yeah, I'm gonna be. You can be. I got a top 10 friends feature now. Like you can be messy just like on MySpace. So yeah, you can have top 10 friends and shit. So and I'm gonna be everyone. Everybody gonna follow me, of course. But it's gonna be fun. Yeah, like customization. That's like the big thing with this app. Customization.
You don't have to do everything right now. You know, it can roll out. I mean, you want to get enough for people to get there, but people are going to make of it what they want, and then you can adjust from there.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. But
Yeah.
my key thing was to have like live streaming, audio app, audio rooms, timeline, and then like Discord servers, and then having high customization and stuff like that. So
Yeah, like a lot of the social media places, like especially like Facebook, they had their when they first started, they had their key components that they wanted to hit. And then as they started to get more traction in people, they started to send them more surveys like, hey, do you like this feature? What would you like added? And then as you go on, it just develops. But you not put too much pressure. So like when you first start off, like it's just about getting the principles down and then the feedback from the people that are using it.
Yeah, that's why. It's gonna have all that. I put all that in there just to start out. Yeah. It's gonna have community posting. That's what the servers are for. You can have your own exclusive server. Put everything into an app. Yep, literally everything. It's the everything app. And shit, it ain't take me much time either to develop it. It took me less than a week to get all these features in the app. So,
Like, so Instagram is more like pictures. TikTok is more like videos and things like that. Facebook is just more about like posting. Twitter is about short things. What do you think? What is your social media development geared towards more, or is it just open?
creativity, customization, like the thing, and creativity. We're supposed to just be as creative as they can be. Like it's basically like imagine creating your own world on a social media app. That's basically what it is.
Hera, you have been invited to be the next contestant. All right, you have been invited, so don't be scared. I know people may not be familiar with the features, so I've invited you to come up and you can accept the invitation. Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
It's 2 of these sleep. They're gonna be like, wow. Divine Sunshine. If you want to test out the app, just send me your Instagram.
So do you think your space, like, is it so like if I'm somebody who was strictly looking for something for just political stuff to connect with people on politics and then like or politics, and then you have someone who just may be interested in pop culture and music, like is that space like open? Okay.
Yep, that's what the audio rooms are for. That's what the Discord servers are for. Like people can have their own servers. Like you basically have your own thing inside the app. You can have a private, public, like exclusivity in there.
That's smart.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're not even contributing to the conversation at hand. So I invited you to come up. I invited maybe a few others. So join the conversation. Yeah, Darvin, as long as you like, keep simulcasting, you're saying you have like a lot of different audiences, you should be able to bring them on because so you'll just tempt them with like a TikTok, but because I want to get down to the nitty gritty of these conversations that we're having. And we're giving like the light version of it because we got to censor ourselves.
Yep.
So it'd be great to just kind of like, give them like, this is what it is. But if they really want the smoke, like really get down to it, I'm so ready to have those real debates.
I'm like,
So we can
Right.
nip
Like
this in the
you
bud.
also, it's a fine line because you also got to make sure it don't dive down into as bad as Twitter is. Because Twitter right now is just a cesspool.
Twitter is like, yeah, that's one of the things why I made that. Like, I'm like, you're not just gonna be racist and egregious on this fucking app now. Like, fine, free speech, fine. Like, free intellectual speech, sure. But free speech, like, you can just be racist and all types of bullshit. No. Mm-mm. And if they don't do nothing, and if it does happen on app, have like something in place where it's dealt with. Like, that stuff will be dealt with. Like, Twitter, they ain't dealing with nothing right like that.
You repost, I don't know if I can say the word LYNCH. They let you repost all that.
Oh yeah, I don't even like seeing that shit. So that would not be on there. I don't even like seeing videos like that. Like, keep that, keep that elsewhere. What's up, Georgia? Sahar, yeah, Sahar just yapping in the chat.
Everyone, be sure to tap the video. It helps the conversations go further because I truly enjoy the skeptics and the naysayers because the way the human brain works, you're going to think about what we've stated here. You're going to carry these things with you. So definitely keep liking, double tapping the screen because we're challenging, some unconventional wisdom here and what you think you thought you learned. And a lot of people still believe that Columbus discovered an empty America. So let's talk about it. Don't be scared, y'all. Come on up. We have plenty of space, and I'm on the West Coast, so I'm up. I'm not sure how much longer.
It's 1 a.m. over here.
I know, like if you wanna, I don't know, but
I'll be on here. Like, I'm not tired or anything, and I ain't gotta work or nothing. So.
So you're out for school, like summer break?
Yeah.
Yay! Okay.
I'm actually trying to find another job, summer job real quick.
Right.
But yeah, I've been off for like a week now. What's up, Georgia?
The transatlantic slave trade did happen, nigga. You're Somalian, nigga.
Hey, yo. What's up, yo? They'll say some dumb ass shit. Like, you look Somali, of course you came from the slave trade. Like, bro, the Somalis, they weren't a part of that shit, yo.
They weren't even a part of that motherfucking shit.
They'll say some dumb ass shit up like that, though.
They want us to be African so bad. No, good and damn well, nobody over there look like me.
Hey, bro, I got called Dominican on Threads, bro. That shit crazy as fuck, bro.
Not on Threads. Not
a
the
nigga
Insta Twitter.
A nigga called me a Dominican, bro. I said, oh, hell no, bro.
Yeah, Threads is Insta Twitter. Like, that's the thing. That's what I don't like about it. They just all copy each other, yeah. Like, they just all copy each other. Like, Instagram, yeah, Threads is Insta Twitter.
But it's not for Zamunda. Hey, buddy, for
Instagram want to be TikTok. Like, Twitter is a cesspool. Yeah, that's why I'm making my own shit. Yeah. I was like, I can't.
Yeah, Twitter's a cesspool.
I gotta send you the beta, Georgia.
That motherfucker sent me. Twitter's a cesspool of tellers, fleedmen, Pan-Africans, what else? The small hats, the people who think they YT but they not YT. They came way after the YT people. Damn. You know what, bro? That's what happened. That's why I got suspended until the 20th, bro. Because I told some YT folks that they weren't YT. That's what happened, bro.
Hey, yo.
that's what happened, bro. That's what happened. I had to think about that. I told their ass, like, when your family got here, I said, oh, yeah, you got here in the 1870s and you got here in the YT. Yeah, you not YT, bro. you're not English or Scottish, so you ain't a part of that. You know what I'm saying? That classification. They got mad. They wouldn't fuck with that shit.
See, you can't have the YT man feeling on any app, or you won't get reported. Reported. You can't come back.
Reported. You can't say that about me. I'm YT.
Yo, I thought that was an echo of mine with that voice. Hey, yo, you kind of all right. You kind of spot on with that, yo. But yeah, I actually
Gria,
go ahead.
you about to get muted if you don't come up. Because in the moment, I don't even know your incoherent thoughts. Like, come up. Whatever you talk about. Sahara Sangria. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, are you having a what's going on?
Tootie must be asleep. Tootie must be asleep. She ain't said nothing in a minute. Damn, I can never get caught lacking on nobody's face like that. Live like this.
Ooh wee.
Oh man.
Hey, that's just like that one time I was on somebody's space, bro, and I forgot to mute my mic, and I fucked around and fell asleep on that bitch, boy. They screen recorded my ass on that bitch, and I was snoring like a motherfucker, but I was on that drunk shit.
My coming soon. Oh yeah, and we got dating on there. So if you're single and ready to mingle.
No, good God, no. But you gotta do it because that's people. They'll stay on the app for that.
Single and ready to mingle.
Live on it.
And I like I'm taking like ideas like I like about certain apps. I like the exclusivity of Clubhouse when it first started out and when they made houses and stuff like that. After a bit, I was like, I like that. Yeah,
But
do
we
y'all
was
ever
just
sleep?
bored because of the panorama, though.
I mean, we wasn't just bored because of the panorama, but shit, I still like the exclusivity of it.
I mean, it was getting better progressively, and then they just started banning too many people from the app. It became way too sensitive.
Yeah.
So when that happens, they get rid of a lot of good content creators.
Yo, it's 100. It's 1:27 a.m. Fuck. Like, okay, Larry Craft.
Well, it's 12:27 a.m. where I'm at.
It's 10:27. We ain't even hit the midnight on the way.
You must be in California or something.
Yeah, it's quiet. I love it. I came back this weekend. I was like, oh, downtown quiet. It's clean.
I can't be over there.
Nah, it's so peaceful right now. They don't want it.
What part of California you in?
I'm in the city of Los Angeles.
Oh, LA, the city of angels.
Yes, dark angels too. Ooh.
I'm good. I'm good in a good old Texas.
Tejas.
You know what I'm saying? This ain't my state though. You know what I'm saying? But I fuck with it.
I'm going to LA October.
Yay! Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
that's such a good time to come too, because like the rest of the country get into the fall and we still be popping summer like.
Yeah, because we speaking at Southwest College out there. So
you know what? I went to California when I was still in the Army, when I was going through my little therapy jump. They had to go to Capitola. Yeah, Capitola. That's where we had when we landed in San Jose. We went to Capitola, and they taught us how to surf. That shit was fire.
Good Lord.
Hey, that shit was fire. I ain't gonna lie. That shit was fire. A baby seal,
Cali.
A baby seal had hopped on my surfboard. Shit was fire. I'm not even gonna lie. That shit was so fire.
I love that. That is so Cal. That is so random.
Yeah.
I did not expect the surfing story. Okay, but there you have it. Yeah, that sounded about right.
That's my story about California. The second time I went. The first time I went, I was in that punk ass Mojave Desert, and that bitch was hotter than a bitch.
It gets like 120.
Hey, it ain't worse than Iraq though. It ain't worse than Iraq and Kuwait. I can tell you that right now. That shit ass. Iraq, it was 132. Kuwait, that bitch was 142.
Damn.
Yeah, that bitch was hot, but ass Satan asshole. But I'm
that's
going
hateful.
It literally. Literally hell on earth. Straight up.
Yeah,
Well,
damn,
they
I
call
thought.
it Death Valley out here.
Yeah, I
That
thought
shit was
Death Valley
crazy.
was the hottest place in the world.
No, sir.
No,
Kuwait
sir.
is hot as
But the
fuck.
thing is, we don't know because it's nobody goes
Yeah,
out there. Like it's
true,
restricted.
I
true.
mean, you can't. I ain't gonna lie, you can't go out there. As of in Kuwait, you can. But Iraq, hell no, I got too much dumb shit going on over there.
Because they ain't
Either
got no trees.
yeah,
I
straight
know.
desert. It's no, hey, they do. Hey, urban like northern Iraq where Kurdistan
Yeah,
at, they
yeah,
got trees.
sure.
They got trees up there. They got trees up there. Ain't no cap. It's not desert up there, but like the other part of Iraq where I was at, yeah, nah, that shit straight desert. Like on TV type shit. Like damn big ass sandstorms and all that crazy
And it's not
crazy
getting any
behind.
better.
Nah, it ain't.
All
Yeah,
that climate change. Poor
fact.
people. That's
That's crazy.
unfortunate.
Yo,
And they still ain't melanated.
I ain't gonna count. No. The folks that I seen over there, the real people that's up, no, they were blue black. They were purple.
Yeah, they don't show their dark
They
skinned
don't
people
show
over
them.
there.
They the real
So
people,
sad.
the real people that was already there. They show the
But
lights.
don't y'all realize a
The
lot
lighter
of
people, they got they got lightened up because of when they got invaded by the Romans and all them motherfuckers, and they lightened them up. Yeah, they lightened them up. Yeah, 'cause my homeboy I went to basic with, he was from Iraq. His daddy was a guy named Blue. And that shit was crazy. I looked at it, I said, God, now you can if you stood in the dark and closed his eyes and smiled, all you gonna see was his teeth. Oh God.
the issues they have with us, it stems from that. And they don't
Yo.
think we realize that like y'all carrying those issues over here. We
Suck
don't know
yeah.
y'all. We don't know who
Yo.
y'all is. But because they know they not indigenous there. They know they're not indigenous here.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild. It's just like just be who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Drop that stuff. Y'all need to check that at customs.
What's up, dude?
Leave it at the door.
Because I had somebody tell me like, yeah, like 70% of the Middle East is dark. They dark as hell over there. So
Yep.
like 70% of the people over there is melanated.
But they don't ever show them. They show the pale ones.
Yeah.
And it be crazy. When they come over here and try to play stupid, if you know how it is over there, they're gonna be like, oh, they're gonna treat you a certain way. It don't matter where they from in the world. If you know some jump by their country, they're gonna be like, oh, he knows something that they not gonna treat you like, you know what I'm saying? Like how they be doing it, jump.
Right.
But like them people that from Barat at the gas stations and shit, I ain't gonna lie. Ain't gonna sound crazy. But I remember one time I was at a gas station, buddy, you know how they be hitting a little head bob when they be talking, bro?
Yeah.
Hey, buddy was talking to me and I said something bad to him, but that was like infectious, bro. I hit that mother back. Buddy started laughing. He was like, I was like, oh shoot, my bad, bro. I ain't mean to do that. He's like, no, you good. I said, oh man. But that jump was so funny, bro. Cause buddy hit the head bob. I got to talking. I started doing that jump back to him. I said, man, what in the world going on, bro? That jump was funny, bro. And I was drunk too, I think. I sure was drunk. I was drunk.
Man, thank you for the fan club. Oh, that's Lila. It's the heart me.
Y'all gotta hit these daily goals. Like
Oh yeah,
little,
I'll be trying to do that, yeah.
yeah, you gotta. Well, I don't know what you're gonna do with your live. It's just a few of us left. I don't know if anybody else wants to come up.
I might restart it, honestly.
Oh, okay. I'll be here.
Yeah, I'm gonna restart it. Yeah, because sometimes you just when it hits this area, this gray area, yeah, all you gotta do is restart it. People start coming through.
Well, I will never say nothing's possible. We can do it. We can do it. Toya.
What the hell? Heck, why is it dark? What's up? What's up, Nate? What's up? Welcome back, Wavy. What's up, David? Well, all right. What's up, Keo? Let me invite Lila. Let me invite Georgia. You know, it's Trump is deporting mentally unstable people to look it up. Like, who's mentally unstable, dude? Who's mentally unstable? Like, who y'all talking to? Who y'all be talking to? Hmm?
We're back and we're black.
So let's see if anybody. They have hundreds of hours
Sometimes
of you
I think
talk.
people fall asleep.
They have hundreds of hours of you talking crazy. They have hundreds of hours of me talking crazy. You told yourself, like, who's mentally unstable? Like, come up here. If I'm mentally
I love
unstable,
it. I love it. Y'all gonna keep me immortal too. When y'all, I guess they have stuff on me too. But thank you, because the thing is, I speak in a way meaning to go viral, and you
right?
think that you spreading my message and we're gonna get her. No, you're actually helping new audiences find me. I'm in a
Right.
win-win situation. See, you don't understand these win-win codes.
Right,
We cannot
exactly.
lose. Sorry, guys.
You're on here for hours, dude, telling yourself, think about, do you tell Casanat he's on live talking for hours? Do you tell DDG that? Do you tell what's his face? What's his fucking name? Would you tell Aiden Ross that he's talking too much on live?
Because TikTok pays out every Wednesday, y'all.
Oh yeah, it is about to be a payout day, huh?
Payouts.
Better save them TikTok gifts. What's up, Big Back? Big Back, you be cool one day. Sometimes you're a terrible troll, Big Back, but I'll let you slide because sometimes you're funny. Like some days, Big Back, you be cool. Some days you just be saying anything, yo, that don't be funny. You better save them TikTok gifts. I'm on the res. Big Back, Big Back. You know I need a big snack. You know it's a Big Mac because I'm a big bag, big bag. You know I can't see my feet because I ate all the bison meat. I sound like Darth Vader when I breathe. I'm just a little hefty. Can't you see? Nah, what's up? You got slit brows up here.
Yo,
What's going on here?
yo. So is the question, did the transatlantic slave trade happen?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. What you think about it?
Yeah, it definitely happened, and it was a good thing too, because
It's a good
niggers
thing.
are inherently
Oh, I
inferior.
get your goofy
They deserve
ass
to be
out.
slaves, nigger.
Yeah, get your goofy ass off here. Is he gonna get banned bite dance for that?
I report that, but of course, all of a sudden they don't know. They so jealous. Jealous.
What's up, Ahaya? Welcome. How you doing, man? I'm at the and he's able to request up again? What is this, bite dance? How's he able to say that goofy shit and request up? Huh? Don't worry, I'm just gonna report it. Report. Don't worry. Profile. You can't report what they did on a live stream. Hello? All right, that's lame.
That's what I told them. That's what I be telling them. How you supposed to report that? But the
Yeah.
bots are supposed to get that.
Right, that's lame as hell. You can't report what they did on a live stream. They only says user profile picture. Yeah, you can only report their profile picture, their bio, or whatever that they got. Like, that's lame as hell.
I'm gonna again send these things in. They don't ever catch that. So
Yeah, TikTok is so outdated.
So
Like, I'm
how
not
you
gonna
gonna
like
tell
some.
them white?
Hold on one
So
second.
how you gonna tell those
I'm
white people their histories?
Big Bag, relax, yo. You're not new here, Big Bag. Like, relax. Just let me speak.
Big bag,
Right.
big bag, big bag, big bag. Your back is big, you need to lose some weight and do some cardio
but that's the
too.
thing. So the bots are very sensitive. They'll tell me, oh, the bots are very sensitive. They could catch, these X, Y, and Z's, but that kind of stuff. There's really no accurate reporting.
Right.
So, if we wanted to report somebody, it's like, how do you report that?
Right. Yeah. It's like TikTok is so outdated with some features for it to be a modern app. Like, it's outdated. Like, they don't even have. You can't even send links in a fucking DM on here. Like,
Yeah.
it's
But
been
they
5 years.
so worried about over policing because Congress be getting on that ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
all they worry about is over policing. And now all of a sudden, because Republicans found it to be useful to their plight, that there's no are we gonna deregulate all of that? But that's what they're saying. It's the bots. It's the bots that are capturing all of this language. But what happens with that? So he said that because he was trying to harm and compromise your life.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, this person literally. I got a live clipped again recently because someone disrespected my ancestors. Like, they saying we making up shit. Disrespect.
What they say?
What they say?
Yeah.
He's like,
No.
No,
Not
speaking code.
regurgitating.
Speaking code.
CJ, you a op. You a op for that.
Oh, he's an app. Oh,
I said speaking
No,
code.
you weird for that. So he says, well,
Bro,
somebody
weird.
said
I'm
X,
try-
Y, and Z, and he said, oh, what is it? He wants you to regurgitate it. So TikTok, when I was speaking to the
Regurgitate. I'm
people,
not thinking like you,
excuse you,
man.
boy, I'm talking. So when I was speaking to the rep at TikTok, they were like, they also understand that people bait their users. So I've said on one end, you're telling us to watch our tone because they don't want the tone to be harassing or bullying. But you also know that people are baiting. So you don't have the intelligence to also decipher that.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I'm glad you caught that because I was about to say that shit.
Yeah, that's all it was.
You
He
got
wants
Big
you
Back
to
on the stand.
regurgitate, and they know that. Like, these people are so devilish when it comes to that, and so they're just trying to compromise it. So TikTok's got to really get that together. But for some reason, the Facebooks because if Facebook had the gifting option in this way, I would be on Facebook any day of the week.
I'm not gonna lie, it's been funny as hell on Facebook. I scrolled through a little bit. I was scrolling through. They be saying anything on Facebook. Like,
well, even if YouTube had live gifting component, it would shut all this down.
It's not yet. TikTok. I mean, YouTube does. It is not as in depth as TikTok is.
With super chats and new types of gifts and different levels of prizes, like this app has that, and so they need to figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, YouTube. Yeah.
If YouTube had the same gifting component, TikTok will be over in a day.
Yeah. Shit, I'm gonna have it soon, eventually, on my app.
So reclassified grandma, where are you calling it from? Where in the United States are you, or where in the world are you?
The mounds.
So you don't. So this lets me know that these are not U.S. citizens. So again, that lets me know you're not a U.S. citizen. So are you in the United States?
Right,
are you in the United States?
On top of your mountain right now.
This Big Back ain't it, Darby?
It is.
Oh yeah, I don't even,
I'm asking for
Lila,
the
don't even,
audience sake.
that's big bad. Don't
So
even
what
claim that.
U.S. city are you calling from? Or U.S. state?
Mississippi. On top
Huh?
of the mountain here. I'm dancing on it.
Well, the National Guard is looking for that's a
I'm gonna do a prayer
violation
to
of
bed. I'm
so
gonna do
you're
a
at the
prayer in a
park
bit
after
for you
dark.
guys.
So you're at a park after dark. You want to
I'm
run
gonna
that
do a
by? You
prayer
want
for
to
you
run that
guys.
by
Yeah.
immigrant? You want to run that by ICE?
I'm gonna do a
Are
prayer
you at
for
the
you
park
guys.
after dark? That's illegal. That's illegal activity. You want to admit to illegal activity on
I just show
online?
my papers. That's it. I just show my federal
All right, I'm gonna
recognized
go
paper.
ahead.
I ain't gonna lie. Too big.
Did you have reclassify? Have you had dinner this evening? Have you had
You
dinner?
already know his big ass had dinner this evening.
What you have for dinner
Yeah.
tonight? What did you eat for dinner?
Fried chicken.
No, the hell he did. He had some goddamn tacos
Fried
with some
chicken and mac and
horchata.
Are you do you
He had some
reclassify?
tacos
Do you
with some
have a
horchata.
girlfriend or a wife?
That boy had that
What is that?
barbacoa. That boy
Do
had
you
that
have a
rice and
girlfriend or
barbacoa.
wife? Do you have a girlfriend or wife?
What the fuck does that have to do with the transatlantic slave ship?
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
That boy Big Back. That boy Big Back had that barbacoa. And what's that other junk called? That cow tongue junk. What's that called? In that water, that little soup junk.
I forgot. Yeah, I don't know.
And he had the horchata. He said that boy had the horchata.
Tacos or chata, son. Hey, yo, yeah, hell yeah. Big
Love me
bag.
some horchata now. Come on. Woo. I love me some
Big,
horchata. It is so good.
It's a chata. Big bag. Big bag.
Big bag.
You know I need a big snack. And you know it's a Big Mac. That shit funny as hell.
Who kicked Big Back out of stage, man? That man funny
Lila
as
did.
Oh,
I
that man
don't
funny.
play with men on the internet.
Yeah, Lila
That's
did. She
funny.
got him going.
That man Big Back funny as hell, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That's one funny motherfucker, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No, he needs to go. He needs to go figure out his how to improve his income. Go play with somebody else. Go make some money.
True.
Bro, what's that shit? I'm trying
Only
to think
time.
of it.
Oh, go ahead.
Man, I'm trying to think of what that junk called, bro. It's like, I don't know. I think it is California, bro, but I can't remember the name of it in Spanish, bro. Oh my god, they be eating that shit. The Mexicans be eating that motherfucker. I can't even think of the name of that shit right now.
Is it?
So the texture of it is like chitlins, but it ain't chitlins. It's cow tongue or something like that.
Lingua? What they call
Yeah.
Lingua?
I
One
can't
time
remember the
my
name of
sister
that.
ordered that. I said, "Are you insane?" And I just thought it was the worst thing. And then she found some chin hair, some cow chin hair, and she was so disgusted.
Oh,
I
nah.
was like, "Why the hell were you eating the cow tongue to begin with? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?"
Get the lights up, y'all.
It was like in a soup, wavy. I can't think of the name of it right now.
Oh no.
Oh, that shit.
I had it before, but I ain't gonna count that motherfucker. The place I had got it from when I ate it, cause I ain't know what it was. It was him. I ain't gonna count, but God, what's that shit called? Fuck.
Crazy. So I invited David Quessel up, and so he was a part of the original live, and now he's back. So, that's very, very odd. I find that to be very odd. Like you don't rock with what we're talking about here, but you want to be in our space because you feed off of our energy. Like you need our energy to survive. That is so odd. Like I'm just watching who's back.
Yeah, what's up, Jago?
Yeah, that's so weird to me. David Quetzal Garcia, come on up. Thank you for providing your first and last name. There's an online reporting tool.
It was lingua. That's what it was called. Lingua.
I just said that. Did you know?
Yeah, you did. No, you did. You did say that. That's what I was trying to think. I was like, hold on. Yeah, no, I had to look. I had to get a name. I said it was lingua. That's what it was. Yeah, cause little Mexican shot that I know she had got now made some. Yeah, that shit with him though. Yeah, I'm a nigga that eat chitlins, so that shit really like one of the same. Me.
I would never.
That's I
David,
don't eat
you
it
can
no more,
either
bro.
come up. David
Yeah,
Quetzal
of course I'm from
Garcia,
Georgia,
you
bro.
can
See
either
me, I'm from
come
the
up
red south.
or get removed from the room.
What you mean?
Oh, y'all them goddamn stir fish, crawfish eating that Negroes.
Be cool.
Y'all boys, hey,
Zaybo, where
what?
you calling in from? Where you from?
I'm
That
from
boy from the
I'm from the boot.
you
Oh,
know,
okay.
South Louisiana. Yeah.
you know,
Cajun.
you know,
You heard me?
you did.
heard me?
All right,
Baby.
be cool, man. Why we on that? Man? We talking about transatlantic.
No,
Man, what y'all on in
no,
the
we been
man?
fucking around.
Don't
We've
tell
been
me y'all.
fucking
Don't tell me
around.
y'all.
It's late. Yeah, it's a late
I
night.
see, bro. I was in this bitch earlier, and I got tied up in some shit, and I was just like, shit, let me see if y'all still on the conversation.
I restarted the live. Yeah, I might change the background, honestly.
I think you should, bro, because like I feel like most people can't grasp the concept of what they've been taught is wrong, and also trying to think outside of the shell that they put us up under type shit. So it's like it's hard for people to even fathom that, bro. It's just like damn.
Well, nah,
Hey,
don't.
hey,
You said, my bad. Yeah, you good.
you
But
good,
yeah,
bro.
we
It's
just.
just what. All right, my question is, I think a good prompt would be because I'm thinking about starting to do it myself, bro. Why is it so many systems in place for us to not know who we are? And I feel like that's a very vague question, but it's different perspective on different parts of it too. So it's like, you know what I'm saying?
You have authority to remove colonization, to decolonize the land. You would then have the power. That means that they owe you royalties, they owe you payments, they owe you a percentage of all of their. You can tax them. So they don't need the rightful heirs to actually exercise their indigenous rights.
Right.
So from an economic standpoint, it's always gonna boil down to anytime you have a question about why they do something, it's always boiling down back to money. So the Federal Reserve, all these things, but at the end of the day, if the true indigenous groups were to exercise their rights, the first thing you would say is, y'all gotta go, bruh. You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get the hell off this continent.
And the crazy part is, it's like, where do they go? And that's the crazy part. Like, where do they go? Because I feel like it's mostly white people don't even know what the fuck they from.
Oh, real quick, Rapahala. You're so mad because I got you. I called you melanin deficient and you can't let it go. That's gonna stay with you for the rest of your life. Like it's never gonna escape you. That's what we call a brain ninja. I have planted a seed of your melanin deficiency, and you will never be. It will stick with you for the rest of your life. I will forget about you as soon as this live is over, or I go to sleep tonight. But you will always remember that. I called you melanin deficient.
He gonna do some research and be like, damn.
And he's calling me light skin. Yes, I have sunlight within my skin.
Right.
As opposed to melanin deficiency, melanin being condensed sunlight. Yes, I have light radiating, solar energy radiating. My melanin processes absorb solar energy, sunlight. So yes, sunlight can't make anybody dark. The people that you call the darkest have the most sunlight that they have absorbed. My body processes it and radiates it back for visible expression. So I got you, bruh. A woman got you. Just remember that I got you. A woman got you.
Israelite. Hey, bro, what tribe you is? You're Israelite. What
Yeah,
tribe?
and I want to see some DNA sampling and some genealogical evidence. So that's really weird to me that you called yourself a Israelite, but you don't have no documentation historically. Your grandparents being from Mexico. That's really odd. But we're gonna move on to Brother Rambo joining the stage. Welcome.
Welcome, brother.
What up? What's going on?
Hi. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the host here or this broadcast, but feel free. Americans as African just solely on the basis of skin color is a form of erasure, and it's also distortion of the true narrative. So just think about it, what you're saying, and we're talking about evidence of people
if
from
you're
like
here and you have African phenotype,
what is an African phenotype? It's like
What's African phenotype?
African phenotype means you look African.
you think I look African?
Bro.
What do Africans look like, bro?
I'm not looking at you. I can't see you. I'm just saying in the general sense, that's what it means.
Rambo, what do Africans look like, bro? You can't sit there and say that, because do East Africans look like West Africans? Do North Africans look like West Africans? And do South Africans look like West? We ain't finna play that.
No, I mean, that's a legit point.
No.
There is such thing.
Hold on, Rambo. Hold on. Even the Igbos and Yoruba, they don't even look the same, bro. Like we can't even don't sit there and play that junk, bro. Like we can go from Nigeria alone. They got like 300, 400 different tribes, and they don't even
Okay,
got the
so
same
hold
origin
on,
story,
Rambo.
bro.
Rambo, where are you
Come
from?
on, man.
Hold on, Rambo, where were you
One of them
born?
families.
Rambo,
I
where
mean,
were
like
you?
we're talking about the African phenotype.
Rambo, hi.
To say
Where were
there's
you
no
born?
such thing as an African phenotype
Hold on, one mic,
lunacy, bro.
one mic.
There's 100% an African phenotype. You know
No,
how
there
you
isn't.
tell?
No, there isn't. The North Africa don't look like the West Africa, don't look like the East Africa, don't look like the South African. Rambo, I'm gonna ask you again.
Nah, I'm gonna just leave. Y'all don't want me to talk.
Hold on, wait,
I
wait,
was
no,
gonna
you
ask you a
good, brother,
question.
'cause
It
I
don't
feel
seem like you want me to
I feel
talk.
like-
I
wait,
say
wait,
two
wait,
words
wait.
and you mute me and then change the
Nah,
subject.
you good.
What kind of whack ass shit is that?
I
And we
think
gonna
people
talk,
don't.
bro.
Wait. I think people don't understand how to educate people sometimes because of, you know what I'm saying, it's a fury in us, some people, because we're
Okay.
classified as Africans or we're
I mean,
associated
we
with
can't have a
Africans.
basic conversation of there's
Hold
no
on.
such thing as
The
an
reason-
African phenotype.
No, there
Hold on.
isn't.
It is.
There isn't.
It is, but it's not our phenotype.
No, it's
not our phenotype.
It's not.
Is what I'm saying.
Africa's
Is there
not
a European
monolith.
phenotype?
The
Is there
East
an Asian
African does not
phenotype?
look like the West African, and that's a stereotype of a small data group.
But
So
that's
when
what
I
I'm
went to
saying. It's
Sudan,
true.
I went to Sudan, and two friends didn't even look alike, and they're both Sudanese.
Okay, well, we're forgetting Africa wasn't.
Hi, so we're dealing with Rambo here.
But that doesn't dispel. That doesn't mean that African phenotype doesn't exist. though.
Rambo. Okay, I know misogyny
We can't even.
is
We
rampant in
can't
the
agree on
community.
basic words.
Okay, so Rambo, where were you born?
Well, it's not germane to the conversation.
Huh?
Why does it matter?
So because you're not like us. I don't think you're a foundational Black American.
Wow.
I don't think your grandparents. I don't think you have ancestry.
I don't think you're a foundational Black American.
Okay, so because I
Aren't you
can tell
indigenous?
you, I can tell my grandmother born in Oklahoma, grandfather born in
Aren't you
Louisiana.
indigenous?
Yeah, I'm
Is your
Cherokee.
family
I'm
lineage
Cherokee.
It's the same
indigenous?
thing.
Yeah, I'm
It's the
Cherokee.
same thing, Rambo.
So then
Yeah.
you're not FBA then.
Yeah, I am. I'm literally, my foundation is.
No, you're not
literally,
FBA.
My foundation is all
Did
America.
you just say
You're
FBA?
a feather. You're feathered.
He's saying
Are you
FBA.
serious?
Yeah, he's saying FBA. So I'm I'm the pure definition of what it is.
So basically what you're saying is, because I hate when people use that, honestly, with everything. It's like, dang, you gonna go off somebody else's word that
So
captures.
y'all don't want to have a conversation.
I'm not even. No, I'm saying no. All right, I get it.
So I'm saying.
Take my toys
Okay,
and go
if I'm not
Because all
FBA,
melanated people.
I'm
Hey,
taking my
Rambo, I
toys
got a
and
question for you,
then
brother.
what are you?
I don't
So
wanna
you're
interrupt.
indigenous. So you're saying
So
you're
I'm asking
a
the
feather
question. Hi,
Indian.
Rambo. I have the power to mute you, so I'm asking questions here. And I know that infuriates
All
you.
right, I'm gonna
Misogyny.
go because we don't do that
I'm gonna
around
take my
here. So I'ma
toys and
just
go
pass.
home.
Yes,
You
we're
don't want
gonna
to have
have
no
some order in here.
conversation.
The class, we're gonna keep
Weak
it classy.
sauce.
We're gonna keep it real classy. We 5-star over here. So if anybody think they gonna come up here and do that low class behavior, that's what I'm saying. I saw the suit, I saw the glasses. That's cosplay. You will have decorum. You will answer the questions at hand. You will act with some dignity and like you got some self-pride about yourself. Or you can take my toys and go home. Great. Welcome to the panel. Ads.
Hey, I
What's
was
up?
gonna ask Rambo before he left out of emotion. We weren't trying to
Very
target you,
emotional.
bro. I was sincerely gonna ask you if you're African, what tribe are you from? Because we got to remember, Africa isn't united. It wasn't even divided into countries. It was under tribes and empires and kingdoms. So what tribe are you from? If you're African, prove to me that you immigrated from Africa here. I know my nationalism. I know I'm half Cherokee and I'm Moorish American, so I'm indigenous to the land. But I hate people that come up here and try to prove that we originally started from Africa. That's everybody.
That's black.
The Pangea
For
existed.
centuries, we could just get away with saying anything. We
Right.
could say we were Shaka Zulu and nobody questioned it.
And that's
Nobody
a continent.
challenged it.
Like,
So right now in 2025, with all the technology we have in hand, access to digitized records, our records are with the Library of Congress, it's archived. And so you got to show and prove. So we're going to update our knowledge and our learning like we update our iPhones whenever they send out some upgrades.
load some new information because
Yeah.
you're not African. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Africans
I was
wanna
still
be
running
like
around
us.
thinking Columbus discovered an empty America. Okay, we have the right to put away the misindoctrination, the
He
miseducation.
discovered South
Right,
America.
and then plus,
Caribbean.
all
The
of
Moors were here.
the
The Moors were
letters,
here
all the letters that
way
he
before
had
Christopher.
saying that it was black Indians when he first came on the Caribbean. Like,
No. Melanated Indians. Black.
melanated. You right? I'm sorry.
That didn't exist.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Greetings,
using
Grand
I know what
Rising.
you're saying. I know what you mean.
Let's put some power to the truth. So just speak the truth, okay?
I got you.
So yeah, we
Yes,
understand
ma'am.
like there's a standard and there's a lot of deprogramming happening. So we'll respect that too. But I don't know what's happened,
I
J-Bo.
like the
I don't know
panel,
what
too.
you're clicking and clacking and the clacking and the clicking. Okay. So ads, did you address what is all this clicking and the clacking?
I think that's JB.
J-Bo.
I thought I muted myself. I'm walking, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to the store, man.
Oh, okay, be safe. Okay. And then Robert Holler, he is so obsessed with me because I one-upped him, so he's trying to get his lick back every chance he gets because I muted him. Okay, so ads. Yeah, but that's what it is. I think for the most part, we've allowed each other to express themselves and understanding that some part of our history was hidden. And so, but we never challenged people to show and prove. And so that's what people like
That's
Rambo.
because we've never
running
been
rampant.
taught civics and they've been conquered and colonized and divided. We don't know what we are. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people are confused thinking they came from Africa, but they were already here. There were people, we coexisted in peace. There were tribes all over the land. The Moroccan Empire was here, extended from the Republic, not North Africa. I'm not talking about the country, I'm talking about the Republic. That's why the Pledge of Allegiance is to the flag, the United States, and the Republic for which it stands, under one nation. If you don't have a flag, you can't associate yourself with a skin color. Black is not a race. There's no creed, there's no flag, there's no government, there's nothing. So what she's saying is the tribe, she knows she's indigenous. If you're indigenous to the land, you need to identify as what your true identity is post-slavery, because that's when we were stripped of our identity. And that's when the Jim Crow laws came into effect, calling us colored and black. And then they came up with African American. That brother, Broman, or whatever his name was, he was confused. He's not African. You're above Africans. America is the throne of power.
He was
Africa
having
isn't.
cognitive dissonance, and so we're gonna ask that you check your cognitive dissonance.
Thank you.
Y'all have to deal with that. That is cognitive dissonance is real. This information we're giving you is going to go against everything you were taught. So you're gonna be a little angry. Yes, it does hurt to know that you've been lied to and you have been operating off some erroneous information. That hurts. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, but
Jesus is YT.
okay,
Well-
Mahawe, Dios, Mahawe Dios.
Yes,
Hi.
I'm here.
Okay, where are you calling in from? Where you chiming in from?
I'm American Indigenous Aborigine. I'm
Where,
from
what's
New
that?
Orleans.
I asked where you was chiming in from.
I'm from New Orleans. I live in Alaska. I'm 43 years old.
It's busy.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Y'all get it together. Y'all get it.
Oh man, the
Hold on, you from New Orleans? What ward you from?
I'm from the St. Thomas, the
I'm
Tent
from
Wall, Irish
225, you
Channel.
heard me? Yeah.
Okay.
My bad.
Yeah, I got family out there in the 225 behind the Katana Mall City. I got family out there in
Yeah.
Sunshine.
Yeah, I used to live right there. I used to live in the Three Sisters, right there off of Florida. I used to go get my hair did at 2nd and 9.
Oh, you right there.
Yeah, yeah,
all
man.
they gumbo coming through the mic. Goddamn, boy. Gumbo.
I'm the one. Hey, I'm the one that ran into Baton Rouge prison. You heard me? Was on the news. Ran into the prison. You know. Yeah, I'm that guy.
That's not true. To the person in the comments saying the indigenous tribes did not live in peace, we may have had conflict, but we didn't colonize and conquer. That's not true.
Wait, hold on. To say a group of to just dismiss like as if you know every tribe, American Indians and being at any type of war, that happens, especially as there's expansion happening. But these people absolutely lived at peace with nature. Maybe you don't know peace. Maybe you won't.
I genuinely think that's a troll. It's not even a real account. Let's not even waste our time.
So
Go
that's
ahead,
really weird. But just because you're not at peace doesn't mean American Indian and Native groups are not at peace. So Malway, what did you want to add to the discussion?
Well, first and foremost, you know what I'm saying? We need to stop identifying ourselves as Black and African American, because when we identify as Black and African American, it takes us away from this land and put us in an illusion. If you look up the ethnicity and the identification form, is one federal form. If you look it up, you will see the categories of people and the categories of racial groups. When you say you're African American, or either you're Hispanic or Latino, then you're coming from a racial group either from anywhere in Africa or Cuba in that area. So identifying ourselves as American Indigenous Aborigines is already been over and over explained. 1828, Noah Westbrook of the Westbrook Dictionary, April 30th of 1828, Noah Westbrook said, upon his arrival to the American soil, he saw the copper color races of people, all different copper color races. You could take a penny of any color and put it on your hand will fit one color, then you are those people. And as far as Moors, you know, yes, they have Moors here. The Dogon people was the ones who came here first, was the Dogon people, American Indigenous Aborigines. And then they say it'll now apply.
Hold on, there's no evidence of that. That's old wives' tale and folklore.
What you mean?
The Dogon?
Yeah.
So where did they land?
What you mean? Where did they land?
This is my first time hearing this. I'm intrigued.
Right.
Look, the Dogon people came here before the Chinese people. The Dogon people.
Where's here? Where did they land? Where did they land?
They came to North America, Turtle Island.
No, tell me where they land. What we call that area today? The area I guess Spirit Airlines just dropped them off in Kansas. Where did they land? What port? What area? What region?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but of course, you know what I'm saying. When you getting information from people, I don't know how old you is. I don't know where you come from. I don't know you.
I'm gonna tell you this, Mahaway. I'm gonna tell you.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Wait 1 second.
I'm gonna tell you this, bro.
Hold on 1 second.
No, because up here we got a listening audience happening. I'm gonna go ahead and mute you. We got a listening audience happening here, and when y'all, that's why I was just telling the Rambo brother, all this ain't no more play, okay? In LA or GA, okay? Y'all gonna have to bring some facts, some information, and some documented proof. For the sake of our listening audience that really want to understand, they digging into their family records. They not going to find no Dogon, okay? Y'all, we got to get off these old wives' tales. We're talking about things that are verifiable at this time. We're not going to keep digging up ancestry and fossils and actual proof for y'all to come up in here and share your fairy tales. That's not going to work. In 2025, it's just not going to work anymore. So I love when you was heading the right path. You was talking about eyewitness accounts. That's great. You gave us a year. That works.
Can
You
you?
can tell us ports, yeah, but you can't tell us nothing about the Dogon.
Yeah,
That
Mahawa, can you elaborate on the
Okay.
Dogons? I've never heard this before, bro.
Okay. Well, this was a story. This was a story I heard when I was young. I heard
All right,
this
one
when I
second.
was young. And don't get it misunderstood. I'm American Indigenous Aboriginal right now today. Everybody come from somewhere. And can't nobody tell me true records of where the American Indigenous people come from. They can't give me a date, a week, a month, a time, or a year. So the debunk the nonsense, you hear me? I'm talking
Yeah.
about right here and right now. Right here and right now. I'm Indigenous
that
American
you can say
Aboriginal.
with certainty, but all the other stuff, when y'all start want to interject y'all African stuff, I'm gonna always push back on it because I know for a fact
Difference
there is no
between
documented
theory,
proof.
that's a theory.
I know I'm
That's
not
not
African.
proof.
I know I'm not African.
Yes,
That
so
hasn't
just
been
leave the
proven, bro.
Africanness out.
Yeah.
It's 11:11 on the
theory.
West Coast. Thank you. Leave
Oh
the
shit.
It's
Africanness out.
111. It's
It's
111 over
11:11
here.
where I'm at too.
It's 111 where I'm at.
Make a wish.
So again, you know,
Motherfuckers would stop inserting these African myths.
I
That's
can
what I
see,
wish.
I can tell you
Right.
what I'm doing right now for our people. You know, my
Those
affiliation
are
is
my
with
Talking
people.
about, but
All skin folk
Mahawe,
and
just
kinfolk.
it was not to combat, but it's
No, I'm
really
not feeling that.
for you
I'm not feeling
to just
disrespected.
yeah, great.
Because
It's
everybody
really
have
just to say
opinions.
that what
Everybody
we're
think
talking
different.
about, we need some documented proof. So when you say the Dogon, we're gonna push back, and I'm going to ask you what port, what area, what region did they land? Did they dock? Did they moor?
Okay,
Yes.
okay. I don't have the information on all of that. I'm gonna go back to where I started from. Okay, if you look at the ethnicity and identification form, they'll tell you that Black and African American or individual, a racial group that come from anywhere in Africa. It's a racial group, so they can be racist towards those groups who are Blacks and African American. You can't be Black and indigenous at the same time. Black has no life. Black has no law, no standing in law, according to the Dred Scott case. But getting back to it, when you look up American Indian and Alaska Native, American Indian and Alaska Native, they go under the original group of people from anywhere in North, Central, or South America. But they say North, South, and not including Central America. And then on top of that, they'll state that they say the original people that ascended from North, Central, and South America in Alaska. I don't understand how that go. I'm in Alaska right now. So I've been asking the Alaska natives, when did y'all became indigenous to anywhere?
I can stop this whole theory right now with proof that that's why the name is called America. He was the first to discover the land. Well, it wasn't the Doggin, bruh. Historically,
Okay, I said I already
it wasn't
explained
Christopher
already that
Columbus.
I
It
don't
was
have
Ameriscus. I might be saying the name wrong, but that's who first initially explored.
Visquis Americus or something like that.
Yeah.
Start with a V.
Are
I
y'all
understand.
talking about
Are y'all talking about Amerigo? Are y'all talking about
Amerigo.
That was his
Yeah.
real name. That's not his original name.
that wasn't his original.
He changed his name after he went to Peru. He changed his name after he landed in Peru. That's when he changed his name to that. That's not his real name. That's not his real name.
That's not
his real
his
name.
his name is about Bertus. And Amerigo didn't get added to Spanish until after he passed. So
right. So
yeah.
really
Before then, so the thing, if I was talking about, if you look at that form, they'll say original people. When you're talking about white, they see original people from North Africa. We assume. No, I'm just saying this is federal document that I'm off from the federal document.
YT.
Oh, okay. All right then. VITE. YT. Okay, so anyway, if you look that up, they'll say anybody that derived from Asia, North Africa, Europe, and anywhere in Saudi Arabia, anywhere in that area, those are the whitey people. And when you say Black and African American, it brings you to any racial group in Africa. When you say American Indian and Alaska Native, they talk about this area. When you're talking about the Samoans, you're talking about those are original people too. And what they're using is African American and Black is a misnomer that have us in a state of mind of thinking that's who we are, because they say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud.
That's
and
post-slavery.
you know, Jesse Jackson was pushing the narrative.
Right.
You know, and they categorize us as all these darkies and all of these different names. We the only people that do in this whole planet.
You know
We're
what?
the only people whose name they change.
You know what's
because we don't
also
stand up and change ourselves.
You know what's also interesting? For the people who consider themselves Africans, when you meet a real African, guess where they can go? Back to their country. You associating yourself with the continent, not understanding civics and the difference between genealogy and ethnicity and nationalism, you can't go back to the country. I dare an African American so-called person to go back to the continent of Africa and try to go to West Africa and integrate. They don't know. They don't know their tribe. It didn't come from there. We're not connected to the African continent. These names were brought every 30 years. It's changed. First it was Negro, then it was colored, then it's African American.
Well,
it's Black.
the thing, Mhawe was kind of all over the place because first we started off with indigenous terms going back centuries, and now he's talking about applications as of today, which we know has changed. There's been additions every 10 years with the census. There's just been so many reclassifications and now the right to self-identify. So that has changed. But what we know for certain is with the first census, we were there. We were accounted for. We're on record with the very first census. But then you even go back to civilizations. I didn't get to say this because Rambo was having a little feisty, sassy, hissy fit. But we're talking about civilizations that go back to 3,500 BCE and before that. And so the thing is like honoring those people and those civilizations, that's something to be said. So when y'all talk about Africans came over and y'all talking about, or some Mansa Musa ships that got lost, there's still no evidence of that. So y'all got to get rid of those old wives' tales and all that folklore and get with what is verifiable. And so again, there's no people on this continent older than us, documented or even when it comes to fossil remains. But I want to, I don't know if Ray 5 or Noble and Blue wanted to chime in.
Yeah, we
but
got a bunch
and
of
then there's also somebody in the chat, some girl that's stuck on a reservation, Nav Pa Show.
Hey, yo.
If you want to come up as well, we'll see. Just wait. You real chatty. So if you want to come up, we'll see about that.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go. I just got a quick thing and I'm going to drop back down. So I was on a live earlier tonight with a guy from Cambodia, and he was showing pictures of his grandfather. His grandfather looked like he could be just a regular Black American. I mean, and this is the indigenous people over in Cambodia. And I came to realize it because I've seen this before, like when I was over in India. The original people over there that live out in the bush could pass for just a regular Black American. And as you look around the globe, you come to the realization that, us as Black folks here in America, we're trying to figure this out. How did we just get erased from our own land? You come to the realization that around the world in every continent, the people that look like us are outside of the civilization. They're just shoved off into some corner or something, whatever. And they just no name, no nothing. But only here in America have we actually joined the society and actually pushing forward. And we had to fight to get to that position too. But it's not just here in America that we've been erased, is what I'm saying. It's across the globe. People like us, the original people of the land, that just have been completely erased with no history.
I mean, how well you know your history?
They didn't. They erased us. They just moved us. They moved us to the.
Technically cleansed us in World War One. Race was
One,
started
one,
by
one
Germans.
one mic.
Race was started by Germans. So after World War One, we were ethnically cleansed. There were Moors in Russia, Europe, all over. But I think you're confusing the genealogy of Africa with your ethnicity and nationalism.
I believe that was Blue. I think essentially what he's getting at is that indigenous groups all around the world, due to propaganda, have just been shut out and not even acknowledged. Whereas here, we've been given just a whole different identity. But when you, like we just said it, you go to the Middle East, when you go to parts of North Africa, yes, you think North Africans and you're thinking the people today, you know, that look, you know, the dominant society. But when you go to these places and you go to the most remote parts of some of these nations, they look like, you know, deeply melanated, enriched people. So, but that absolutely happened. You have things like National Geographic and propaganda for white tea people. They would only show you certain tribes. Even if that tribe was displaced, they would still show you these impoverished tribes, but they totally did not dig deep enough and show what the indigenous people of those areas look like.
Lila Brown?
Lila, it's Lila.
Lila, okay. So have you been to a museum at least?
Which
Museum where? For
Name
what?
a continent. I've been to a museum. Which continent?
Natural history for one, at least.
Natural, yes.
Okay.
What about
have you seen the artifacts or no?
Of course.
Which ones of all of them? On
Mesoamerican.
On the top.
We can go.
Is it on the top or on the bottom? I just want to know which one you went before.
Top or bottom?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean top or bottom? A shelf?
You say like wherever's shelved on there.
Anyway, you can go to the ones out here. We got Mesoamerican, we got Paleolithic, we got dinosaur fossils. What are you getting at? What's your question?
Since you went to natural history, right? What's on the bottom? Like literally in the bottom stairs.
Of which one in LA?
Yeah.
Which floor? We have a whole center. What do you want me to recall every floor, every? You mean the basement?
No, right?
The basement of the museum? Are you talking about the basement?
Yeah, just
Are
get
you
to
talking
the
about
point,
the second
dude.
floor, third floor, fifth floor? Are you talking about the adjacent museum? Like we have the Science Center. We have this the California African American. We have natural history. What's your question, sir?
Well, the Aztec ones, of course. Have you seen
I
them,
just
right?
did I not say Mesoamerican?
Yeah, exactly. So have you seen that, right?
Yeah.
Does it show any African features at all?
The point?
What the fuck?
I see.
Who
No,
said that?
I see melanated people. What
You see
yes,
melanated.
I see. Yes, I see artifact that you would mislabel as African. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
African
Yeah.
diaspora.
With the untrained eye,
in San
you would think-
Diego,
It
you already
wasn't
know that
called
there's
African
like
Yeah.
before
Yeah,
28,
you would
so
see with the
that's not
untrained
correct.
eye, you would see it and think, oh, that's
untrained
African.
eye. It's literally
Also,
right there.
28. Calm down.
I'm not trying to say nothing, but just
Also, when I go to Mexico and I see the Aztec figurines, I got the Pacal from the Palenque. I have all that.
Cool.
When I first saw it, I thought it was African. And it was the Mexicanos near area of Tijuana, Rosarito that told me, nope, this is not African. This is Palenque, or this is Mayan, or this is Aztec.
Oh,
So
makes sense.
I've seen the buildings in this state. I've also seen Olmec heads in Baja California. So yeah, you see things that you would say, oh, that looks African. Same thing with Panama. We can go 500 AD. So yes, most people would see it, and because they don't know their art, they would think it's African, but it's actually Mayan, Aztec, Palenque. Like I said, Pacal, a deer jaguar claw. You can go to Bonaparte. So yeah, so I've been all around the world, and I'm
no.
I'm able to
I'm
distinguish.
finding out if you know what you know.
Yeah.
I just want to know if you know. That's all. Because
Yeah.
most people get mad at me because when I'm asking little questions like that, like they don't know what they're talking about. Now you actually know what you're talking about, so I'm not gonna ask any more questions. after
Actually,
that.
Africa
Who
was
the hell?
from
Who
the
the hell?
Roman.
Hold on one
Roman
second. Who the hell was? Who the hell
colonization.
was saying? Who the hell was saying Aztecs are African?
What?
or saying that Aztecs are African.
Yeah, Africa was the colonial name from Romans. But I'm gonna get to your.
That was towards 20. That was towards 28.
No, you're right.
Aztec, ain't that in Central American?
That whole point, that whole question didn't make any sense, bro.
No, I'm
My
just asking
question.
you what
No,
do you know about
28, 28.
I'm asking. That's why.
Yeah, I was about to say. So you were
Because
asking. So have
historically,
people
it's
told
not
you? Hold on,
accurate.
one second. Have people told you that Africans are Aztecs?
No.
No. All right. Okay. I was wondering. All right.
No, because
All right.
I'm just trying to find out what's your knowledge about like the indigenous tribes. That's all. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
All right.
Ego. It's always I know
It's a
where
difference
exactly
between
where he was
indigenous
going.
and
It's always
colonial
some
ties.
ego. He just wanted to challenge. He asked for a specific museum. I'm very much
We'll
familiar.
get to the point.
Normally, I wouldn't go to those.
You've been to the
stores.
bottom, right?
Yeah,
What the
I was
hell
like,
is-
what?
what
I
type
mean,
of
because I
question is
think
that,
he's
man?
talking about like in the Mesoamerican portion, they have an upper glass and then they have like a lower glass. And I would not normally have gone, but because normally I just go see the animals, the North American animals, and like I think they're all stuffed. And then I'm like out, but it was very recently that
But
I was
you
like,
know-
okay, let's check out the other floors.
You know the land of Aslan, right? How far it went? Yes or no?
Atlan.
Well, see, you know what I'm talking about. See,
Yes.
so how
I'm
far?
very
How far?
familiar,
it
but
went,
y'all don't
though?
have to do that. Y'all don't have to set trip and ego trip on me. Like I'm very well
It's not
versed in what I'm
a. It's
talking
not
about.
an ego trip. I'm just trying to figure out if you know what you're talking about. That's all I'm trying to figure out. It's not an ego trip. I'm trying to figure
No,
out.
we're not misleading audiences here. We're very clear, and we're all about
Why would you
fossils
try
and
and
documented
figure out if
proof.
she knows what she's? Why
Because
Because
there's
I'm a
some people-
woman. I
questions,
get
bro.
this
No, it's
all
not
the
even a
You
woman
time.
can't
thing.
just
It's
share
I
your
want to
knowledge and
see. I
spread
want to see how
spread
far
the knowledge.
you know your knowledge.
I don't
So
think
you know
you know what you're
misinformation
talking
on that
about
stuff.
because you're trying to
No,
make
it's
her
not.
sound
I'm trying to
All
find
right, we
out
got
what information you know.
we got
And I'm
we got
trying to just.
we got a new woman on the panel. What's up, Kendrick?
Yeah,
All
we
right.
got new people, man. Can we let somebody else go?
Yeah, for sure. What's up, Kendrick? Who the hell? Who just laughed? Kendrick, you there? Who the hell is laughing? All right, she's on tea time. Go ahead. Somebody else.
She's researching.
So if you pay attention,
Entertain, but go ahead, Noble. Hi.
if you
I'll
pay
drop for
attention,
you. Thank you.
bye. If you pay attention to the playbook, you can see what's going on. We so stuck on indigenous in this country when we we are the indigenous in every country. If you pay attention to the Olympics, when they was every country had their band.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not worried about every country. I'm
No,
not.
you gotta
No. Like, hold on. Like all over we get it. There's melanated people everywhere. I'm not Aboriginal Australian. I don't have no ties to these people.
Dude, you missed the whole concept.
No, y'all want us to not be fixated on America for whatever fucking reason y'all don't want us to be.
No, you gotta figure it out.
No, I already know where it's going, dude. I already know where it's going. That's why I'm stopping you ahead of your tracks. I already know where it's going. Like, no,
Well,
like
look,
we used to start it off. One second, dude.
You cut me off, idiot.
You're on my panel, sir. I don't give a fuck.
Messed up.
I didn't come to the Noble Rick show. I didn't come to the Noble Rick Thomas L show. You're on the You're on the Darvin Osiris show, dude. So with that being said, you said you started off the way you start saying things off. Your intentions are there. I don't know why people act slow. Like other people are slow, right? I don't know why other people act like other people are slow. You said, I don't know why people are so fixated on being indigenous to America. Like, you literally started it off like that, dude. Don't play with me. Don't play with my intelligence, dude.
Clock.
Be fair, and to be fair, the panel literally says America, so I think you're going against the grain, Noble.
Noble, it'll help if you want to get your point across. Hold on,
speak.
Noble. It'll help if you want to get your point across to maybe write it in the chat and then we can build from there. So if somebody is misinterpreting, but I think the host clocked it. So if you want to clarify your point in the comment section, and then we can build from there for the integrity of the listening audience. People are really trying to learn here. And so
they ain't gonna learn nothing.
Well, it's not, but you're not gonna tell somebody what they is and ain't gonna learn. That's not up to you. But for us to understand your point, if you like to share it in the chat, that way that we can be clear and we can break it down, because sometimes people can mishear, people over talk. So help us with understand your premise. Other than that, I think the host clocked.
Hey, get your dumbass off the stage then. I hate these condescending ass people on the internet.
Please stop.
Yeah, I hate these condescending ass Negroes that think they know every fucking thing. If you're that smart,
calling ourselves Black Americans, visit Gabo. So please,
all right,
I'll look
whatever
at
that
you
means.
come up here.
All right, who said that?
I am. Scott is the I am. So next, okay, great. Ray 5, what's up?
Well, I've been on the panel for a while, but I am Native American, and my tribe I'm enrolled in the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa. I'm from North Dakota. I live on a reservation, Belcourt, Turtle Mountain. And I just had to I just kind of wanted to run it through. Was my tribe, my people here, the original people or not?
Huh?
Before we get to you, Ray, thank you for letting us know and identifying where you're from. What connection does your tribe have to the 13 original colonies?
Well, all I know, from what I know, from what I've learned in high school, I'm 2 years out of high school now.
Mm-hmm.
But the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa were Michif meaning mixed with tribes and other and races. I mean, we don't really use races up here, that word, but it's Ojibwe. That's what my blood quantum is. I'm over a quarter. But there's Cree, there's Sioux from Standing Rock, from Red Lake.
Ask you again, what is your tribal connection to the 13 original colonies?
See, that's where historically, I don't know, but all I know is that the Ojibwe people migrated from more up north. If you look where my reservation is, close to the Canadian border. And there are people from, I'm pretty sure if it's the Red Lake, they are from Canada, and that's why we have a lot of.
So from your South Dakota treaties and how you were allotted that reservation land, are you familiar with your treaties? Have you actually read the treaties?
I'm familiar with one, not specifically.
And what year was that treaty?
Was it 57?
1957?
I'm pretty sure. I know it was in.
Okay, 50s. So really, just for the sake of the the prompt here, your statement would be invalid. It's because the depth of knowledge in which you're talking about from a 1957 treaty does not compare to what we're talking about here. It's like apples and oranges. So for you to talk about anything being indigenous while we're talking about connection to 13 original colony, first contact tribes, you can start naming out all these tribes, and I'm gonna ask you again, and you said you don't know, right?
Well,
you don't have historically any connection to the 13 original colonies, and we're talking about the United States of America. The brother just said he don't want to get into these other nations and what. We talk about indigenous
Started bringing
Americans.
up Canada and the Red Lake.
Lila, do you think
Delilah, it's Lila, like Delilah, thanks.
Hold on, 1 second, one mic, hold on, one mic. Hey, hold on.
America.
Yeah, 1 second, one mic, y'all. Hold on me. Hey, Uncle Leroy.
Hey.
You out here teaching white people hoodoo?
What are you talking about?
You said you got hoodoo clients, right?
No, I never said I got hoodoo client. Like what
you out here teaching? You're out here teaching hoodoo, right? You got clients, right?
Hey, Deron, don't even bother responding.
No. I wanted to ask him this question for a minute. He said he got white. He got white clients. What you teaching white people?
No, I never said that at all. But they do got granny magic up there in the Appalachian. You ever heard of Appalachian magic?
No, dude. The last time. Hey, Uncle Leroy, the last time you was on my panel, you said you had white clients, and we was talking about hoodoo. So are you teaching white people hoodoo, yes or no?
No, I'm not teaching white tea people.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but they do have Appalachian magic and granny magic up there in the Appalachia. That's your side of the Americas. So you should know about that, right?
Talking about with
Aren't
this,
you?
what are you talking about?
you-
Appalachia.
Are you
What kind of
Appalachians,
magic
nigga?
they doing?
Yeah, what type
They
of
got,
magic
they got their
you
own
tell us?
traditions.
How you
Oh,
know?
well, obviously they would.
Why don't you go read about it?
I'm not. How about I'm not interested in this? It does seem to
So-
be effective. So if they want to make raccoon stew and squirrel soup, they can do whatever they want. They know what they talking about. We talking about plant medicine. We talking about magic.
Yeah, what's wrong with them eating that stuff though?
So where's the magic part? Because they made some.
I mean,
food magic.
They have they
They ain't got no good seasoning in that shit.
They got their stuff they brought.
What are they doing with it?
And then you had
What
Gitana people
are they
that moved
doing
over
with it? Why do you call it magic? Just because they came up with a new cuisine of rabbit stew?
No, that's not what I'm saying. They got their own traditions. Like, are you mad of them having their own?
I don't care. I
Up in
don't.
the
I
Appalachian?
don't care why you're asserting.
They have nothing to do with us.
Yeah, I don't know why that's being asserted. He asked you, were you teaching them, and you could have just left it at that, but you did a but,
ma'am.
as in a
I'm
rebuttal.
talking to him.
So
I'm talking to him.
But he
intertwining
asked
with
you a
them
question about hoodoo, and then you went and asserted something else.
It seemed like
So he
he's
asked you,
jealous
were
that
you
they have
teaching
their
them
traditions in
something?
the Appalachians.
Yeah, I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested in none of that.
In people,
I'm not interested in them. I'm not. I'm just not. I'm not. I'm not. I don't
More
care.
so, it's not
I don't
relevant to
care.
the
I don't. It's
Yeah, but
ineffective.
yeah, but he
talking about
asked me a
something else.
question, Ad. So
Yeah, but I think it
I
was
wanted to
Ray. I
ask
think
a
it was
question
Ray that was
to
talking.
Ray.
And
Yeah,
back
right,
on
right,
Ray.
trying to
I
tie
wanna
that
ask
into
Ray a
masonry,
question.
you
Ray.
don't know the first thing about masonry. So stop. El
who
Nitri.
said something about masonry?
I'm talking to the comment. The comment. El Nitri.
One
That's
mic on
not
Ray.
even.
Then we got
Yeah.
I'ma say.
Don't
Yeah,
even
I'ma
go
say
there.
it.
Don't even go there.
Ray, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
What did your
In the
Are you
chat,
people?
cautious?
What
because we were
did your
getting back
people
to
do,
Ray.
Ray?
You can
Ads,
ask
are
it
you
in the
cautious?
chat.
Huh? Am I
Are you
what?
cautious?
Am I cautious?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What did your people do to advance the indigenous people or America in itself to any type of advancement? What did y'all do?
Oh, we did a lot, man. We started.
I'm talking about the Ray dude.
He's talking to Ray.
Oh, my bad.
Are you
Yeah,
like?
I'm trying to ask what his people did.
Are you
Because
talking about?
they don't have a story here. They sat there and took hush hush money sitting on the reservations. The white folk told them, y'all chill. They got them big old dark Indians and they strong. So y'all chill, and they gave them 10 P's, and y'all took pictures with the 10 P's because y'all was vagabonds basically. And
No, they
y'all
got a
been
bunch
there
of black
ever
Africans.
since.
They got a bunch of black Africans and brought them.
Man,
They've been there ever since.
Bro, the host turned his face.
Like
No, Ray, you are you said 2 years removed from high school, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so you're digging into your heritage.
my
You're trying
God,
to
that's
learn
a
a little
baby.
bit more. So that's great. But in terms of what we're talking about and so-called Black Americans being indigenous to America, you don't touch the tribes we're talking about. What we're
Well, because
regarding
I'm
to.
Dakota and I'm pretty far from the 13 colonies.
Yeah,
You know,
and historically, you know,
Yeah,
but we're not the
I would
same people,
invite
bro.
you
Would you be
to go
Iroquois?
learn.
Would you be
God,
Iroquois?
yo, one mic, yo. God damn,
I'm
y'all hear
speaking.
people talking. Stop
Yeah.
talking. While
So
they
I would
talking.
invite you like to pretty much just disengage, because what we're talking about here in relation to your tribe, there's no crossing of paths historically. Like what our ancestors and your ancestors were doing centuries ago just does not overlap. But it would be in your best interest to probably go learn a little bit more about the treaties. And if you want to assume the identity of the Lakota, like more power to you. But right now, what the tribes are focusing on is decolonization and whatever that means. So if that means giving land back or doing right by said indigenous groups, but what we're talking about here today is just not related. So I just want to let you know, like your point on what Black Americans are or are not, it would be null and void. It would be moot. Your point would be moot here.
Yeah, but I'm Black American.
I just want to let you know that.
I don't think y'all Indian.
Well,
you
before,
ain't a Black American. You a goddamn Arab descendant.
before I drop, but I'm not from the Lakotas. My people are not from the Lakotas. That's Minnesota. that's also Red Lake too. I'm Chippewa, Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, and that's more up north. And I know my one treaty that
Chippewa is from Mississippi.
We're not from Mississippi. That's Ojibwe.
Chippewa is from Mississippi. I'm from New
Like
Orleans.
his own tribe. I'm just trying to understand what's his premise here, because you sound like it's more like on the Canadian side. You keep saying northern. Where was that at the time of, like, let's say 1776? Where were they? Because we know migration happened.
Very interesting.
What is it that you're asserting here?
Because they were also tied in Michigan. But go ahead, man.
Oh
yeah. I'm in Michigan, and they're still here. I met them
from Detroit.
So, yeah, I met them.
Hey,
so y'all do know.
What was the point that you're trying to make, Ray, as you're digging into who you are?
Well, it's kind of like hard to like speak about who I am related to the 13 colonies. Like if we were like talking on a Native American standpoint, I'd be able to easier get my point through. But like coming like from your guys' standpoint, which I know my tribe and like where we cross paths is kind of really irrelevant because you guys are the 13 colonies and I'm from the Dakota and more up north and totally irrelevant. From
Are you a part of the Algonquin language family?
No, I speak Ojibwe.
No, but they said so. They got these languages and they're part of larger language families. Like you got Mississippian.
No.
Yeah.
Ojibwe, there's only one language. This is Ojibwe, and there's no other tribe in the world that speaks Ojibwe.
So what about like Cree and like would you know have any similar words or anything like that? That's in there?
Cree and Ojibwe is like night and day.
Okay.
Ojibwe is like Cree's more what I understand and what I've seen. Cree's more easier to like convert from Cree to English, although Ojibwe is way harder because I don't know how to. I've taken multiple Ojibwe classes because that's what we had to do in high school because that was a dual credit class. But it's like broken English in a way. It's hard to like.
Ray, I'm gonna ask.
Let's cut to the chase, Ray. Are you?
Hold on, real quick.
Ray,
do you have? Hold on, Mahaway. Do you have any historical documents written in your native tongue? Is there any historical documents that you can share or present that's written in this native tongue you're referring to?
Documents. I mean, honestly, you could probably go take a look on.
Probably go take a look. Is there anything you can provide? This is your tribe.
Like, are you talking about online documents that
things have been archived, but what historical document can you refer and you can show and prove? Maybe you can post it later to your TikTok at some point in the near future.
There is a website that helps with everything, language, our history, everything, and it's called the Ojibwe Dictionary, and it like has everything, like everything you need.
Historical document.
Yes, everything.
I'm talking about historical document, something that's been, authenticated, that's been, verified.
Yeah.
What would that historical document be?
Like, I don't really get what you're trying to ask. Like, I'm confused between
a treaty, a correspondence, historical document. You don't know what a historical document all of a sudden is? Like the Constitution would be considered a historical document.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Treaties.
I know
in your native tongue.
Yeah, there is. I was trying to ask and understand. Are you trying to like ask me where I can point you in
What's
the right
the name of the document so we can verify this? It's like the Treaty of Morocco or the Constitution, stuff
Dakota
like that.
Treaty.
The Treaty of the Sox.
Yeah.
And the Constitution of the United States.
In your native
the Delaware
tongue,
Treaty.
written in your native language.
That we can find.
Yeah, there's the Treaty of I'm pretty sure there's the Treaty of 1892. That's
no, you're just making an assumption until you know for a fact. I would invite you to go you need to go do some more research.
Let's be very clear that your tribe, the Abu Jabwe, I'm not saying it right. They didn't
Ojibwe.
Ojibwe, they did not contribute to the 13 colonies.
They don't.
They contributed to the colonists, and they actually helped Benjamin Franklin come up with the democracy. So y'all don't contribute to the 13 colonies.
I mean, I don't know if
Just shut up and stay there. Are you federally recognized?
Yeah, we are.
Under the BIA?
Yeah, the BIA.
Oh, you're the $5 Indian.
Hold on, we don't have to get into all that.
No, I'm trying to find out.
He's one mic. I'm not federally recognized. Like, come on, dude. I got it. Hey, y'all be going too crazy. And then y'all do all that. Yeah, y'all loud as hell on the mic. Yeah, that's why I cleared the stage, because y'all loud as hell. Y'all come on up. So who? Yeah.
Can I answer the question real quick and then I leave?
Sure, I guess.
I just wanted to answer the question, the prompt. I believe in like FBA and all that stuff and everything, but when it comes to the indigenous thing and everything, people can have their own opinion on this, but I've stated this before, and a lot of people they have contention, but just biologically, it's not true. I think that black people
that's not what
did travel.
That's what not a lot of.
Well, I don't have to. I don't agree with everything Tariq says. You know, I agree with most, but when it comes to the indigenous thing, I don't agree.
Where are you from?
Where's my ancestry from? My ancestry is from Alabama, but I'm from California.
Where does your family say they were?
I'm half black, half white.
Oh, we got Arnold Palmer in the conversation. All right. Which side is the black side now?
So my dad is black, my mom was white, but I was adopted, so both of them are black.
You were raised by black people.
Yeah, but like I said though, when it comes to let me just break it down so you could answer my question and we could go.
But you're not even by your genetics, you're not even fully biologically black anyway.
I never said I was. I never said I was.
Also, there's nobody since race is a social construct. There is no biological determination of who's African, who's black, who's white. It doesn't exist. These are social constructs.
Okay, so you can say that, but let me answer this and we can go into our response. Okay, so when it comes to this, right? So I believe, in science, and it has been proven and stuff. There was black people here, right? But as far as a lot of people, they make reference to the Siberians and stuff that came here via the Siberian to the Bering Strait, right? That's documented. That's true. But as far as the black people being here, they were coming.
Bering Strait is a theory too. That hasn't been proven either.
Well, but it's factual. I have a degree. I went to college for this. So
is it factual? If it's a theory or facts theories?
No, the theory is related to the theory is related to how long ago they came. But they
is a theory of fact. Is theory 100% truth, or is it a fact, or any of that, or is it just a theory?
What you're saying is when they have it's a fact that they did come here from Asia, but the theory that the fact is that they came here from Asia.
It's a theory. So are the facts and theories the same thing?
Let me tell you the part that's a theory.
Is a fact and a theory the same thing?
No, they're not. They're not.
No. So why Bering Strait is a theory?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You didn't let me finish. Okay. Well, I said that.
I'm telling you, Bering Strait is a theory.
It's not. They came here. They came here.
Look, yes, it is, dude. Like, let's not lie to people. If you look up Bering Strait, it's a theory.
Well, you didn't let me finish my last point. You just interjected, and I don't have much time to be on here. I just wanted to.
Dude. Then be truthful. Like, Bering Strait is a theory, and if you want to go off theories, right? Then
okay.
Right. I don't do theories here. Like, it's a theory.
Okay.
Look up. Anybody can look up Bering Strait and know it's a fucking theory.
Look, out here in Alaska, when they talk about the Bering Strait in Alaska, they doing that to trick people, tourists. That's the only way they talk about that in Alaska.
Well, when you do, even though a lot of people like to discredit, but I mean, I don't know why, but when you do ancestral DNA tests and everything, their ancestry shows that it's the same as people from Asia, right? But that's not the point I was trying to. That's not.
We don't give a shit about that.
Okay, so we can. That's not the point I was trying to.
They say,
Yeah,
hold on,
that's
they
not
say
the- that's not
niggas is
the-
African on DNA tests, but we don't match with African cousins over
Well,
there.
that's not the point I was trying to
You
make.
could give. I could take and give my turtles blood to them people, and they'll say that my turtle
all
passed
right,
through
I'm
somewhere.
gonna let him land.
Hold on, we're going off subject because all I was just trying to say is that when it comes to black people in the Americas and stuff, right? I agree that with black people here, right? I do not agree, and there's no proof that the black people are the original people. That's
The
what I'm saying.
indigenous
I don't-
people
I
were
don't-
here.
Oh my god, dude, stop cutting folks off, man. Damn.
But I'm just saying that I agree with everything else, right?
But you
I'm-
said
I'm-
black. You said black, or like who are like black meaning like who was black during those times?
Okay, so
Were dark
phenotypically,
skinned?
so
Were dark skinned people the original people
So,
here?
when
Were dark skinned people the original people here? What the hell is black? Black didn't exist until
Black
the
is a Western
1600s.
term, sir.
Oh yeah, black didn't exist until the 1600s. So who the fuck was black?
Okay, so if you
White
let
didn't
me-
exist either.
Okay. So what I
Hold
was
on,
trying.
Day, real quick, Day. How familiar are you with the Corral civilization, the area we would say for the Corral civilization?
I don't know what that is.
So you could say to your knowledge, you're not aware. You need to go. A lot of y'all have not done enough studying. You kind of stopped at the Bering Strait, but you can't tell me anything about indigenous Paleolithic civilizations of South America, for example.
Well, I
So
have
what
studied
can you tell
in
you? So
depth,
you don't
man.
know anything about the Corral civilization.
Well, I've studied about most native civilizations. I went to college for human migration and
So
anthropology.
what can you tell me about the Palenque people?
I was studying mainly the Inuit people in northern
So
Alaska.
you
and
have
everything
limited
like-
knowledge, and so
Not
when
limited
you come
knowledge. You
here,
can't
you
study.
have limited
You can't
knowledge.
study
You
every
don't-
tribe.
So you better if you're gonna come up here and make these assertions, you're gonna have to go a little bit deeper. So you
I'm
have
not trying to.
limited
I'm not trying to
knowledge.
argue, man.
You can
I'm not
only
trying to disagree with you.
and you're not.
I'm just trying to. I'm just saying we can. I don't think it needs to be contentious.
You
All
don't
I'm
have
saying is that
enough
when
information to
I
contend
do,
with the host.
man.
You
it's
don't.
not. It's not.
You need to
you're
go do
coming
some more
on my-
studying.
Hold on, you're coming on my panel, right? You're saying we don't know what we're talking about. When you say
That's not what I said. I never said that.
Dude. Let me finish though. You're basically saying we don't know what we're talking about. When you're saying you don't agree that we're indigenous. We're telling you that we are.
Look, what did I say? I gave.
You say you don't believe
You know
black
about
people?
your biological parents.
Huh? Say again?
So you probably there's a little bit more you need to go study about your
No,
own
I have.
heritage.
I have.
You don't
I
know about the
everything
Corral.
my
What
history.
can you tell me about the Incan people? What do you know about the Inca?
They were in Mexico.
Okay, so
brother.
what can you tell us about them?
They weren't even fucked. Never mind.
The Incas were in.
Like
the
that-
Incas.
that's-
The Incas were.
He-
The
he-
Incas were
so
in southern.
so Day, you need to go do a little bit more studying.
What do you mean?
You
I do
don't have
know-
the vast knowledge to what we're referring to.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Are you familiar? Have you seen the murals in Bonaparte?
Yes, I've seen the people you're talking about. I know what you're talking.
And so, are those
you
people
guys just-
melanated? Would you, or are they more like your skin tone, or would you say they were melanated?
They had color and stuff, but this is what you kept letting
So
me. You
I
kept
think
cutting
that's
me
where
off.
I think this is where the white teeth
So-
side to the
It's not.
to the
It's
genealogy.
not, ma'am.
You're trying
It's
to
not, just
you
because-
want to deny
hold
it
on.
because you don't have a connection.
I'm not denying nothing. I'm not denying nothing.
Not having
Just
a connection.
I'm not denying
Not
nothing.
not
but
having a
you're not letting
connection
me-
is presenting a bias here.
I'm not denying nothing. You're not giving me any opportunity. So the people, yes, there were people here that had melanin. Yes, there's people all around the world that had melanin. But did they originate from? Did they have an African phenotype? Did they have?
Well,
were
they're not
those
African.
people?
They're not African, but they were.
I know they're not
autochthonous.
African.
They
I
were
know they're not African.
indigenous.
I
They were
understand that. I
original
understand
people.
that. I
And
never
so
said
for
that,
some
man. I said the
reason-
phenotype.
For some reason, you have a problem with that, and
I
you're
said
trying to
the phenotype,
disassociate,
man.
and you're trying to disassociate us from
I'm
them.
not saying that. I'm
You
not
don't-
saying
you
that,
don't-
man.
for someone that is not familiar with their biological parents, you can't speak on mine.
Man, let me finish, and then I'm gonna head out.
Learn about your biological parents first.
I'm gonna be brief, and then I'll head out real quickly. So all I'm saying is that when it relates to Black people in the Americas, right? You can dislike that word. That's fine. But when it relates to Black people in the Americas and stuff, right? I said they were here and stuff, and I agree that they were here and stuff. They're not the original people here and stuff, and biologically, that's not really something that's up
Who
for
the hell?
discussion.
Who the hell were the original? Like, who are the original people of the East Coast of the United States?
No, we're talking about.
No.
We're talking about all the Americas. All the Americas.
Who are the original people of the East Coast? Why the fuck did these explorers describe them as looking like us in present day?
What did I just say, sir? What did I say? You keep going.
You said, but who are the original people of the East Coast, sir?
I said that there were, sir. I said there were. You keep ignoring my point.
I'm not ignoring your point, dummy. Like, if the people of the East Coast, you said, dude, you said we're not the original. So why
yes,
the original?
That doesn't mean that I'm in contention
dude,
with
shut the fuck up, dude. Damn. What I'm saying is, because you're not understanding what the fuck I'm talking about. Who are the original people of the East Coast of the United States, and why were they described to look like what we look like today?
Because what did I say, sir? I said that there were Black people here. I just said that they don't.
Dude, who are the answer the fucking question, dude?
Forth.
Answer the question.
I just told you.
Who are the original people of the East Coast, dude? Who are the original people of the East Coast of the United States?
It's not Black people.
It's not.
The question.
He wants to say is the Asian people. That's what he wants to say.
Okay, the Mongolians.
You don't know
Hold
enough.
on, 1 second. I'm not done. I'm not done. 1 second. The Yamasee.
I'm explaining, but you don't want
to. The Yamasee.
Not answering the question,
dude, hold on. I got this, y'all.
The
Yamasee were described as Negroes when the Spanish came here.
I explained that already 6 times, sir.
Dude. You didn't, dude. You didn't.
I've explained it very vividly.
Like, dude, you're really You're contending what the fuck I'm saying, right? Why, if people that look like us weren't original anywhere in America, right? Why do the explorers say that they look like those people we look today? They look like how we look today. Why were original people? Why were original people described as being Negroes in America?
Hold on. I think you're confused by the term Black with melanated. The original people were melanated. There's no history of people that go before melanated people. I'm sorry.
I understand that, and I didn't say there wasn't. I didn't say there wasn't. But
that and tell the host who you believe and prove to be the original people.
And there's scientists, right? There are scientists that say that the people on the West Coast are genetically connected to the people in Melanesia. They're real dark over there.
Brother. Yes, brother. Okay, look, so do you understand that somebody can have darker skin and not be of African descent?
Why were they described as that? You're being obtuse on purpose. Answer my question.
I'm not being obtuse. I told you I answered the question.
Then get the fuck off my stage. I'm not about to talk to people that don't fucking listen, right? Then get off my stage.
We're dealing with melanin deficiencies, and so one side of him wants to reassert melanin deficiency. He wants to basically say the Asiatic are the original people of the Eastern Seaboard. He wants to say the Asiatic are the original people of the Caribbean. He wants to say the Asiatic are the original people of South
All of that
America.
is a Eurocentric narrative to
Yeah.
oppress melanated.
Well, you know, we can see the melanin deficiency.
Exactly.
Yeah,
He's confused, y'all. He already told us he was adopted.
But again, here we're talking about the presentation of facts, things that we can refer. We need dates.
Oh,
Dates are always helpful.
He said someone said he crashed out on another live too.
Oh, you
I
did?
think brother was trolling because he kept saying it wasn't the black people. Well, who was it? He couldn't answer it. So
yeah, I've been trying to keep it like I keep it
I
like, dude. I hate when people do that shit. Like you heard me, you heard what I said, and you keep.
But you didn't hear what I said. No, bro, no.
You heard what I said. I've been trying to keep it cool, but what's up? We got to adjust up here. Then I must say it has been up here for a minute too. You there, Nat? Stop being selfish.
Yo,
Go
y'all
ahead,
a
I'm gonna say
little
it.
bit.
You got it.
Yeah, y'all a little bit more advanced than me, man. But the other day I was on a little live with this so-called Indian or whatever, and he was talking real reckless, and then we had a lot of our people were just like weren't educated on nothing. So I made a video about it. Like he sort of made me mad, and I end up even doing like my video did good too. But yeah, I sort of got mad, and I went and did like some little genetic backup on look up on me, and when I did that, I found out that my second, like my granny's mother and her mother and her mother and her mother, and it went all the way back to the 1730s. Was all Indian, Creek Indian from like Meriwether, Georgia, Mississippi, Cherokee and stuff like that. So, but then when it like got to her kids, it was like you ain't even see it no more. And then on top of that, I was it was like they was born Indian, then on their death certificates, it was black on the race. So I know that they definitely reclassified us, because how you gonna be born Indian and die black? You know what I'm saying?
Unalive.
So
y'all say unalive.
Unalive. I'm sorry, unalive, and then be like go away black. So they reclassified us, man, and then like dude was talking like why you guys don't know your native language and this and that, and then it hit me like why do you know your if the Kunta Kinte story and all that, and they stripped us, then why they ain't strip y'all too? If it's like, why would you strip some Africans of their history when they ain't even from here? Wouldn't it be more like tactical to strip the people who from here of their history? You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like they playing like a little weird game, man. But we is the indigenous people from here.
I'm always asking them, how did you retain your language if all these atrocities happen and forced assimilation? But when the younger guy, Ray, was here, I asked him to identify a historical document written in his native tongue, and zero of them can present anything. So whatever little gibberish you're speaking today, historically, there's no connection to that. There's no historical documentation of their language, no treaties, no correspondence. So none of that exists. But you do have to ask the question, like, how did you retain a language when
how did you keep your language? And then like the reservations is a federal jurisdiction. So that's a federal thing. They over that. Y'all got casinos. Y'all get money for being there. They getting money for being part of the whole narrative.
Well, what happened was the United States was at war with the said Negro Indian. And so if y'all understand geopolitics, you're going to work with other outside groups to help them defeat the indigenous people. Y'all have got to understand these people are the descendants and the layovers from the conquistadors. So they were just here. Same thing would happen with the westward expansion. They were finding all these just random groups. A lot of groups were uncivilized, these uncontacted tribes, not much going on. No real contribution, just wild, out there in the wild. abandoned because they had broke away from the Spanish monarchy. So that's what essentially we're dealing with here. But they were given. That's why I said, I asked the brother, have you read the treaties? And he's, I'm familiar with it. That means whatever the synopsis of the treaty, the summary, the cliff notes is what he learned. He's never actually sat and read the treaties from front page to last page. He hasn't.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't know what's in those treaties. They were giving land for joining with the U.S. military.
That's what my whole point is. They was in on it. Like they switched. They was in on it. They with them. That's why they pushing that same narrative. Because there ain't no way y'all gonna be federal and then not be part of their agenda. And then I had one more thing to say.
That happened to the American Indian. They don't have no issues with them. These people are all friendly. They got friendly relations. So but if you watch what happens in places like the Middle East, parts of Africa, you will see one group is with the foreign entity and one group is fighting for their indigenous survival to maintain their culture.
They went with the narrative.
So these are different factions. They were part of a faction that actually joined forces with the U.S. government. They have no qualms. There's no battles or conflicts, no French Indian wars. They don't have no issues with the U.S. government.
All right.
And then when TikTok got took down and everybody went to like the red note thing, right? With the people over there, the China people. I was still over there like talking, like they be talking about that they are from over there. They say that they that's their knowledge over there, is that they are Siberian people. But
understand,
I don't really know about it.
Yeah, understand this. I've been.
Do y'all think we are president in the United States?
Oh my God! I'ma say it was talking. He's been waiting so patiently. I'ma say it. What were you getting at?
No, I wasn't really getting at nowhere with that. But I'm just saying, like over there in their culture, like I guess they was taught that the so-called the ones that we call Indian actually did come from over there. They said they got the same DNA or something or whatever. They migrated from over there. They said they was taught that in school and they knew that before later years.
Can we address Michael, because he's been sitting in here and hasn't said nothing.
Oh, what's up, Michael?
How's it going? I was just up here. I get so sick and tired of everyone labeling everyone just because the way they look. I get in trouble all the time because someone will say, oh, well, I must be African American. No, just because your skin color doesn't mean shit. You can be from anywhere. I'm a American. I'm a mutt. I don't know what my lineage is, but I have met many Indians straight up off the reservation who are darker. The skin color doesn't mean crap to me, and I get in trouble so often. You're racist, you're this, because are you sure you're African American? I don't think most black people are African American or from those areas. They're from all over, different countries, different lands. Yes, even America. Long before anyone was here, before we conquered it, before the Spanish conquered Mexico and all that. It's just, people are so eager to identify someone just by the way they look. And it's, to me, that's the worst form of prejudice to me. I don't judge anyone just because of the way they look.
So, right,
We can't ignore DNA. Like, we look like our parents. Okay, it is what it is. But when you misappropriate certain characteristics and traits and features to only one continent and one group. Like phenotypically, we don't look like them. I don't know an African that looks like Beyonce. I don't know an African that looks like Nia Long. I don't know an African that looks like Vivica Fox. So we are noting, but even still, those women I just named all look different. These Americas are so vast. It's so open and expansive. What we are talking about is what we can prove in terms of our direct lineage. And then we're referring to fossils, we're referring to civilizations, we're referring to artifacts, artwork, pictoglyphs. We're talking about archaeological sites where it looks like cities existed. And so first and foremost, that debunks the narrative that Columbus or any other colonizers found an empty America. So that narrative was that there was just no one here. And now when we continue to dig, we see, okay, there was a civilization in areas of Kansas that they could date some of those artifacts to 12,000 years ago or 20,000 years ago. So we know that there were actually societies and families and a culture of people that actually existed. So when we say that, then we have to question and we have the right to challenge what we were taught in the public education system, because we know that indoctrination was stemming from malice. So from a group of people that have been harmed spiritually, financially, medically, educational wise, we're challenging those notions, but we're also coming with facts. And we're actually going through as far as we can go with genealogical records, because we are a modern society. But we do know that there's something advanced about our culture. We know there's something vastly different. But when we have refugees from third world nations coming over and saying, you are this, that, and the other, that's going to present some social conflict. Because for me, I wouldn't be escaping to another country and then telling people that have been there for hundreds of years that they're X, Y, and Z. But for some reason, on the basis of skin color, people think that they have some type of authority. And thank you so much for that beautiful bouquet. Thank you. But for any refugee group or someone coming over that's, undocumented or whatever, or just new, somebody coming on a visa, they feel because of racial practices that they have authority to tell us who we are. That's inappropriate. That's out of line. And
You are 100% right.
Yeah.
You said it a lot nicer and a lot better than I did, but that's what I was saying. It's not about what you look like, because different areas, different parts, you look similar. I look similar to, that's why when it comes to the white race, we're just all white. Apparently, we're not Irish, we're not this, we're not that anymore. We're just white. Or YT. Sorry.
Say melanin deficient.
All right. But I have relatives that are all sorts. We have red skin, we have darker skin, we have lighter skin. My family's huge. I've been in this country. My family can be dated back lineage to before the 1500s. We're in a book in the Sussex Library in New Jersey as one of the longest families being able to be record back that far.
100 Sussex, New Jersey. Where does that book connect from?
Crawn, C-R-A-W-N.
Yeah, but what? Okay, that is a variation for that spelling. But where does that originate from? Because we know it ain't historically indigenous to that area. So New Jersey being chartered is also connected to what European nation? Like where in England? In other words, where in Scotland?
British.
Yeah.
Slovakia, I think they said after that, or
so Slovakians
Slavic.
deporting
was the
from
slave.
Slavic by Germany.
Those were the slaves.
Slavic, German.
Oh yeah, we were my
Yes.
whole family, and that's what
I know.
I get that too a lot. You don't know. My whole family back then, in the record books, is referred to as slave.
Slav or slave?
Slave. On the census and everything, we were brought to America. You know, we mixed in with a lot of Cherokee, a lot of.
We probably mixed in with my
You
tribe.
said it was
Powhatan.
connected to the Quran. I'm sorry, Curzon.
No, he mixed in with my tribe, the Powhatan, Kickatin.
Well, I was only able to get back to about 1400 because back then they changed our names a lot. So the spellings were different once we get out of America. Back to after the 1500s, it starts changing the name, and that it's harder to track the actual lineage.
It is hard to track.
That's why we're just missing a lot of these narratives, because you digging into your family and you see this whatever slave classification. For some people, that's mind blowing. Some people have never heard that type of narrative. Some people are like, what? Whitey people listed as slaves? Or we don't know because it was so long ago. And we know that when there's interracial, marriages and offspring, that changes the characteristics of what these people look like present day. So that's all we're seeing. What is it that you can trace amongst your family?
Well, what I can trace back to is, like I said, the 1500s in here, but we were doing censuses and stuff like that, or whatever. That's where I got most of it. We were basically moved around. So once you get back into the 1500s, it gets real complicated to track it, because they have, like, in the 1500s and before that, they started renaming us different spellings completely. It was crone, crane, and probably about 10 or 15 different spellings in a very short period of time. We were Isaac. The first names stayed a lot the same, like Isaac and stuff like that, but the last name the surname kept changing from generation to generation.
And then I also wanted to point out, like you said, 1511. Can we go back to the 1400s?
1400s, it goes back across over to Slovakia and stuff like that. That's where it gets really complicated with I'm not sure how accurate it is, because the spelling of the name keeps changing.
I can say that from 711 AD to 1492, the Moors conquered the Arabian Peninsula and also civilized the Europeans. We also had Slavic slaves, so they did also pump. I'm not gonna say the F word, but yeah, they did.
Yeah, so this book where you said you saw your family's name is in Sussex now, but it didn't originate in Sussex. Definitely not in the 1500s.
No, someone did a lineage back. They had it published in the Sussex Library. I'm not exactly sure who did the lineage, but that's what they traced back through DNA.
Right, because it
That makes a lot of
preserved there.
sense.
Yeah, go ahead.
That makes a lot of sense, because the Russian Tsar was pushing the Turks, the Caucasians, the Slavs,
the
Persians.
Byzantines.
They were pushing you guys west. And a lot of people wound up in Germany. The Bank of England were buying those slaves from the Russian Tsar and selling them over here to the Americas. So that's why it gets really confusing once Because once you guys are pushed westward, that's why in America, the majority of white people are saying that they're German, because they were sold out of those German ports. They really don't know.
I always thought I was.
Yeah, I know that. And you know what, Michael? I put it in the comments. You probably didn't read it. You are the most honest white person that I've heard over here on TikTok. Like really telling your true history. And the confusion is actually understandable because your people had been enslaved by the Russians for years and years and years and years. You get what I'm saying? And as they push you guys westward, you guys aren't speaking the same language. You guys aren't coming from the same culture.
We're being mixed in with
everyone
slaves,
else, with the Turks, the Persians, the Czechs, the Slavs, the Caucasians. This is when we get the more paler of the Europeans coming over here. You guys are coming in through the ports in Galveston, and your last names are changing because they are changing our tribal land into individual parcels, and they are placing you guys on those lands, and a lot of times assuming our identities. So the last name is changing because you guys are taking on the last names of the indigenous people who are here, if that makes any sense.
I don't know how true it is or whatever, but when we spend my family spends a lot of time in the sun, we get darker. And
nobody
some of us get a lot darker.
knows exactly who you came from, but guess what? Be still the same brown skin color, and you still a pale skin color you are to this day. If the earth been here this long, why people still look the same? Because you was made to be who you was from the beginning of time to the end of time. So nobody knows who exactly where they came from. This is all, first of all, first names and last names come from your family come from your first name. You named after your father's name. That's how it's supposed to be. When the last names came in, that was during slavery. You were named after a slave person, a master of your family. So that's why you have your first name and then you have your last name. Your last name comes from a slave master. So nobody knows really where they came from, but you still the same color from the beginning.
That's why when someone asks what my race is, I'm a mutt.
Listen. Nobody really knows their race or their culture, bro. You don't really know
everything. I don't know what I can be.
You're talking about
I can tell you where my family's from.
All right, listen to me. You look who you look like, right? Indians, hold on. Indians are brown skin, right? But they ain't niggas, right? Let's be real. They ain't niggas, right? And so-called Africans,
Watch that N-word,
Africans,
Can you watch that? Hold on. Can you please watch your
You gotta be
vulgar
careful on TikTok.
You can put my
are not N-words though. They're not N-words though, bro. So-called Africans look different from N-words though. Like from dudes you see, so-called black people, right? They're different. They're different from Africans, bro. Their hair different, their face structure is different, the way they look is different.
The so-called N-words were a breeded race. You understand that?
They're not the same as so-called black people, bro.
No.
You know who you know. Yes, bro.
No.
Listen, I'm from Harlem, bro. I know so-called Africans.
I'm from Detroit. I'll agree with you. I'm telling you.
Slow down.
The black and
it's too late at night for that.
And the N-word is the same thing, bro. Those are,
bro.
What is being contested here? Slavery. Is it the use of the N-word? Like y'all really want to start debating that?
No, I'm just saying though. In so-called N-words compared to Africans, bro. Africans smell different. They smell different. They move different.
Okay, so what are you trying to say, Ads? What is you trying to get? Quest, calm down. I'm trying to understand what Ads is saying here.
Everything he's saying is the same thing. In the N-word in black and African American is the same term.
They're not, bro. Listen to me, bro. I've been. It is a color. Listen. I've been around.
You know why? Hold on. You know why?
That came straight from.
Are you African, Quest?
Because that's the.
No, I'm not African, bro.
You have no patriarch.
I'm a so-called N-word.
You have no matriarch or patriarch. You have no motherland being African American, black, or Negro.
First of all,
This panel. Hold on.
I was just wondering
Quest,
if you
you
could
sound
say the
crazy.
word
You sound like a
Negro.
crazy person. You're not going to come on this panel. We talking about political classification. You don't have no driver's license or no documentation that says you're an N-word, other than maybe Negro. Maybe some ancestral
all right,
documents.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Post
saying, though.
slavery.
I'm saying that, though.
But
Bro,
You're
I'm
saying
saying that I'm
historically you're an
so-called.
American. You're a U.S. citizen.
Listen,
Birthright
no,
citizenship.
I'm not American.
14th
Listen, I'm
Amendment
not
applied
American.
to
American is a
your ancestors were
American.
here at the time of the
word
enacting of the 14th
American. The
Amendment. Is
word
that what you're
American
saying?
comes from a slave master's name. Listen to
No,
me.
it
Word.
doesn't.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Word
No, it
Africa.
doesn't.
You're not ready for
That's
this
not true.
America is the
conversation.
continent you were born on.
I agree
Always
with you,
been called
Quest.
America.
I agree.
No,
It's the only
it's
thing I agree
not.
with you on
American
was
is
the
not the
surname.
continent you're
You were
born
spot on
on.
with the surname.
You guys
It
are
was from the
U.S.
father's
citizens.
Not a
father's
race.
first name, not the
Americans are
surname.
the
It's not a
real
But
race.
everything else
Not a
you
race.
said went west.
America is not a race of people. What are you talking about, bro? That's not a race of person, bro. What you
It's a
talking about?
nationality.
There's no such thing as race. There's no such thing as race.
It is a race.
It's not really a
No, it's not.
nationality either. It's
Race
just a.
was started by Germany. It was started in the 1800s. You cannot
Please
date.
calm down. And ads, can you realize that nobody's
Both
listening
of
to
them,
you
ads
talk
and
right on
Quest.
and on?
What
Yeah,
they're
Like
you're
y'all
kind
just
of
talking at each
low.
other.
We can't hear.
Can I say something?
You can't hear me?
No,
All right,
you sound kind of
Michael, you started all this. What's up? What you got, Mike?
American is not. You're right. You're a U.S. citizen. American is not a nation. It's a slur, slang, not slur, slang for United States citizen. Because if it was for your nation, Canada would be American, Mexican would be American. All the people in the South America would still be called American because the continent is America. America is not a nation. It's the United States of America where they get the American from.
We're in the Americas.
No, hold on. No. You are a U.S. citizen. I am an American. I'm not. I didn't have to be incorporated into the United States corporation. I am an American.
All right. Let me try to say it this way then.
Pull up my put my screen on the main screen.
No, I see I know what you're trying to say.
Canada,
I'll give you 2 seconds.
back in the day, you were part of Canada also.
You're back. Hopefully he did. Hold on 1
He's
second,
just talking
brother.
about the land.
So this is the
corporation.
tribe I'm from. This is well, it's actually consists of 30 tribes. It's 30 tribes that they actually reclassified into one. So the Powhatan tribe was one of the first groups that the English met and basically gentrified, you can say. And we were all separated. Like my name, that Powhatan, Tan, that name is it's like a very distinct name here in the Carolinas, South and North Carolina and Virginia. Like this is literally, we own this whole entire section of America. So she's right. We're the original Americans. They settled here and they had to form corporations and colonies to consider themselves U.S. citizens.
Okay, where are the treaties at?
I mean,
we're not even there yet. He ain't even finished presenting his point. God, y'all
got to bring up other screenshots to show.
No
you.
patience.
I'm just showing you this part because this was we met with the first settlers that got here from the English. And if I took you to where my family's land is, you'll see all types of like Indian, Asiatic faces, all that. You'll see all of that. They stay together. And then see me, my mom, she's fully black. So my dad married her, and my dad, he's like mixed with a lot of different things. So when they don't even associate with black people or African Americans, if you want to say, they don't even associate with us. They don't really fool with us like that.
Because that's dehumanization.
It's all bywords. It's not your true nationality
in a land. This is a land that was called after a name. They said that you listen.
We're all mixed with a lot of different stuff. That's why the confusion comes in.
You are not American.
Quest. Before you go down the rabbit hole, I'm certain you're going down a different path.
Listen, America is a colonization name. That's you've been colonized. So now you.
No, it is not.
Oh my God.
No, it is not.
It's not. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
We're not gonna argue with
If
you,
you
Quest.
could just
It's
stop, and at some point you're making a lot of statements. If you could attribute your sources, that would be great because it gets into all these conspiracy theories. So go ahead and maybe drop some sources and what you're referring to, because I don't have time for homeboy education. I'm just not interested. I think the audience gets upset about it because you make it sound like you're going back.
Omega. He needs
Yeah,
to
it really is, y'all. I agree.
Cernosis Omega needs to come up here.
I want to know where he got that.
He's
from.
speaking some facts. Quest, please, man.
Like, who told you this information?
You sound lost, bro.
You don't want to listen.
Then show it. If you have it, then show it.
Listen to me. Look, all you gotta do is in your spare time look up the word Africanus. Africanus was a name of a person.
What does that have to do with America?
That was named after a continent after they conquered that continent, bro.
What came first? Hold on. What came first? The landmass or the
whole continent of Africa?
What came first? The continent or the name? What came first? The landmass or the name?
Would I have to look up Africa?
So good.
And I'm talking about
because that name because
Africana is a language in South Africa.
No, Africanus was the name of a person. Go look it up, bro. I gotta tell you that. I'm not sure.
Talking about what does that have to do with America? Talking about Leo Africanus. You're talking about these are Roman names. These are Greco-Roman.
White man. So the name of the land was called the land of Canaan. It was called the land of Canaan before that.
And we know after warfare, these names change. Who cares? Now what?
How did he get to Africa?
Right.
He's saying just like
African American. You call yourself African American, but
calm down. I hate the accent.
Yeah, please.
But what's happening is he's referring to Leo Africanus to say just like Amerigo Vespucci. That's where America gets its name from. They are so ready to attribute this entire landmass to one Italian explorer.
The land through war. War is what makes you conquer a land.
So what did America?
We're gonna send you to the comments question.
You don't even know what you.
Where did Amerigo Vespucci? What did he conquer to give the whole land?
He conquered the land of the so-called land of Africa, the land of Canaan. He conquered that
I'm talking about Amerigo Vespucci.
Listen, when Alexander the Great, right?
Quest, we're not doing that. Go.
He was jail bound.
You don't have to
He had
educate
4
us.
generals.
We already know about all this.
What are you saying?
Look. I'll mute him and then look how he gets right back off the mic. It's really weird. Have some manners, okay? Y'all, can you chime in, please, and sum up what you?
He has taken us all over the world. He has. There is no structure in his conversation. These people came over to our land and changed their name. That's what me and Michael were talking about before you came up here with all this babble.
But the land of Canaan was not
why
the
are you talking and I'm
land.
talking?
God gave
you
that
don't
land.
have any control. Mute your mic. I'm talking. I don't care. Your mic is still open.
Talking about
you're a woman. You come from a woman's womb.
But men, you're
being disrespectful. Come on, bro. Come on.
Like,
bro.
what is he talking about?
How did he go from Africa?
He has no sources. He gotta go. He gotta go all the way together.
Yeah, you didn't
deserve that. So as you can see, that's why we were having issues with him. Look how he said she's a woman as if she can't speak. That's prison babble. You gotta go.
That is insane.
Tay, the creator, you called that early.
And America was matriarchal land.
Cernosis, you need to come up here.
Yes, many women
women controlled the land.
Yeah, they were leaders in our actual tribe.
Yeah,
they are the leaders in our tribe.
I agree with that 100%.
Every time I go,
anybody that agreed with him,
first teacher is a woman.
But anybody that agreed with what he was getting at, that's what it's rooted in. Besides,
I don't.
Now I do understand what he was trying to say.
Yeah, but it's
the
rooted in
Canaanites.
misogyny.
with the king. Oh no, I don't support that. Absolutely not. But I do get where he was coming from with the Canaanite theology and the ancient Moabites. That
How we got to Africa though?
yeah,
I don't know how to
Abs, we were in America.
We left
that's what
Africa.
I'm saying. He just was all over the place.
I have friends in South America.
He didn't have enough patience to start from the chronological order of what relevancy of what we were talking about. I think he just wanted to get his
I
point.
was going to ask him what was Americo Vespucci's first name because he changed his name.
Yeah, it was America. Oh no, you talking about?
No, it didn't even have America in it. He was
that wasn't his
inspired.
first name.
Yeah, he was.
That was not his name.
People
come over to our land and they assume our
came.
name.
Africans came to America and wanted to stay in America. Everyone was envious of this land.
What part of Africa? Sub-Africans, North Africans,
Mansa Musa. What's the other? There was a lot of travelers from Africa, way thousands of years before.
And we traveled to Russia, and we traveled
And
to.
I'm gonna say this again:
Asia.
there's no proof that any Mansa or no Musa actually landed. So anybody from Mali, it's no proof that these people actually settled and reached these American shores.
Matters. Hold on, they have
The
they
truth
have
of the
proof
matter.
of
I got
them
a question.
trading with
Where
with
did the
Mexicans, but they
if it
probably
was
went the other way.
America
They didn't land
before,
on-
where did the name come from then?
Because they do have proof of them trading.
The Mexican.
Like the South Americans, like all that area right there, Mexico, where Spain took over. There is record of the trade from there, so I can bring that.
Everybody answer Michael's question.
That's what I'm trying to figure
The
out.
name
What?
America comes from here. It's an indigenous name. It comes from here. America
Right,
comes
but where's
from
it?
here.
What's the earliest? Lineage and everything. That's what I need to know.
All right, I'm back. What I missed?
Specifics, but when was the first reference to America in the history books back in not even just the American history books? I know they're definitely not reliable on a lot of things, but
1507.
I want to get
Amerigo wasn't the
when
first
they
one,
first came into contact
because they had
with the
Aztecs
Spanish,
here, the conquistadors,
and they were telling them
pyramids
where they
built.
were.
There was a lot of history. Indigenous.
well, 1507. That's around the time of the.
That's when it was recognized as America. But
All right.
are you trying to
What
ask?
was the name of the land prior to that, though? That's what I'm.
The name was America. He came over here to the land of America and he changed his name.
That's what I'm trying to say, though.
Before
Answer
he
your
got here.
question, someone
Turtle Island.
refer to the land as Atlan, Atlan. So it's gonna give you the Atlantic. It's gonna give you Atlanta. Okay, so Atlan. Okay.
Over here on the West Coast, we called it a Mary. We did not call that over here.
Yeah, so
over
but the-
here
the-
where my people come from in California, we called it a Mary.
So,
And then Tappan is called Turtle Island, including
essentially
Canada.
to say that all of this land was named after a Florentine Italian explorer, the Latinization of Emergio, that's another false narrative. That's another Columbus myth. If you wanna, you can do your own research. I won't labor for you, but if you want to go search and dig through the archives about the first document to use the word American, you can present that.
Be honest with you, Michael, and sorry to cut you off, Leela. To be honest with you, Michael, it didn't matter because the indigenous people didn't identify with the land as America solely. It was more so the tribes. No one that's the Eurocentric ideology of claiming conquering. This is the land. I clear.
We get
This
into
is the land.
language.
This is the land. This is the land that is more free than any other land. This is the land that have not been totally conquered. This is the battle.
Well, yeah, that's why they
We
call it
also
the
have to get
new.
into language like Latin. People think Latin, this Latin language comes from Europe. It does not. It comes from over here. They think that American English comes from Europe. It does not. It comes from over here. These
Well, I'm
are
not
our
trying to-
names. These are our languages.
Well, then, all right. Then I do have another question that's sincere, because there is a religion that believes that, and it's Latter-day Saints. Joseph Smith in the book of all that Mormon, because I just recently got in the religion. I'm converted from an atheist. But the Book of Mormon
You know when they were
alludes to
created?
a lot of that.
Do you know when the Latter-day Saints was created?
1823, they say. That's when Joseph Smith
America
founded.
was already here.
Yeah, I know, but let me get to this. In his theory about Jesus supposedly visited people of the Americas long before America was even here. He visited the Native Americans,
Can we not
say.
do this? Can we please not?
Who made that story up?
No, please, no pseudoscience.
That's what I want to know. That's what I'm asking.
No,
I'm just saying
no,
that
because
I
Mike,
don't
I ain't never
believe
heard
the
that
religion.
one.
I ain't never
Hold
heard nothing
on.
like that in my life.
these
I
are the
don't-
councils. Hold on. The councils in the Iberian Peninsula made up all these religions, literally made them up, pulled them out their AWS. Okay.
Well,
And from the name Jesus to when he was going to be born to who his mama was going to be to when his daddy's going to be, over hundreds of years, dating all the way back. They created all of these, the Torah, the Quran, the Bible. This is all made up gibberish. People wanted to take over the world. They wanted to take over the world and take all the indigenous people's lands. We
I
have been
understand.
trading with people for
And they
hundreds
wanted
of
it right
years.
then and there.
yeah, I'm
They're
not
trading
saying
with science was created to conquer and to take. Okay? So
Yep, they brought the Bible and took
the Pope was giving go around the world, take stuff, they convert to Christianity, or you take off their heads. These people don't believe in any of the stuff they created. It was a tool of colonization. That's why I asked you, when did the Latter-day Saints come up? Because I know like the Methodist religion was created in 1726 by the Wesley brothers. And they brought that over to the 13 colonies. This is after the fact. America is already here, and they already have their land, and they already have their languages, and they already have their customs and their traditions. These people last names of the there.
Well, there's
they
also
take the language.
Back to the
Religion has nothing to do with God.
That came here.
I want to kind of get
Yeah,
back
the
to the names
peasants.
they were taking when they got here to YT.
Hold on. I'm about to end this. I'm about to end the live stream. I've been on 8 hours. Yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow.